beautiful sunny Sunday morning it is as we bring you the inaugural Telkom Netball Challenge brought to you by Super Sports Schools. So it's not DSTV Super Sports Schools, just Super Sports Schools?
Yeah.
Okay.
They just stream on the app.
Hey?
They just stream on the app.
They just stream on the DSTV app? Okay, thanks, hon. Streaming on the DSTV Now app. Yeah.
Diamonds is the yellow. Ach nee.
No. So red is Mopane and then yellow is diamonds.
Okay, just do a sound check.
Oh, we are at Hoërskool Waterkloof for the Telkom Netball Champs. Happy with Rio. Want me to carry
That's
on
the widest I
speaking?
can go.
Cool, we're at Hoërskool Waterkloof for the Telkom Netball Champs. I'm happy. Hello.
Speakers are noisy.
Yeah, it's very noisy. Okay, so I'm just gonna have to speak a bit louder. Alright, cool.
Get ready now.
Opening day of the Telkom Netball Champs at Hoërskool Waterkloof, under 17.
Okay. Now cue. Who's got?
Sure.
Okay, ready? Here comes.
Well, welcome to the opening day of the Telkom Netball Champs. We are at Hoërskool Waterkloof, where all the action is going to be taking place all the way up until Thursday, where the champions are going to be crowned. Now, this is the inaugural edition of the Telkom Netball Champs, not to be confused with the Telkom Netball League. Of course, the focus here is a development of young netball talent to perhaps ascend into the ranks of the National League and the Spar Proteas in the near future. So it is going to be the under-17s, under-18s and under-19s that are going to be in action for the duration of the competition. And at this stage, they are split into different pools where they will be competing, but they will converge for the semi-finals and finals, where we will eventually learn who will lift the trophy for the very first time in the Telkom Netball Champs. My name is Andy Mahamba, and I'll be with you for the week all the way up until Thursday as we watch this beautiful story of netball unfold.
A beautiful sunny Sunday morning it is as we bring you the inaugural of the Telkom Netball Challenge, brought to you by Super Sports Schools. Hello and welcome to all our viewers at home. It is going to be an exciting 5 days of bumper-to-bumper action. But up next, it is an under-17 clash between the Northern Cape Diamonds, who will be facing up the Mopani side from Limpopo. I'm not alone in commentary. I am joined by my co-commentator Shemaine Bart, a former Spar Fast 5 shooter, and really no surprise in this netball game. Shemaine, so fantastic to have you with me this morning.
I'm so excited to be here. The girls look ready to start the day, and as you can see, the first game has already started, and it's wonderful to see the girls back out on court.
Yeah, it definitely is, and I think the Telkom Netball Challenge is a prestigious tournament, certainly at a school's level. So it's really magnificent to see the players strut their stuff and get an opportunity to showcase their talent. So, as mentioned, there are 3 age groups participating at the Telkom Netball Challenge. To open us up, it is under 17 as well as under 18 and the under 19 age groups that will be battling it out. A total of 60 teams. So a lot of action coming up in the next couple of 5 days. Oh, that's good pressure there from Mopani, forcing an early 3-second call. Shemaine, we expect a lot of calls, to be made, I think, early on in this game, given that both teams will be looking to suss each other out, get a feel of, how far they can stretch each other, and perhaps some early nerves, settling in as well.
Always. I remember when we started our tournaments, I feel like the first 5 minutes, the ball went everywhere. Someone made a massive contact. There was a stepping error. Something happened. And it's just for you to get into that mode of, this is a tournament, let's get settled, let's start this the right way.
Yeah, so 2 goals for Mopani under 17 side. That is really a strong start. Looking good in the early stages of this match. So hopefully they've got their game plan in check early on.
How easy is it to forget a game plan, though?
Yeah, so 3 up for Mopani, and Diamond still struggling to get their foot off the accelerator. So perhaps an opportunity for them to get their first point on that scoreboard.
Oh, they've just created a wall. It's difficult to get past that because all of the defenders of the Mopani players were in front and all of the players from the Diamonds were waiting at the back. The ball's not going to come to you.
Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right, eh? I mean, the shooter was standing there, asking for a high ball and not really most practical. They're going to have to come forward, fetch that ball, and, give options to the attackers. So call already made. It's a penalty pass for Mopani. Oh, that's good. Give and go. Short passes straight into the circle. And they do reward themselves and make it count, taking them to 4 goals at this stage. Diamond still yet to respond, Charmaine. Definitely not the start they'll be looking for.
No, their defense is extremely, awake. They're ready for all the balls. I've seen this goal defense. She is literally a little Jack Russell running after the ball. She wants to get that ball. And that's exactly what you want from your defense. You can't wait for them to try and create an opportunity. And that's what they've been doing the whole time.
Yeah, exactly as you said it. She does come in with a sneaky intercept, and the shooters do reward her and make it count. 6 goals for Mopani, and Diamond still struggling at this point.
Another lost ball over there, just a too high pass. They turned the center pass, but again, the pass is not accurate enough.
And I mean, the golden rule generally, is to, if you've got an intercept, you play it short. If you're throwing in, play it short, just to allow your teammates to, I think, adapt or transition from being in defensive mode to attack. So the players don't have to put themselves under pressure. A little pass could really put them in a good setting.
Oh, brilliant there by the goalkeeper. She was actually waiting for that pass.
So here's an opportunity for the Diamonds to get their first goal on that scoreboard. 4.5 minutes later, but rather too late than never. And hopefully this is the momentum or that vote of confidence they would have been looking for to get things underway. Yep, that ball is blitzering down court for Mopani.
The goal shooter and goal attack of Mopani have a great understanding of each other. As the goal shooter splits to the top, the goal attack takes the base, and that's exactly what you want from your goal attack.
Yeah, it's a good balance on court. You don't want them to be all cluttered in the same space. So it's great to see that understanding is there, and also balance of space on court. It does pull the defenders away. So it's great to see the two shooters thinking about every single piece of play.
And exactly, again, that beautiful base drive. Just unfortunate that she couldn't finish it off.
So they do get the throw in though. It did come off the hands of the Diamonds. So Mopani will get another opportunity. It was actually a penalty called against the goalkeeper. So that takes them to 9 goals versus 1 of the Diamonds. Yep, this is an impressive start for the Limpopo side.
I would have loved to see a proper screen there from the goal shooter. I mean, the goal attack was by herself. There was an opportunity for a strong pass into her, but it still worked out.
Yeah, it did. And I mean, you spot on, your instinctive, should be to look down court, look for that player that's open, because you know that somebody has been called for a contact. But some of these players take time. I mean, you're a coach, you spoke about this, and how you can see some of these things play out on court, but players not necessarily, having the same view or perspective you do off court.
I mean, both of us played as well. And your coach can tell you something, and you're like, yes, I'll do that. And then you get onto court, and it's completely different.
Yeah, so there's a throw in for the Diamonds.
Play that short ball, get it out of that third, clean it up.
Yeah, so this is much better. They're still congesting, absolutely. But as I was about to say, the placement is looking better from Diamonds. They got saved there because there was a close call. Yeah,
Again,
not the best of offloads, hey?
The placement, I mean, her hand was right where she wanted the ball. Should be a small little pop over into that space. I think she forced that pass into a shooter.
Yeah, and sometimes if you don't have the best visibility, play yourself out and allow the shooters to reposition themselves, but not just, get rid of that ball.
the Mopani shooters are moving around. They're not just waiting for the ball to come to them. Whereas the diamond shooters at the moment, as soon as they get in, they stand.
Yeah.
And that can become difficult for your attackers to pass because where do you want the ball?
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. And I think that's the difference at this stage between the two circles, certainly in terms of that final offload. There's that superb first phase defense chasing that ball, and really it has worked superb for Mopani.
I love the three defenders here at the back. They work so well together, and you can hear them talking, and that's what you want from a defensive side.
They'll get a second chance at goal, and this time around, Mopani makes it count. Still very much a one-sided affair, only one goal for the Diamonds. Haven't really been able to break through the shooting circle, but as you said, Jermaine, you have to give credit to Mopani.
And that was a phenomenal feed by the wing attack. Oh, that shooter was positioned perfectly, and the wing attack didn't doubt at all, and she just put the ball into the space.
So contact called in the circle of the Diamonds. There should be another opportunity for them to get a second point. It has taken them an incredibly long time, you know, to get their goals in, and they do make it count, taking them to 2 goals. They are still trailing by 12. I mean, what can the Diamonds do differently, you know, to try and be more efficient, try and capitalize on their own center passes? I'm not even asking for intercepts, but just their own center passes.
They have no second option. So you have your first phase, but there's no second phase, and that's the most important. There's no second phase there exactly again. They had to play it back. And the shooters are standing, they're playing over the circle. So I think go back to 1, 2, 3 into the shooter. Very, very, very basic.
Yes, so third goal for the Diamonds. I think that was a much better piece of play, but you're 100% right, Jermaine. I mean, there are no clear leads. You know, they're driving almost flat.
I was about to say, very flat. I always tell my girls, you look like you window wipers. You just
yeah, exactly. So just less than 90 seconds remaining then in this quarter. Yeah, I don't know what that was. I'm still trying to make sense. Was it a stepping error? Quick releases. She saw that she was off balance, but there was a lot of action taking place with that last piece of play. They just have to stay calm and in control, you know, and make use of their own center passes.
Yeah, I think she caught the ball before she actually should have landed. So it was kind of like she was off balance and she tried to throw, but she tried to stop. It was just too much at once.
Yeah, everywhere. But Mopani looking much more in control and still dominant as they sink in another goal, taking them to a 14-goal lead. So that does leave us with only 30 seconds of play in this first quarter. And Mopani just continuing where they left off. Really, they make it look so easy, so seamless, driving the ball down court. It really is impressive to watch. Run out of time. Yep, so we are out of time as we reach the end of that first quarter. A dominant start for Mopani under 17 and really looking strong in this first encounter. Yeah, so a lot of action coming up your way on the DSTV Now app, but do stay tuned with us. We're going to go for a short break and we'll be right back.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Am I on? One quarter down in this under-17 clash between the Diamonds and Mopani, and 3 more remaining as we continue to bring you all the action on the DSTV Now app. It's so exciting, Shemaine. I think, you know, the fact that there's a lot, most of these games will actually be streaming live on the app, and a lot more people will get the opportunity, you know, to watch, tune in, and also get a piece of the action.
I think it's also amazing for these girls. I mean, usually all ages is everyone. Under 14 up to under 18, and then the senior nationals from under 19 to the seniors. And this gives these girls the opportunity to be showcased. And that's what we want. We want to grow the sport, and we couldn't have asked for a better opportunity.
And indeed, and we do get the second quarter underway.
I can see there's a couple of changes on court for both teams.
Yeah, no surprises. I mean, the Diamonds would definitely, you know, be, I think, well positioned to try something different going to the second quarter. But, I mean, what are your thoughts for Mopani? I thought that, you know, the 7 that was in court was delivering the goods, doing exactly what was expected of them. So that did come as a bit of a surprise on my end, at least.
But because they have that advantage and, you know, the ability to actually be able to put other kids on court, that's why they're doing it. They're leading by 18 goals to 4 at the start of the second quarter. Why not shuffle it around a bit, add a new goal shooter into the mix?
Yeah, so a wholesale of changes from both teams, but we'll just have to stay tuned and see what the second quarter has in store. So throw in for Mopani. Yeah, a bit of congesting on the left-hand side of the court. I mean, defenders marvel on that. That's exactly what they want to see from the opposition.
I think they're all putting on a man-on-man now, and that's the most effective. If you're all doing it, you're not going to break through that. And that's what they did. They pressured all of them to the one side of the court, and they delivered the goods, and they got the opportunity to score again.
Yeah, so this is a much better start for the Diamond side. They're definitely more efficient going into the second quarter. Perhaps those changes starting to yield some dividends.
When last have you seen an extremely tall goal attack and a shorter goal shooter?
Yeah, it's definitely very unusual, but still exciting nonetheless to see how this combination plays out in the circle. And I mean, you were a shooter and a fantastic one in your time, Shemaine, as well. How easy was that transition for you, you know, to move between goal shoot and goal attack? Because we take it for granted that, you know, shooters should be able to straddle between the two. And we've seen some circles with quite short shooters and really tall shooters as well. But for you as a player, how was that transition and how easy was it to make it?
In the beginning, it was obviously a bit difficult because you're used to staying in the circle. You know, you're limited to one court or third of the court. And when I started playing goal shooter, I was more of a moving shooter. So I was always moving anyway. So my coach was just like, please go run outside, go to goal attack. But there is a certain skill that you have to play on goal attack. I mean, you have to defend your passes to the shooter. your passes to the shooter is so important. And, you know, you can't just wait for the ball that you do on shooter for a lot of the time. You have to actually create play, and that's what the goal attack is. She's the playmaker.
Yeah. And perhaps I think on the side of the Diamonds, they probably have that moving circle in the shorter shooter. But I mean, we'll have to wait and see how the two play out, and if perhaps there will be an opportunity to swap them around and see how that transition does play out for the Diamonds. So only 4 minutes in the second quarter. Diamonds really looking strong. I have to say I'm quite impressed by the possession that they've had.
Oh, the passes are also better. It's a bit stronger. It's coming right from the shoulder, and that's what you want. You don't want these loopy passes in the middle of the court.
Yeah, and sometimes you just need to make 1 or 2 changes, you know, to disrupt the defenders a little bit. Fortunately, their shooter couldn't hold on to that ball, but look at that superb intercept coming through from the Diamonds. So penalty shot should be a lovely, easy goal. Ball still deciding, but ultimately does sink in, taking the Diamonds to 6 goals. Still quite a, well, 7, I beg your pardon. Still quite a huge margin, but really it has been an impressive start into the second quarter.
You know those shots underneath the post? Those are the worst.
Can't be.
I promise you, that's the most pressure, because everyone's like, no, but that's the easy shot. You're supposed to get it in.
Yeah, from the outside, Charmaine, I'll agree with you. We can never understand it. We're like, you're right under the goalpost, just pop it over. And I mean, as you say, they are the most difficult ones. We don't understand that. You guys will have to explain to us as shooters and coaches.
Over, it has gone under, it has just missed the pole completely, and I can't explain it to you. It's just something in your mind goes, it's right here. You're supposed to get it in.
Oh, that's good hands there. Went in with the outside arm. Yep, that's exactly how it's meant to be. Going in with the outside arm, so you prevent contact. So that was well executed by the Diamonds. And they take themselves to 8 goals. Really, they've had more possession, been much more stronger in the second quarter. There's some exciting stuff. And I know we spoke earlier on saying that there was quite a huge margin at the end of that first quarter. But honestly, if the Diamonds continue chipping away at the scoreboard, it may really look much tighter going to the second half of the match.
Definitely. And every time the ball gets to their shooters in the Diamond circle, they make it count, and that's exactly what you want. So let's see what happens.
So Mopani on the attack, and they get it right under that goalpost. There was much more efficient piece of play.
It was that 1-2-3 that we spoke about earlier.
But we haven't seen a lot of that in this quarter from Mopani, and it was almost like a surprise, like, 2, 3 quick passes into the circle, because they have been a bit timid.
I think maybe because the changes have come in, now they have to settle, and that does have an effect on the girls that have been on court.
Oh, that's unfortunate there. Wing attack going offside. So it is a free pass for the Diamonds.
Simi, you played wing attack, right?
Yeah.
Did you go offside?
No. Of course I did. Listen, it happens so many times, and I think, that enthusiasm and over-eagerness at times does get ahead of the mid-court players, and it's exactly what we saw here. But they did turn the ball around, so they did get an opportunity to make things right. Oh, this is good pressure from the Diamonds, shutting that circle down.
Oh, that was a beautiful goal by the goal attack. A bit more mid-range than short, and I like to see the fourth shots. So
Yeah, same here. And I think, it just brings a little bit of variation into the circle. The Diamonds so far have really been playing themselves right under the goalpost, but it's good to see that Mopani is taking a little bit of a risk, and calculated risk, if I may add. So it just brings a nice dynamic, and I think just variation for the Mopani shooters. So the Diamonds do break that double-digit mark. They are still trailing by 14, but honestly, this has been a much impressive second quarter for the Northern Cape side.
Their defense has also picked up a bit. There's been a few changes in the defense, and it's definitely worked for them.
Just less than 3 minutes remaining in this second quarter.
That was a better pass from the center, but then no one behind to just play back and play yourself in.
Yeah, and you almost need to have, one attacker behind each shooter to support them in the event that they need to play out.
Yeah, I usually tell my girls there's one behind the shooter and the other attacker should be about 45 degrees from her. So there is an opportunity for a triangle to play back into another shooter.
Yeah, and a triangle is definitely effective for shooters if they want to play themselves in. This is much better placement from Bunny straight through that hoop. Oh, this is good pressure. It was set up by the wing attack, putting up a 3-feet defense. And I mean, how superb was that intercept? And that's the team defense we keep talking about and how effective it is.
You create the opportunity for your defenders to intercept. The better your attack defense, the easier it becomes for the defense to actually intercept and turn ball.
Yeah, and I think, we take these things for granted, but really they do add up and they do contribute to that turnover, to that loopy pass being forced into the circle. So it really, really is always, I think, impressive to see it play out. A little bit of a messy one there from the Diamonds, but they do get the throw in and looking straight to the circle. Yeah, that's a super shot. Shemaine, you love those long-range shots.
They were my favorite. I can't tell you why, but they were easier to me than ones under the post.
Yeah, so Mabani sticking to their game plan. A little bit of variation, a long-range shot, and right under the goalpost as well. They do make it, third time round. They'll get an opportunity at goal. Yep, and they do make it count, taking them to 27 goals. Still a 15-goal difference in this match. I mean, all that the Diamonds have really done is just to maintain that margin that we saw in that first quarter. Shemaine, they haven't really, created more opportunities for themselves. I think it's just been toe-to-toe in the second quarter.
Yeah, this quarter has definitely shown more of a equal playing ground, and the Diamonds have really stepped up, and they came out in the second quarter and they showed us what they could actually do.
As we now reach half-time, it is Mopani still enjoying a 15-goal lead. But yeah, that second quarter pretty much going toe-to-toe between these two sides.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
That's colossal. Is it brilliant? Here it is. But he's a competitor. Here we go.
up. But only one team has what it takes to be champion of the world. The ICC T20 World Cup. Only on Supersport, your world of champions. Stay connected to DSTV for all the big hits and nail-biting action. Broadcast brought to you by Ram Hand-to-Hand Couriers.
The action continues at the Telkom Netball Challenge. We're exactly halfway in this under-17 battle between the Northern Cape Diamonds as well as the Limpopo Mopani side. Shemaine, good 2 quarters, but really I think Mopani set themselves up for success in that first quarter.
They came out guns blazing. They were ready for this tournament, and they've just been building on that lead. You know, they kept to the basics, and that's how you win games. You win games by basics, not by flashy play. So that's exactly what their coach wanted. Clearly, you can see her speaking to them, saying, "This is what I want. This is what I expect," and they're delivering that to her.
Yeah, and they were almost, you know, playing it safe, like you said, basics, very efficient as well in terms of bringing that ball down court. And we spoke extensively about their defensive team. But looking on at the Diamonds, I mean, that's the 9 squad, well, of players that are representing the under-17 side. And a lot of depth, a lot of options there for the head coach, Antje Engelbrecht. So it really has been quite exciting to see how she's been making those substitutions in each of the quarters.
It's interesting because Mpani only have 8 players, and yet they're the ones stepping out and they're the ones picking up the slack, and you know, they're the ones delivering the goods to us.
Yeah, there's always, you know, I also get fascinated by that where coaches stick to their 7, or they'll do positional changes rather, and just to see how easy and seamless those changes work for those teams. And I agree with you. I think Mbane came here a little bit tight on the personnel side of things, but they are definitely delivering exactly what is expected of them.
Do you think it's going to have influence to only have 8 players for a 5-day tournament?
Well, hopefully they would have trained for it, you know, for different scenarios, possible injuries, etc. I mean, it's tight competition if you think about it, having back-to-back games. But they're youngsters, they're eager, there's a lot of energy, they're excited to be here as well. So hopefully their mental state will carry them through the next couple of days.
Oh, to be young and have energy.
So third quarter, just moments away. Yeah, so if you were the coach of the Diamonds, Shemaine, what would you have done differently going into this third quarter? And I think particularly given how, you know, the team showed up in that second quarter.
I would have maybe kept them the same just for another quarter, just to get into the swing of things, because there's been more changes. And then in the fourth quarter, if it still didn't work, then I would have changed again. Maybe put in a new defender or a new shooter. But we can see she has brought in a new shooter. Her goalkeeper has moved to goal defense. So let's see how effective that will be.
Yeah, so I guess we'll just have to wait and see how those changes pan out for Antje Engelbrecht, their head coach of the Diamond side. And this is the efficiency we're talking about from Mopani. I mean, they are a team on a mission. They not here to play around. They want to score those goals as quickly as they possibly can. And really, it has been an impressive start in to the third quarter.
And again, the shooters of Diamonds just ticking away, ticking away. As soon as the ball gets there, they do get it into the post, and that's what you want.
But I guess, you know, I feel like they have to do a lot more. You know, this one goal for you, one for me, it's not really going to cut it. I mean, if the Diamonds want to get an opportunity at a win, at least, they're going to have to do a lot more, you know, to stay into this game, because 15 goals is a huge ask. But it's not impossible. But they can't just be satisfied with, you know, just sticking to their own set of passes. A lot more defense, perhaps.
Definitely, but also, you know, that's a testimony to the Mopani defense. It takes them so long to get into that shooting circle. And when they do get there, sometimes they actually turn it over or they can score. However, the Mopani defense is churning. Diamonds are just running with them, running with them. There's no solid setup at the moment, and I think that's what's causing them not to be able to intercept like that more often.
I think they heard you there, Tremaine, and responded with a great take from the center and much needed intercept. And this is exactly what we're talking about. You know, they have to be clear, but what strategy are we implementing? And also make sure that it does go all the way through to that shooting circle.
It works when they open up the space. But as soon as they all go to one space, just like that, then it's a bit congested.
So penalty shot for the Diamonds. Yep, unfortunately doesn't sink in. So Mopani back on the attack. This is good patience from Mopani.
But also much better defense.
Yep, that's the over-eagerness we keep talking about. Just not aware of your space on court, unfortunately. But Diamonds do make it count. That takes them to 15 goals.
I think that might have been the first centre pass that they've taken from Mopani.
I think so too. Yeah, and they need to do a lot more of that to really have a shot at closing down that margin. And they've shown us that they're able to do that. But yeah, they're going to have to continue working tirelessly as far as the defensive side is concerned. Oh, that's unfortunate. I thought she did well, you know, trying to turn ball. You know, it's almost a done deal when that ball gets into the shooting circle of Mopani, because they've been so good, even with their own rebounds. You know, if it's a missed shot, they've got the height advantage in the circle. So I really feel as if the Diamonds perhaps have to put the pressure a lot earlier before the ball gets into the shooting circle of Mopani.
Definitely, they have to stop that ball from getting into that space of the shooters. They're so comfortable there. You have to get rid of them before they get there.
Yeah, great placement, and there's your favorite position on court, right under that goal post, Tremaine.
I told you.
You did call it, you did say it. I'll give you that.
They just make it look effortless, though. The way they played down the court, you know, it was quick, it was efficient. They got out of that attacking third so fast, and that's what you want.
So second time around, they make it count. Yep, I really have been impressed by Mopani. And you're spot on there. I think that delivery down court has worked for them, with the exception of that last piece of play.
Isn't it called a commentator's curse?
It is indeed. As we call it and give it light, you know, they do exact opposite. It's a bit of a risky one, but she was under pressure because nobody's driving forward. And I think she just realized that she may be called up for 3 seconds and just released that ball.
All of them are doing the lead to the front and break to the back, and they're going to pick it up.
Yeah, they will, Charmaine. They do really, I think, have to present more options and clear leads with intent. I mean, look at that. The shooter releases that ball, clears the space, opening up for the goal attack. And it's that understanding that you were talking about that we saw in the first quarter.
That makes me smile. Oh, I love it to see the two shooters. I'm happy.
Yeah, that's good work there from the wing attack. She knew that it was 2-on-1 in that circle, and she looked down court, finding the goal attack, who sank it in, adding one more goal to the scoreboard of the Diamonds. Oh, that's a good attempt from the goalkeeper.
I think their penalty count is also a bit higher at the moment, and that's a struggle.
Yeah, it's quite a difficult one, you know, for defenders. They need to be able to read the game and their timing. Should you go for that ball? Should you rather focus on, you know, that second phase defense, 3 feet, hands up, or what the best option is? Because it doesn't help you if you're constantly out of play. You know, it's easy and contested shots for the shooters at the end of the day.
I had a coach that said, you take about 5 minutes to get used to your umpire, and after that you should know them.
Yeah, I think it's easier said than done, but definitely you should have at least a feel of the umpires and how far, you know, they'll allow some congestion, as well as the opposition. Charmaine, you need to know what you can, but, well, in the 5 minutes you should have figured it out as well, you know, what you can and can't do. So I'm with you there. I just know that sometimes it's difficult to implement, but really, I think within 5 minutes, you should have a good sense. So only 4 minutes remaining in this third quarter. Oh, well picked up. Center really, for me, has been a superstar defensively in terms of how alert she has been on court for the Diamonds.
Good rebound there, though. Let's see if she can finish it off.
Yep, she does. She adds one more goal to the scoreboard, taking the Diamonds to 19 goals. But unfortunately, a little bit of miscommunication with the center pass. They have to make their own center passes count.
No, definitely. You're not going to win a game by just picking up other center passes. You have to win by taking yours, playing it down court, playing it safe, and sticking to your game plan.
Well, here's an opportunity for the Diamonds. That ball was turned to over a third call. So perhaps they'll be able to capitalize on their own. Nope, not meant to be. Good congestion from Mopani defenders. We're talking extensively about that defensive trio, and you can see how effective they are. They're smothering the Diamond shooters.
And it's actually interesting because you've got a really tall shooting circle at the moment, but the Mopani players still turning every single time.
So 20 goals for the Diamonds. It's still a huge margin, but I mean, we keep talking about that first quarter, which was a bruising quarter for the Diamonds. And really the second and third quarter, they rose to the occasion, they came back, but they still need to do a lot more to try and bridge the gap.
It shows you how important it is to actually start strong, and the stronger you start, the more difficult it'll become for your opponent to actually catch up.
Yeah, definitely, Charmaine, I agree with you fully there. because what Mopani has effectively done is really to set themselves up for success, and it's almost like the rest of the match is a retention game.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, this is good defensive work from Mopani.
I also have to commend the timing of the wing attack and the goal attack, assisting their defense when they're playing down court after a turnover. It's exceptional.
Yeah, it's great to always see the attackers also involved defensively, putting more pressure, on those passes. Yep, Mopani just continuing with their dominance performance. They're up by 17, a little bit of an overcooked offload there to the wing attack. I mean, she was going to the pockets of the court, not really the best position to be in, especially, given that she would still be looking to offload into the circle. It's almost like you only have one option. But yeah, I think the placement was a little bit overcharged, perhaps.
Just a tiny bit. As a wing attack yourself, did you like to be in the pocket or more to the front of the circle edge?
Top of the circle, Shemaine. Undoubtedly, we always said, be on the boopy, on the edge of the circle. There you can literally offload, feed anywhere, and I think when you go to the corners or the pockets, you're putting yourself under tremendous pressure.
And your shooters as well, trust me. We despise it when they hide in the corners. We want you on top so we know where to go from there.
Yeah, and I think it's good for reassurance as well if you do need to play back as a shooter, knowing that your attackers are right on the edge of the circle. But we do reach the end of the third quarter, and the last 12 minutes still coming through on your DSTV Now app. So do stay with us as we continue to bring you all the action at the Telkom Netball Championships.
Baie mooi girls, ons was dink ons sê wat dink jy moet gebeur met ons? Ek weet nie, ons het die kwart met 3 kies verloor. So die kwart met 3 kies verloor.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed one player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Zomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
Only one quarter remaining in this under-17 battle between the Diamonds and Mopani, and it really has been a thriller of a match, Charmaine, certainly in that second and third quarter, watching just how these two teams have been contesting and challenging each other.
Definitely, and I'm really impressed with the girls from Limpopo. I mean, they've stepped up, they've come out ready for this tournament. It's exceptional. Again, see.
Yeah, it's all in the heat of the moment, but we just get on with it and you know, enjoy this exciting netball that we have at our disposal, and echo your sentiments fully around, you know, the performance that we're seeing from Limpopo as under 17 side, the Mopaini side.
That was a wonderful rebound there by the goal attack.
Yeah, it definitely was. And that's what we're talking about. You know, they're not just backing themselves up in terms of sinking the goals in, but they going after every single rebound, and their timing for me has really been admirable.
And that's interesting from a shooter's perspective, because I was one of those shooters that I didn't always go for my rebounds, and that's probably not a good thing. But you know, to see these young girls actually chasing that rebounds, getting that in from a young age, it's so good for them to have, especially when they get to the bigger tournaments later in their life.
I mean, let's talk about that, because you make an interesting point. I mean, I know we had one shooter, Adele, I think Jonker, back in the day, and she never went for her rebounds as well. But I want to find out your reasons, because for her, it was a case of what's a rebound. You know?
Yeah. Now, I remember seeing her play when I was really, really young. But yeah, to me, when I took a further shot, my first reaction was, no, it's going to be in. And then thereafter, I'm too far to get the rebound. So. But I had to get into that mode of shoot, go.
Yeah.
You know, you have to practice that, and that's what the girls don't know or don't always do. The players tend to forget that when you practice the times when you actually miss a goal. So shoot, run towards the post after you've missed it, and actually get that rebound, and then shoot again. Don't return back to your spot where you had it. Just stay, run around the circle, keep moving, because you don't just stand and receive a ball.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah.
So yeah, to me, I had to actually practice that to get into that motion of going for a rebound.
Yeah.
But for other girls, it's very natural. It's a automatic reaction.
Yeah. Okay, that's quite interesting. So just reinforcement, whatever you practice, hopefully that will translate in court as well, and getting to that habit.
I love how they're all chasing the ball. Everyone's going for a loose ball. Everyone's available. You know, they're running towards it. No one wants to look at the loose ball, and that's something that I get really frustrated with, is when a player just looks at the ball rolling right past them.
Yeah, it's good, I think, contesting as well, and just always, you know, being on your toes, chasing every single ball that comes your way, and it's happening both ways, so that's really impressive stuff.
She could have had that ball if she went with two hands, you know, and that was really frustrating to watch.
So shooter right up front. I mean, that's quite an interesting matchup, Charmaine. The height in that circle, and I mean, look at the goalkeeper just only reaching the shoulder length of her shooter.
That was usually the other way around for me. I was the shorter one, and the goalkeeper was staring up at them. But I would use it to my benefit. The Mufani team, I would actually pass, be a bit more, I wanted to say a bit more flamboyant in my passes to the shooter.
And I think, you know, also for the defenders, perhaps to start a little bit loose to create the illusion that, you know, the shooters are free, and then come out, you know, well, you have to time it still. But I just feel like if they're sitting too tight, they're putting themselves in a difficult position given the height disadvantage for the defenders.
It also gives the shooter clear space as to where she wants the ball. And as a goalkeeper, you need to always create the illusion of there being no space.
Yeah.
No possible option for a pass.
And in that shooting circle of the Diamonds, they continue to chip away at that scoreboard. 23 goals for them. They are still trailing by 18. So that margin is just starting to break away from them. What's been encouraging, though, for me is just their whole aura on court. You know, they're still there, they're fighting, they're challenging, they're trying to turn ball. They're not fazed at all by that 18-goal difference.
I mean, because it's so easy to give up when you know you're behind by that many goals. It's so easy to go, coach, but it's over already. So it's a testimony to the girls' fighting spirit and, you know, their mental strength. And it's been really impressive to see them come out and just still keep on pushing, you know, wanting to be better than they were the previous quarter.
Yep, and that is certainly the case from the Diamonds. Unfortunately, that ball just refusing flat out to sink in.
That's the worst. When it rolls out, you can feel it go in, and then it just decides not today.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. Yep, there's that ball, just lob it over to the shooter. And she makes it count. So 20-goal lead for Mopani. Love the urgency, love the focus on all fronts that's coming from the Limpopo side.
That was great. That was beautiful.
Yeah, I love that because it just, you know, gives the defenders some confidence that they can challenge the shooters despite of their height difference. You know, they're able to turn ball as we saw in that last piece of play.
They just have to capitalize. As soon as it gets to the shooting third, you know, be slower, just take your time, just breathe. I feel like they want to pass on the first second every single time, and that's not always going to help or work, actually. A third second pass is just as effective as a first second pass.
Yeah, you don't get bonus points for releasing in that first second.
I wish.
Oh, that's a little bit of eagerness coming through from Mopani's wing attack, called for line breaking.
I wonder why we do break the line sometimes. Do we get excited? Do we want to just go for it? You know you're ahead, you just want to get the ball back.
I think for her, you know, or even just wing attacks generally, you're trying to break away from your wing defender and you want to get the head start.
Yeah.
But you have to time it, you know, to the T. As soon as your center's in the circle, because if you come out early, which was the instance with Mopani earlier on, then you will be called for line breaking.
Our club coach, he says, you never look at the center's feet because that's when you want to go. You wait to hear the whistle. So rather look down or not at the feet of the center, but listen, not look. And that's quite interesting.
That's a very interesting, I think, recommendation indeed, and something that we don't really think about often because you're spot on. I would have thought to look at the center's feet.
And some umpires take a bit longer, you know, they've just made a call, now they're getting back, so maybe just listen for the whistle instead of looking at the feet.
And also there's been, you know, some coaches suggesting that also the work needs to start before the whistle goes off. So to your point, you may be looking at, you may be waiting for the whistle, but start the work 2-3 seconds ahead. So by the time the whistle goes, you're all set.
But then don't start the work on the line. Start it a bit away from the line and then go from there.
Absolutely.
That was a Coach Jenny van Dijk.
Okay.
That's a little memento that I remember from playing for her in under 19. Exceptional coach, and she just told us just prepare a bit beforehand. Just you don't have to start on the line, just a bit away from the line, and then you go from there.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, you know, all those little pieces of information, players will usually take or draw towards one element and fine-tune that along the way. As we see Mopani continuing to, I was about to say play superb, but they just threw the ball right off court.
I think that was a bit of miscommunication between the shooter and the goal attack because they both kind of looked at the ball.
Yeah, they did. As we see a bit of miscommunication as well coming through from the Diamonds. Yep, much better offload into that circle. The goal attack was definitely the better option of the two.
The goalkeeper was kind of waiting there in the middle. She was able to actually pop back for the goal shooter if the pass went there. So that was a great choice by the wing attack from Mopani.
So just over 2 minutes remaining then in this match. And really, I think, as we've been saying, this match pretty much in favor of Mopani from the word go, who hit the ground running and secured that impressive 14-goal lead in that first quarter. I mean, what are the two takeaways that you would have observed, Charmaine, going to this match from both teams in terms of what worked for them?
Mopani's shooting circle is definitely something to be reckoned with. They have exceptional communication, and then their defense. I mean, you don't start off by leading with 15 goals after the first quarter if your defense was not exceptional. And I'm not just talking about the wing defense, goalkeeper. It's a through-court defense, from the shooter all the way down to the goalkeeper. So definitely their defense, team defense, has been phenomenal. And then for the Diamonds, you know, their ability to actually show what they have in store, that they could still show every single quarter and chip away at a very big margin and not give up just because the score is big. So their fighting spirit definitely has stood out for me in this match.
Yeah, it's character. You
Yes.
know, they do have the character and a positive mindset, the Diamonds. But really, I think Mopani has had a phenomenal opening match at the Telkom Netball Championships. But Diamonds also just rising to the occasion and showing us exactly the great sportswomanship that we always, you know, look on from these youngsters. Yeah, so that pretty much, I think, wraps up the first game of the day. Not much time on the clock, but Mopani will walk away from this match elated with that half-century mark, and really credit to them and the head coach, Melandi Snyman, who had 4 solid quarters and a great performance and a very well-deserved victory to the Mopani under-17 side, who comes out as the victorious side in this encounter. So there's the full-time score. It is Mopani under-17 that comes out with a 50-27 result at the end of this match. So really some exciting stuff. You just got a glimpse of what it is you can expect over the next couple of 5 days, Charmaine. I mean, that game certainly lived up to the expectations.
100%. And I mean, if this is how we start, how are we going to finish on Thursday?
Yeah, they just, you know, came out guns blazing and just that momentum going from strength to strength. And you're absolutely right. As we build up to the finals, it's going to be fireworks at the Telkom Netball Challenge.
I'm excited because you can see these girls are eager to be here. They haven't had netball in so long, so to have this opportunity, I think they're all just coming out guns blazing, ready for this thing. So it's going to be interesting 4 days.
Yeah, indeed, it's going to be an interesting couple of days. But really, I think all the teams that have had their opening games can be proud of what it is that they delivered. But for now, we're going to take it back to Andy Mahamba on courtside for the post-match interviews.
Thank you very much to our commentary team, Sinim Daga and Charmaine Bart, there taking us through the opening fixture for the DSTV Schools Champs. So now let's talk to Adrene, who was playing in a goal shooter position for her side. The Diamonds, of course, of the Northern Cape. A tough day at the office for your side, but you started off on the bench, you came on. What do you think was not working for you at that stage, and what was the instruction from your coach?
I think my coach wanted me to stand for the goalkeeper. Yes. But I think what wasn't working is me and the shooter at the time wasn't communicating. So then the second half we communicated better and it went a lot better. And I think the whole thing is I had to lead and come in and I had to communicate. So yeah, because our shootings were fine and everything.
You mentioned that second half going a bit better for your side. It did seem like you were settling a bit more. Was it a case of nerves initially, or what do you think you would attribute that slow start to?
I think our team never played together or practiced together. It was the first time, so I think it was just nerves. I think from now on it's going to go a lot better.
Now let's talk about that battle in that shooting circle. We do have Nani waiting here, but you guys did seem to be getting a bit of a body contact there, and then for the most part you were able to get those passes there. But what is it that was setting you apart, aside from the height of course, in terms of that circle and how you were able to get her off your body?
I think my teacher always learned me to step her off with your foot so that your tummy is open. So if you do that basically, then it's fine. I think my height also counted to me, but yes, stepping it off.
Well, not able to get the victory here, so how do you bounce back as a team?
How do you
bounce back for your next encounter?
I think we know which combinations work best now. I think we know how to move forward, so I think the next game will do a lot better.
All the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Let's bring you in, Benani. Of course, we did end things off with Janae speaking about that battle in the shooting circle. So that's where I want to pick it up with you. And in terms of the instruction to your coach on how to defend a player with a height advantage.
So what they taught us is that if someone is taller than you, you must just stand in front at all times and apply a lot of pressure, because sometimes they cannot handle the pressure. So if you give them pressure, even if they're tall, they will not get all of those balls. Or we just work around very well with Naledi.
And that partnership did work very well with Naledi. What do you think the secret is there?
I mean, we've been together for a long time. We went to school together, so we are used to each other in the circle, and our combination works and our communication skills are very well.
It did translate on court. Now looking at the overall team performance, getting a resounding victory here. So what do you think was the difference between the two sides ultimately?
I just feel like my team, I feel like we just had more power and stuff than them. At some point they wanted to give up, but then in the second quarter I saw them bounce back a bit, because we also had a lot of pressure in the second quarter. So I just feel like we kept the intensity throughout, and they...
A lot of consistency from your side. Okay, looking ahead now, it's only the first day. So in terms of consistency and making sure you don't get complacent, what do you think are the takeaways from this?
I just feel like we need to work on our ball placements. We need to communicate, especially in the center third, because that's where we lose most of our balls. So I just feel like we need to communicate, and everyone must stay in their channel so that the balls can go through at all times.
Congratulations, a great victory, a great start to the TNC for your side. And that is Benani from the Mopani side of Limpopo. They get first blood in terms of getting that result here against the Diamonds in that opening fixture. Still more action to come in terms of the Telkom Netball chance to stay with us.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Who's ready for another chunk of Champions League? I was made to be a champion. In the corner. Breakthrough. All the hard work and the dedication. Oh, what a goal. Absolutely stunning. That is utterly astounding. Who's putting Liverpool in front? Third the level. One last chance. Went for it. Oh, cometh the hour. Cometh the night. Kings of Europe again. What a start to City. Go! Everything he touches at the moment is golden. UEFA Champions League winners 2021.
This is what we live for. Choose unbeatable football. Choose the UEFA Champions League on Supersport on DSTV.
And this is going to be our home for the next 4 days. And a very warm good morning to all our viewers at home. And we have a lot of exciting games in store for you. Up front, it is a battle up between Citybang all the way from Vaal and Joe Gabi all the way from the Eastern Cape. And as we started this game, I would just like to introduce my co-commentator, Charmaine Bars. It's good to have you here. I mean, we just saw one exciting game. Previous one, it was a big gap. You know, the other team really battled to close that gap.
It was very exciting to see the girls come out and, you know, be excited for the start of this tournament. And it was also good to see that Limpopo came out with amazing talent, and these girls were so exciting to watch. And it just shows that netball in our country is growing a lot.
Yeah, it is growing, Charmaine, because we have a lot of this championship happening. We saw DSTV last week, 2 weeks ago, and we're seeing this Telkom now championship, and I think it's a good thing. You know, if we want to have a strong, solid senior teams, we really need to start from grassroots. So I think it's a great initiative to make sure that we invest in our future here for the Spa Proteas.
100%, and it's exciting because there's so much talent, and I think a lot of the time, because we always tend to watch the seniors, we miss out on a lot of the young talent.
As we see Citybang under 19 scoring the second goal. So Joe Gabi hasn't registered a goal yet. Oh, brilliant intercept.
That was fantastic.
Look at that ball transitioning from defender to shooter. It's so easy. And that's exactly what you want. But you know what? I think Joe Gabi is going to have to maybe do a man-to-man or area defense. Because currently some are doing area, some are doing man-to-man. You know, you need uniformity in the team to actually be able to work together.
And that's what Coach Zanele used to say. You can't do two types of defense. You have to decide and you have to stick to that one. And that's going to work in the end, is when you do the same thing over and over again.
Brilliant pick up there from wing defense. Oh, there is absolutely no pressure in that shooting circle. And then they go to 5 goals. And it's just under 3 minutes in this quarter. So it's a very strong start from Citybang. Joe Gabi, still no response from them.
Oh, but that was a great pickup by the goal shooter. And that's what we love to see, you know, someone chasing and then that happening.
It's amazing. You know, I think Citybang, they are so hungry. They want this. There's absolutely no gap for Joe Gabi. But it was a good attempt there from the goal shooter and also the wing attack. I mean, so you can see that really they're starting to gel together. But I'd like to see more aggression, especially when defending this ball down to the Citybang side.
And don't you want to see an aggressive defense? You want your goalkeeper and your goal defense to be kind of scary, I want to say.
I don't want to be scary. But you know what, I understand what you mean. You really want, I always say, you want the center, wing defense, goal defense and goalkeeper. Everyone, all hands on deck. We can't expect the goal defense, goalkeeper, you know, to turn balls around. As you see now for the Citybang, everyone is putting pressure, all hands on deck. That's what needs to happen from Joe Gabi.
And that's what we saw in the game for Mupani and the Diamonds. Mupani had goal shooter, goal attack, wing attack, center, everyone defending. And it makes such a big difference.
Completely unmarked, the goal shooter. They find it right under the pole. What an excellent game there, shown by Citybang. 8-0 is the current score in this first quarter. Beautiful save by the center of Joka. Oh yes! They register their first goal in this first quarter.
You know what, if it wasn't more for our sponsors like Telkom, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to see these players and to see their abilities, and we can only be grateful. They're creating stepping stones for our young players, and that is phenomenal.
That's amazing. I mean, thanks to Telkom, you know, we're now exposed to these goals, and some of them will never have this opportunity if it wasn't for this championship. And it's the first year where Telkom has the under 19, 17 and 18 championship, and I think it's a good thing that we start them young, you know, and not only start at varsity level, you know,
Yeah.
and then when they start there, they're all in shock, you know, they have pressure, stage fright. You start them young, you prepare them, and I promise you we'll win a World Cup one day.
Oh yes, we will. Listen, I'm banking on it. But when I was in high school, we never had the opportunity to be showcased like this. And you know, this shows how our sport is growing, and the more opportunities the girls get, the better our sport will become.
Totally agree with you there, Charmaine. As we see goal attack, I think she's injured. I think she's twisted the ankle. And the coach makes a substitution. Oh, I thought that was replay. Brilliant keeper. I thought there was a replay there, but you know what? She got lucky, but the goalkeeper really beautiful intercept. And Joe Gabi are now sitting on 2 goals, still trailing by 6 goals.
That was such a quick transition from defense to attack, and that's what you want. You don't want to wait and wait and wait in the shooting third. They got out of there fast.
Oh, good hands coming from goalkeeper Nasawe. Beautiful give and go between goal shooter. Oh, stepping error. That is so devastating. I mean, right inside the circle.
It's happened to me before. And you know what's the worst? When you think you didn't do it. And then the umpire goes, sorry, you know, stepping. And you have to stay calm.
And you give the umpire the look. Like you didn't do anything.
You know the look.
I know the look. Citibank currently sitting on 9 goals, leading by 7.
That was beautiful. The roll, the step forward, fantastic move by the goal shooter.
Yeah, let's see if Citibank can take this in.
Oh, just a bit overcooked. But they get another opportunity. I want to see their setup around the circle.
And Joe Gabi sitting on 3 points. I think they're slowly coming. Oh, well done. What a good intercept from the center of Joe Gabi, and that is Ukwabeni Nandipa.
She has been impressive. She's taken the ball from one third to another. She's the real link between the defense and the attack.
And that's exactly what you need, you know. And that's not the only thing that's missing from this team. For me, is the feeding in the circle. There's something missing in that shooting circle.
I mean, as a shooter, it's so important to have people feed to you that you trust. You have to know that whenever you ask for that ball, it'll come where you expect it and when you expect it.
I always say to my kids, give the ball to where the shooter wants it, not where you see the space.
And then they always look at you and go, but where's that?
If there's a space behind the shooter, give it. I mean, she knows where she wants the ball, so it's always good to have that trust. And teams really need to work together.
But don't you think that also comes with experience and with playing with one another? Like having opportunities like this to actually play a tournament, get to know each other even better. A practice is not the same as a game.
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, you can practice together, but it's a different story when you're fighting for the same thing in the same team. And I always say building relationships within the team actually strengthens the team. Another missed opportunity there from the goal shooter of Joe Gabi, Ayola Willie. I mean, they really need to make sure they sink those balls, because those shooters, those defenders of Citibank are really quite agile, and they go for each and every rebound.
But don't Citibank make it look easy. The ball flows. There's always someone available. There's an option. There's no doubts.
But Charmaine, let's talk about it. I mean, you're always mentioning the transitioning of the ball from Citibank. It's so smooth. The court is open. What do you think is the difference between the two teams?
Timing. Definitely their timing. Citibank has an amazing timing with one another. You can see they know each other a bit better. Maybe some of the girls actually play together at a school level, and that translates onto here. But they're also very patient. So when the one move doesn't work, they clear out the space, and the second person comes into that movement. So I think there's a lot of good communication, and their timing is really on point at the moment.
And what is it one thing that Joe Gabi needs to do, maybe just to improve on?
Stick in your channel for a bit. Just get used to where the other person might be running to, and then from there you can start switching. Just get to know the court with one another, and then from there you can make and change plans.
Totally agree with you, Charmaine. Another missed opportunity for Joe Gabi, right under that pole. I mean, they're not sinking them.
I told Simi earlier, those shots under the post are the worst. I promise you, they are. You think or you kind of have to get it in.
Well, that's how we end things off in this first quarter between Joe Gabi and Citibank. A very, very strong start from Citibank. I mean, 15-14, leading by 11 goals in this first quarter. I think Joe Gabi is going to have to dig deep, especially going into the second quarter. They don't want to be trailing by a lot, especially in that third quarter and that fourth quarter, because it's, you're going towards the end of the game. Their legs are giving in. You're getting tired. The heat is also hot. So they really need to work on their strategy. But what I think they need to do, and Charmaine, is that they need to decide, are they doing man-to-man, or they're doing area defense? And that is something that they will really need to decide on as a team. Otherwise, currently, they're not really working as a team.
The speed of a jaguar. The reflexes of a sunbird. The strength of a diamond. They train to inspire. They play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
The best is yet to come as the year of rugby continues on Supersport on DSTV Premium.
We are back here at the Telkom Championship, and it is still Sid Dibeng up against Joe Gabi. And as we go underway with the second quarter of this encounter, and it is Joe Gabi who has a first turnover in this quarter. I think it's a good start, Charmaine. We saw in the first quarter that they really struggled. Brilliant offload into that goal shooter. And I think that was also a risky part. I mean, you don't want to feed against two defenders.
Yeah, that was my first thought is, you know, she's got two defenders on her. Don't force that ball. Just give her a moment to maybe move out of that space or play to your wing attacker or center. They are on edge, and that's a safer option. Protect your players.
That was a beautiful deflection from goal defense of Joe Gabi. Adam, I think they have different energy coming into the second quarter. You can see that they're playing well together. They're opening their space very well. Beautiful feeds.
That's the feeds we were looking for in the first quarter. The thing is, they have the abilities, 100%. They've got the skill set. All they have to do is just maybe use the middle, like we said at quarter time, and then stuff like that happens.
Where is this Joe Gabi coming from? What a brilliant start. I mean, 3 goals. I mean, 2 goals in the second quarter. Beautiful start. I just hope they just maintain the intensity. That's all I'm asking for.
Yes. No, definitely. That's a brilliant start so far for the team. But let's see if they can actually translate it throughout the court for a whole quarter.
Yeah, the lady from Sidibeng who's really been consistent. Karabo Mkekela on that goal shooter position.
I've been really impressed with her. She's really strong in that circle and she takes every shot from wherever she gets it.
Look at that defense from goalkeeper of Sidibeng.
Now she just bounced there on her 1 foot. So unfortunately a stepping error.
I mean, they're really going to regret when they're watching this game. I mean, there's little mistakes that they're doing. Stepping error, breaking, handling. Joe Gabi team, they do have the ability. They are capable of winning, but it's just little thing, discipline.
But look at the change this streaming site and service has made. Now they have the opportunity to go watch the game again. Now they can correct their errors. When I was in school, that didn't happen. You went on what coach said. If coach said you made a mess, then you made a mess.
Yeah,
now
I
they
think
can go
I like
look.
that. Totally agree with you. We didn't have these streaming and going and watch yourself, you know, so that you can understand exactly what the coach is looking for. So I think it is a really good opportunity for the coaches, for the teams, and for the players to actually see themselves in action and really understand what their coaches are looking for.
Did you also get a fright when you saw yourself on TV for the first time?
I was so excited I didn't sleep. And we still had recorders there. You recorded. I played for each and every person at home. Good transition. Oh, forced ball there from the goal attack. Precious Mbembe to Karabo Mkekela. It was a little bit overcooked, that ball.
As we said earlier as well, if you pass on the first second, that's fine. But maybe sometimes the second and the third second is the better option.
Throw in for Joe Gabi. Good hustle there from that goal defense of Sidibeng.
Oh, beautiful play to the top of the circle.
I've been talking about this goal defense, brilliant. And Rilebuhile Kele of Sidibeng, I think she's amazing. Oh, the center retains the favor.
Brilliant, brilliant again. That was fantastic.
From Nandi Pakwabeni.
But they're just not finishing it off. They're not clinical in the circle, but pressure here over a third pass. They have another opportunity.
You know, for me, it's those long passes that really stresses me. I'd rather you have people coming to the ball and not running away, because once you start running away from the ball, you're opening opportunities for your defender to actually pick up an intercept.
But there we can testify to the defense of the team, you know, pushing them to actually throw those long passes.
Oh, what a brilliant defense from goalkeeper. I think that defensive duo of Sidibeng, Urelebohile, Nontabeleng is really working well. They are solid. They're working together. They know each other very well. What a play from Sidibeng.
What a difference communication makes.
A lot, eh? Especially, even everywhere. I mean, I like it as defenders, we confuse the shooters. You scream all the time, and it does really play a huge role.
Great defense. Everyone was picking up a body, and that was a 3-second call. Wonderful, wonderful work by the attackers.
Yeah, it was good teamwork by Sidibeng, but this is what happens. You know, I think they get overly excited, and instead of just looking after that ball, they just throw it, give it a high ball.
I've always wanted to know, when the keeper and the goal defense speak in the circle, do you always say stuff that makes sense?
No, it doesn't have to make sense. Sometimes you just need to, you want to make a noise.
I thought so. Just needed to confirm.
Another missed opportunity by Joe Gabi. And you know what? I think this is a 5th ball that has been lost in that circle, and the defenders are getting rebound. So there's something needs to change in that shooting circle, Charmaine. And I think the shooters of Sidibeng, they are shooting from far. I mean, they were shooting in the zone 3, which is very far. So if I was the goal shooter, goal attack, play yourself close, get into your comfortable zone, and take that comfortable shot.
Just like that.
Yes, just like that. And that is a goal shooter, or Ayola Willie, of Joe Gabi, taking Joe Gabi to 8 goals. And they're only leading, trailing by 9 goals.
But you know, as a shooter, you know what your responsibility is. You know that you're the person that has to get the scoreboard ticking over and over. So it's about putting in the time and the effort and the practice to actually, you know, have the confidence to take the ball from anywhere in that circle.
Good shot there by Mitsidiso. The goal attack of Joe Gabi. Ooh, she's playing by that line.
But that core strength to be able to stay in court.
That was brilliant. Brilliant core strength.
Yes, I would have fallen over. Remember when we were young and agile?
I know, I remember that. I mean, you don't want me to go back there. I mean, I played netball for 5 minutes with my kids. I was dead. So, yeah, I do remember. I envy these kids.
But they're playing some beautiful netball. That was a brilliant pass from the goal attack to the shooter. That communication has really been solidifying throughout the quarter, just from the first quarter, carrying it through. It's really impressive to see that at a young age that they're able to do that.
Yeah, they're playing well, Sidibeng, but for me, my concern is Joe Gabi. There is absolutely no defense. Even for the center pass, they're not even going for it. They're just allowing their people to go and fetch and to get that ball. And they're not even going to the ball, and that's why they're losing most of these their balls in the circle or even in the thirds.
I think it's mercy passes. Just pass and you kind of hope someone will get it.
And Sidibeng now is leading by 10 goals. 18-8 is the score between these two teams. A beautiful give and go between goal shooter and wing attack of Joe Gabi.
Much, much better. There was more control in the pass to the shooter.
Yeah, see, there's no one going for those flyers, and the goalkeeper should be going for those.
They're being set up for them. So you have to actually have the confidence to take those intercepts or just run through the ball. Nontle, something I'd like to see is both teams utilizing the middle a bit more, the middle channel. it's wide open. It's not being used as much as you would actually want it to be used.
Oh yeah, they're not using that mid-court. I mean, and that's an easier, faster way to actually get into the shooting circle. Beautiful drive by the goal shooter, Ayola Willie. Oh, one-hand save from goal attack.
Oh, she deserved to get that goal.
And a contact goal called against Matsidiso.
I think the shooter moved a bit too early there. She was a bit excited. If she waited about 2 seconds longer and moved out into that space, then that ball would have been clear in her hands and then an option over to a goal attack.
But what my concern is from the goalkeeper of Joe Gavi, she was far from the goal shooter. I mean, if the ball, as the ball gets closer to the circle, you need to be closer to your partner. There was a big gap between the two of them, so there was no way she was going to get that ball.
I couldn't agree more. But I wonder if the coach maybe said, because she's the shorter player and the shooter's a bit taller, to maybe play a bit looser to give her the illusion of having that space.
Yeah, but she was right in front of her. So if you want to give the illusion, you need to be standing on an angle so that you can go 45 degrees for that intercept. So maybe that was a plan, but yeah, we'll see how it goes. 11 goals, it's where Sidibeng is standing right now, I mean, leading by 11 goals against Jokabi. And they keep sinking those balls. And Jokabi was really coming strong in that second quarter, but I think now they're starting to fade away again. You know, they're not sticking to that game plan.
They had a brilliant first 3-4 minutes, you know, very clinical, very patient, but unfortunately not being able to translate it through the quarter.
Yeah, they really didn't translate it to the entire quarter, and the score is 21-9 in favor of Sidibeng. They're really quite strong, solid from that defensive unit circle up onto that goal shooter. So I think it is a brilliant start from Sidibeng, and we would like to see more from Joe Gabi.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
And as we look at the halftime highlights between these two sides, it was Sidibeng putting their foot in the accelerator in that first quarter. I mean, leading by 15-4, leading by 11 goals, I think was a strong start, especially in that shooting circle from the goal shooter and the goal attack. I think they really played well. And in that second quarter, we saw Joe Gabi really having a great start and giving Sedibeng a very tough time. It wasn't really in that first 8 minutes, but towards the first 4 minutes of the end of the second quarter, we see them fading away, you know, Charmaine, and that is something that is concerning coming from the coach, because they lack consistency. They are strong and they can win this, but with the lack of consistency, I mean, they don't stand no chance.
You can't start strong and not end strong. It is so important that you carry through what you started with and that you end with that.
Yeah, and as we see the team lineup, this is how they started. I mean, Karabo Mqikela for Sedibeng, I think they really played well. I mean, for me, she's a player that really stood out. And also their goalkeeper, goal defense at Unity. I mean, I think they feed off each other very well. I mean, the other one goes left, the other one goes right, the other one works the ground, and the other one goes for those flyers. And I think it's a beautiful, solid combination and partnership between the two teams. And also not taking away the glory also from the goal attack. I think she's also stepping up from Joe Gabi and also the defenders, but it's just a lack of consistency in working well as a team is something that I'm really looking forward to see. I mean, we saw the goalkeeper Umasawe and Adam on that goal defense position, and those are the players, Matidiso on goal defense, and those are the players who really worked well in that Joe Gabi team. But I would like them to actually start work together as a unit, take that team down. As you mentioned before, you didn't see none of these teams actually utilizing the midcourt, and that's exactly what they really need to utilize. The midcourt is the shortest, sharpest way to the shooting circle.
Let's hope we see a bit more of that in the start of the third quarter. However, we did see the score for the second quarter was only 6-5, which was quite interesting. And it didn't look like that while you're watching it, but that just testifies to the great start that they had.
Brilliant start there from goalkeeper of Joe Gabi. I think it's a great start from Amkita. I think they always have this good start.
That's what I was about to say.
But it's a finishing that we're really looking forward to.
But again, now they have the opportunity to go back, to go look again, to see what they can fix. And that's something that a lot of the teams never had actually before this.
It's a beautiful dodge from goal attack Joe Gabi. Oh, loose ball and a pickup by Sedibeng. Can you see what I was talking about? No one is defending from Joe Gabi. So Sedibeng, they're just attacking freely. No pressure been applied there. And I think it's so unfair to think that goalkeeper, goal defense are the only people who are allowed to or expected to intercept and turn over balls.
I think a lot of teams don't realize that the pressure starts with the goal attack, the wing attack, the center, and the wing defense. It starts with them, and then it ends with an intercept for the goal shooter, or goalkeeper rather, and goal defense. But you need the whole team to defend in order for that intercept to actually be realized.
Obstruction called against center of Sedibeng. Look at that defense. Look at, oh, brilliant. I think I like the defensive unit of Sedibeng in that circle, really giving Joe Gabi a tough time. What a save from goal attack. Oh, good work. Offside for the wing attack of Sedibeng.
No, for the wing defense, just after they intercepted.
Oh, for me is the passing, you know, the passer, ooh, look at that ball placement. You spoke about patience, you spoke about timing, and all those things are really necessary, especially if you're a feeder. You really need to know, is it a great time for me to feed now? Where is the defender? The placement of the ball is more important because you want to place it away from the defenders. And Joe Gabi is just giving it to the defenders, where the defenders are at.
But unfortunately, these girls are under 19, okay? So they're supposed to have that basic skill of a pass, a strong pass. So this is something that actually starts at a primary school level, where we start with the basics. So maybe we should rather look at our grassroots, our starting point. How do we start? Do we teach them the real basics of a pass? Do we teach them the real basics of a solid landing?
And that's important. Basic, solid foundation will actually take you everywhere. You know, if you know how to land, catch, and pass. We still see girls who pass standing still. I was told, if you're gonna pass to me, your shoulders need to be facing me. That's a brilliant pass, and then that's a strong pass. But if you have a blind spot, you're allowing yourself to be. That ball can be intercepted by the defenders.
That's the first goal for Sedibeng in this third quarter, which is quite surprising.
The same thing happened in the second quarter.
True.
I think it took them 4 minutes to sink in a goal. So, Joe Gabi always have a good start, but it's just the finishing consistency that is worrying me. And they're starting to drop the momentum again in this third quarter.
We saw the same in the first match of the day. The one team started incredibly strong, and then, that just translated throughout the game. If you build a big lead in the beginning, how do you really chip away at that, especially if you make a lot of basic errors?
A good launch there, and then she steps. A beautiful pickup by the goalkeeper. They must just take it down. That's my concern. You can't be asking for those long passes. You have all the space in the midcourt. Drive to the ball.
They were all on the sideline and no one drove to the middle, just to the center. That's all that was needed to happen.
And look at how easy Joe Gabi is attacking. Straight, square, straight, and this next one's going to be a square. Z, and a straight, and a square. It's brilliant netball. She passed to herself.
But now, okay, so what was the one thing every coach teaches us? Short pass after an intercept.
We all know that, but you know what? We never do it even ourselves.
We don't, no?
Pressure.
You get so excited, but that comes with experience and with, seniority, I want to say, actually. So that when you get there and you intercepts are few and far in between.
Yeah.
So you have to utilize it every time you get it.
Oh, what a take! Unfortunately, goalkeeper blown for obstruction. That was a good attempt from goal defense. And it was sitting at 23 goals, and Joe Gabi only at 11. And Sedibeng is leading by 12 goals. So it's really a huge margin between these two sides. If Sedibeng can just intercept 5 goals, and keep their own center passes, they could really, stand a chance. This is a championship quarter. This is an important quarter in netball. It changes things, kind of solidify things. But, Sedibeng, goal shooter, amazing. She's been consistent. Ukarabo Mkikela, and that step, she's been doing that step the whole match, and I would really like to see someone picking it up.
But that's what I was about to ask you, Nontle, is Karabo has been doing that step since the start of the match. What do you tell your goalkeeper?
The first thing that you tell her is that when your shooter gets the ball, immediately go stand for 3 feet before she can even step. Because when she steps, she's breaking her own 3 feet. Then she will have to release the ball. But now, if I'm not there, if I'm late, then I'm allowing her to step, and I'm putting myself at the back foot. So always be there before she even takes that big step. Beautiful. Yes. Oh,
that was such a great take from the goal shooter. You could see the center kind of holding her head because she thought it was a bad pass, but the communication was there and the trust was there.
You know why she got away with that pass, the center? It's because the defenders head was down.
Yes.
So, I mean, you always be able to sneak those ones in. And Joe Gabi shoots another one. They're still sitting on that 11 goal margin. Deficit, rather. Sedibeng playing short passes. Look at that beautiful lunge. She's going to do it again. Goalkeeper needs to be in front.
She's having the time of her life.
It's too easy. It's too easy for Sedibeng. Those defenders from Joe Gabi really need to step it up. What I would like to see, Charmaine, is that the goalkeeper must always be in front of that shooter. Force them to pass high balls, you know, and I think that she's also good in the air. Just give yourself a chance to go for to contest in the air.
Oh, that was a brilliant shot by the goal shooter. They have the ability to put it into the goal. They just need to get the ball there, and that's the difference between the two teams at the moment. Sedibeng is getting the ball to their shooters very easily, whereas it's taking the other team so much time to actually get to their shooters. And I can tell you, as a shooter myself, the longer the ball takes to get to you, the more stressed you get. Because now when the ball gets to you, you have to put it in.
Oh, so throw in those four diagonal balls. They're played by Joe Gabi. They're working against them. Look at that ball. Look at that transitioning of that ball for Sedibeng. It's so smooth. You know, it's so clinical. It's a difference between these two teams. Joe Gabi, they're always clustered, and they're clustered or run away from the ball. So there's no communication there. For Sedibeng, they're running their lines. It's a straight square, straight square all the way up into that shooter.
We spoke about it at halftime, and we said no one's utilizing the middle of the court. And then Sedibeng comes out and they utilize the middle. And look at what type of change it brings into your game.
And it is still 2 minutes to go in this third quarter. And Sedibeng really make the intentions known from the first quarter. Look at that brilliant pivot, but now, did it all happen in 3 seconds?
I have no words. That was phenomenal.
I mean, she made a beautiful roll, got a beautiful pass, but she fell, and she kept her landing foot on the floor, and she stood up with all that in 3 seconds.
It would have taken me 3 seconds to realize I was on the floor. Oh, to be young and agile.
Another opportunity for Joe Gabi. Yes, it was a stepping error on court.
But again, the long passes all over the court. That was 2 passes, 1 cross court, and the other one was across court again.
That's what I'm saying. The difference between these two teams, Sedibeng, look at them. They're building it up until they get to the edge of the circle. Joe Gabi, they're rushing things. They want to play high balls, cross passes against an agile, tall, aggressive team. I mean, you stand no chance.
No, definitely. And that is something you learn, especially as a shorter shooter. You had to be adaptable. Coach Elise always said you have this little box of tricks and you have to constantly be able to take things out of that box. And at this moment, I think Sedibeng are taking a lot of tricks out of their boxes and they're playing phenomenal netball.
They are the front cards from wing attack. Brilliant feed to the goal attack. I mean, they're always playing on that baseline. It's a very clinical, very amazing netball coming from Sedibeng's side. Really no answer coming from Joe Gabi. They really did attempt in that third quarter, but I think the strongest quarter was the second quarter. And the consistency for me, the intensity started to drop. And that was the difference between the two sides. Sedibeng really still controlling and winning this game.
The speed of a jaguar. The reflexes of a sunbird. the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Well, the action continues here in Hoërskool, Waterkloof. And we're in our second game here at the Telkom Netball Championships, as we see the coaches of Sidibeng having a team talk with their players. I mean, they should be quite happy with the performance from the team. I think they started very strong, and for me, that goal shooter and those two defenders really playing well for the side. I mean, they're currently sitting on 30 goals to 16, and I don't see Jokabi coming back on this, Charmaine.
They really have to come out and then turn almost every single centre pass. But I have to commend both sets of defenders. They've been working really hard and they've been turning ball. However, Sidibeng has just come out today and they've been ready for the game since the start.
Yeah, Joel Gabi, I mean, we see them in that second quarter having a very strong start, and they only lost that second quarter by 1 goal, you know, and in the first quarter they lost it by 11 goals. So their strongest quarter was that second quarter and the third quarter. But let's see how they'll finish in this encounter.
But again, another turnover by the great defensive duo there for Sidibeng. They have been phenomenal today.
Look at that ball speed, look at ball placement, and also, I mean, the lines, they know where to pass, they know how not to force those balls, you know, and that's a difference. You're going to looking at Jokabi, they're all crowding or they're all running away from the ball. There's no communication, and they don't utilize that midcourt, and there's something that is really concerning, you know, because if you want to link it to the shooter, use the midcourt. At least 2 passes. They always want to play these long passes and end up losing these balls.
That is something that I want to ask you. As a coach yourself, I mean, I coach too. My girls tend to think a fast ball means on the first second. However, fast means the speed of the ball, so the strength of your pass.
Yeah, a fast ball meaning speed.
Yeah.
I don't think it's
when
passing
you pass
on
it.
one.
Yeah.
And sometimes passing on one is not always good.
Exactly.
And maybe sometimes you really need to feed.
That was much better. The goal defense or the goalkeeper ran out and the shooters were alone there. But the girl attack, she has been really impressive.
Yes, it's really been instrumental. This goal attack of Jokabi. She's fetching, she's attacking, she's opening up, and she's also, I think she's been a main shooter for the side. As you see her right now, trying to create space.
She's kind of been the wing attack, the goal attack, and the goal shooter all at once.
She's taking that long shot. Is she going to take it? Is she going to pass? Oh! What a take from the goalkeeper, goal defense. I mean, that defensive duo from Sidibeng. No one, I mean, this is the best defense from this team, from these two teams by far. I'm still going to look from other teams if they have a very solid circle defense than these two.
I mean, to intercept the ball in the circle, it's not easy. And, you know, it's just unfair as well. They turn over the ball and then it just goes missing again because of those long passes.
Yeah, Joe Gubby, for me, they're not rewarding their defenders. Their mid-court is really trying hard to getting those balls in the circle, but most of these turnovers for Sedibeng are all happening in that shooting circle. Majority of them.
I think there's also a lack of communication in the defensive side, which makes it easy for the shooters of Sedibeng to actually just play into the circle freely.
Contact called against wing defense of Sedibeng. Yeah, they're rushing those balls in that shooting circle. The shooter was still dodging, and the wing attack was ready to offload.
What do they call those passes? Coach killers.
Coach Kilos?
Killers.
Oh, Coach Kilos. Okay, Coach Kilos.
Well, we add a few kilos afterwards because then you need to eat chocolate to feel better.
And the 32-17 is where we're sitting in this last quarter. A beautiful intercept from the wing defense. And the center comes to the rescue, Unandipa Gwaba.
The attack tends to run really flat, which allows for the team to actually come in from those intercepts.
Another opportunity for Sedibeng. Yeah, it's clean. No one is there. Yes, beautiful pickup from wing defense. You know, Joe Gubby, they do show us this moment of brilliance. You know, it's just, they just need to be consistent.
I think it's finishing it off. It's having that maturity and, you know, that confidence in yourself that you can actually take that ball through all the way and then finishing it off in a clinical manner.
Yeah, I agree with you, Charmaine, but I also think these two teams, the difference between the two is that Sedibeng, I think they're used to each other. I think they've been playing together. You can see how they play. Joe Gubby, I don't think they have been playing together for a long time. You know, I think they're just missing match experience,
yes,
court time, and that makes a huge difference. I mean, you can be fit, you can be trained by your own, but if you're not playing together as a team, you know, just to kill and tighten those tactics, you will play like this, you know, where you have moments of brilliance and then you drop your intensity and consistency. So I have no doubt they'll go back next year. We'll see a much stronger team.
Oh, brilliant pressure. I love it when a team gets a 3-second call because everyone gets to celebrate. That means every single person worked together.
Oh, finally the goal defense of Joe Gubby. Adam goes for those diagonal passes and they get themselves a turnover. Oh, they lose it again. This is really devastating. I mean, they're working so hard, the defenders of Joe Gubby, and the links and the shooters are really letting them down.
And the shooters on the other side just, you know, ticking away that scoreboard.
Yeah, Karabom Kekela and Precious Mpembe on that goal shooting position has really been well. Yeah, handling error. I think she saw that.
But again, another turnover. They didn't even get the opportunity to get out of the shooting third at that moment.
Beautiful shots there by Karabom Kekela, the goal shooter of Sedibeng. And she's really been the queen of the circle, taking all responsibilities under that pole. Do we have the stats for shooters and goal attempts?
Brilliant. Oh, I love this shooting duo. I see the goal attack that started the game for Sedibeng is back on court.
Beautiful take there by wing defense. Oh my goodness. I mean, you hardly see a wing defense getting an intercept. That means she was tight. She was close to her player. Didn't give the wing attack no room.
That's the frustration, you know. They got the ball all the way to their shooters and unfortunately just not able to capitalize and finish it off because that was such a deserving turnover.
Yeah, you know what? Joe Club is playing like they're playing with a hot potato. They just want to get out of their hands. and you know what? It's not working for them.
We also have to take in mind that for a lot of these girls, this is their first tournament of the year. Their first tournament since 2019 maybe. So some of them could have a lot of nerves as well, and having a provincial team is very different from a school setup as well. Their training schedule's different. They might not be able to train as often as the other teams, so we have to keep that in mind as well.
Yeah, you're right, but you know what? Yes, the nerves, you do have the nerves, but right now the nerves needs to be over. You know, you need to really perform for your team, and majority of the team, probably like 50 or 60% of them, they haven't been trained together, you know, since 2019. Maybe some do have the facilities and they have been training together. So we really need to keep in mind that we're a team and we're also building up into other competitions. So if you're going to feel sorry for yourself, you'll never make it in life.
This is also very true.
Another forced overhead pass. No one is driving forward for the ball. Yo, right there by the baseline.
Great take though, and a beautiful shot. Oh, that was wonderful.
Excellent shot there coming from the goal shooter, Joe Kari. I think it's Ayola Willie. The girls are, you know what? I think they do want to win this, but it's just the lack of court time that is really playing against them. And little things that their game plan, they're not sticking to their game plan for the entire 12 minutes of the quarter. I think they do stick to it for 5 minutes, and then they go back into playing their I'm tired netball. I can't concentrate anymore. And but you know what? We're giving them 2 years. We'll see a much better play, a much better team in the next 2 years, or even next year.
I think a lot of these things also come with experience. So the more you play tournaments like this, the more opportunities you get to actually be out on court, the better and the easier it'll become to actually play full 4 quarters.
Yo! It's brilliant. This goal is amazing. The wing defense, second intercept. As a wing defense, that is amazing. And that is a wing defense of Sedibeng, Matapelo Daniels. Just 45 seconds to go before the end of this 4th quarter. And I think it's done deal. It is Sedibeng who will take this. They've really been consistent right through. They deserve a win. They play together as a team. And maybe they can squeeze the last one.
I love these last second goals.
I like them when there's maybe 11, 12. It's just 1 goal difference, you know. Yes, 38-21 is where Sedibeng is, and that's how we end things off in this quarter. And it is Sedibeng who has taken this game 31-21 against Jogabi. I think it was a team effort, really worked well together. They fought. Their goal shooter, Karabo Ikela, for me, was the lady who really changed things for the side of Sedibeng, and not taking away anything from the 2 goalkeeper, goal defense in that shooting circle. Ntabeleng Molefe and Dukele Rilebohile, and also the player that really shined towards the end of the last quarter. It was that wing defense, Matapelo Daniels. We know that we don't really give glory to wing defenders, but you know what? I think she did so well putting pressure, allowing her defenders to take the intercept.
No, definitely a wonderful matchup against between these two teams. It was really exciting, and we've seen some amazing young talent, and it's exciting to see that we have this talent right under our noses. Let's use it, let's utilize it, and let's give them more opportunities like this.
Yeah, from Joe Gabi, for me, the goal attack, Matidisa, and also center, Nandi Pagwaba, and those two defenders as well, they really worked well, Masawe and Adam. And really, they really worked well, and I think that in the next game, they really need to tighten things out and work together as a team. They do have the potential, but it really didn't go their way today. And now let's give it to Andy Mahamba as she's going to interview the players.
Day here on DSTV app. Of course, we are still with the Netball champs, proudly brought to you by Telkom. And this time around, I am joined by Nandipa, who plays for the Joe Gabi team, to chat about the team and how they've performed in this game. Nandipa, first of all, thank you for joining me. Let's talk about your team, because it was a bit of a slow start, but some positives in the game. How would you sum it up overall?
Sorry?
How would you sum up how your teams performed?
It was we were unfit and we were tired, yeah.
And speaking about those tired legs, of course, you were playing center, which means running everywhere on court and bringing the ball down, but it did seem like the ball was not getting to the areas. What do you think was blocking that?
It was I can say the defenders, yeah, they're blocking it.
And looking at how you can improve going forward, then what would you say your team needs to do a bit better as you go on in the tournament?
We must have an energy, we must practice, and we have to have spirit, yes.
All the best. Thanks, Nandipa.
Sorry?
All the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
That is Nandipa from the Joe Gabi team. Well, not really high on confidence at the moment. Of course, they've just suffered a defeat in their game. They'll be hoping to pick themselves up as they progress in the competition. I am going to be joined now by Karabo, who is from the winning Sidibeng team, and speaking about how they've performed and perhaps the positives that this side can draw from this game. Karabo, now a great team performance overall from your team. What do you think worked well for you today?
What went well is that we had good teamwork, and even though we did mistakes, we didn't judge on each other. We kept on encouraging each other, so it was the best.
And looking at how you were able to turn balls around, your defensive unit working very well and giving you a good supply on the transition as well.
Pardon?
Looking at how the balls are moving down to you, it must be encouraging to know that you're able to get a lot of supply from your team.
Yes, I can. Okay, I don't understand, but it's okay.
All good. Now, they did decide to double block you as the dominant shooter in that shooting circle. What was the instruction from the coach in terms of getting yourself free when they are double blocking?
There's this thing they call sandwich. So like they were standing, right? So like I must just stand up and just raise my hands in order to, so like they will contact me, so like I will get a free, yeah, you get me, right? Yeah, sorry.
I do get you, and you did do phenomenally well getting yourself free from that sandwich. Now, looking at the positives going forward into the competition, what do you think you guys need to capitalize on that worked well for you today?
Okay, teamwork is good. We just need more practice.
All the best.
Thank you.
That is Karabo from the Sidibeng team. Of course, speaking about that sandwich, we call it the double block when you have two defenders on one shooter and making it a bit difficult for her, but rising to the occasion she did and able to keep the scoreboard ticking for her side and, of course, secure the victory for Sidibeng in their opening fixture.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed one player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Zomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed one player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Zomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
We welcome you back to the schools netball right here at the Telkom Netball Challenge. It has been an exciting morning of lots of action as we saw the two first games of the day. So game 3 about to get underway. And coming up next, it is the under-18 clash versus Sharks that will be taking on Imbala. So should be an exciting game as we continue with the Telkom Netball Challenge. I'm not alone in commentary. I am joined by my co-commentator, Nikki Sono. Nikki, welcome. It's so lovely to be here with you this morning. And looking at how the Sharks will be lining up this morning, an 11 team squad. I mean, a lot of depth coming through from the Sharks side. What can we expect in this upcoming clash?
Hi, Simi. Thank you so much for that. It's exciting to be here. It's been 3 rounds. This is the 3rd round, and everybody's excited. They're all warmed up. They want to get their first game out of the way. I'm actually very excited to see this under-18 Sharks team. There's quite a few players there that have been consistently playing within the school structure. I actually like the fact that it's 11 people.
Wait.
I actually like the fact that it's 11 people because the conditioning, most people's conditioning hasn't been right for the longest of time. So you also want to manage the players just to ensure that there's not a lot of injuries and give them enough time to be able to rest and then pull through.
Yeah, so definitely a lot of depth coming through there from the Shock side. And looking on at Impala, so this is how they're going to be lining up. Should be expecting a lot of fireworks in the midcourt with Pamela Zeppi and Liane Gey van Pinitius, as well as BC Des in that midcourt. I always look forward to see what these teams have to do because I think that's where all the fireworks will be coming through. But full squad coming through from Impala, and really I think should be a huge and exciting clash coming up. We saw in the earlier games, Nikki, some teams with only 8 players and a few with 9, and we're talking about it is a 5-day competition at the end of the day, so you know, it's good to have a little bit of depth, and I think some of these coaches are spoiled for choice in that regard.
Yes, Simi, absolutely. You'd rather have more than less. But what is nice about the current tournament is that they're only playing about 1 game, maybe 2 games a day. So you can manage some of the players. So I think with them having 8 or 9, they just need to make sure that the players are conditioned. But it's going to be very hard for them to push 100% all the time, every single game, because everybody's here to bring it. Like hectically bring it.
Yeah, so I'm sure both coaches of the sides will be looking for the 2 teams to bring the A game in this upcoming under-18 clash. So for the Shock side, it is Dick Ellison that is the head coach, and then for Impala, they are coached by Tsepo Mlengecha. No. So just moments before we get the third clash of the day. Impala under 18 taking on the Shocks under 18 side.
Sami, I can feel the nerves from up here. You know that anxiety, like let's get it started, let the first ball roll. I can feel it all the way from here.
Yeah, it is definitely, I mean, nerves all round. Some of these teams facing each other for the first time. And I mean, if we're sitting here all anxious and excited to get this match underway, I can only imagine what some of these teams are going through.
So everybody taking off, because remember it's COVID, so everybody needs to we need to make sure that the right people are at the venue. So they're just taking it off because it's seen as an adornment, an extra thing for the players. So they want to make sure that the players don't get distracted at any given time. So take them all off and then let the players play freely. Lighter if it's possible, because it's not like it's that heavy, but I still think they also got on just a little bit early, so it makes the nerves also.
So just moments before we get this battle up underway. So there are also, I think, another 7 courts full of action right here at Hoërskool Waterkloof. So really, I think a big day of netball. 3 age groups that will be televised at the Telkom Netball Championships with the other underages at a different venue. They're forming part of the all ages tournament still. Hey.
Yes, so that's exciting. So it's all the way from under 12. So we've got under 12s, under 13s, 14s, 15s, 16s, all the way at Dr. Ege Jansen and Laerskool Concordia. So this is a fabulous time for high school netball and entry-level club venue, Club Avenue. Exciting times. Let's go.
Indeed. So coming up next, it is a KZN versus a Northwest Province clash.
It's going to be interesting to me, the speed of KZN and just the composure of also Northwest. Northwest normally is very composed and safer with the ball, and your KZNs will play very hard and they've got the speed and the recovery. So it's actually very interesting. I'm actually looking again with the positions with your KZN. The goal shooters playing at KZN, she normally also plays a very defensive position. So goal shooters, it's nice to also, goalkeepers, it's nice to also see them at a goal shooter position, because then they bring a different dynamic onto the game. So it's very exciting. I'm looking forward to this lineup. It's been a year without netball, so it's great to see what the girls have done with this tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, there's definitely a school of thought that always suggests that, you know, you need to be able to play the opposing position to be able to know how to counter your opponent. So I think, you know, they really are doing the right things by allowing the players to, you know, switch between the two posts, whether it's from shooter to keeper or even on wing attack or wing defense. So I think the substitutions are going to also become critical as the weeks or, well, the days and the games progress. But I think I fully agree with you. Being able to counter your own position, I think, sets you up for success.
Oh yeah, you can prepare for anything. You can prepare for anything because you have all the scenarios.
So just to confirm how the Sharks have lined up, you've got Mhlanga on shooter with Ledley on goal attack, Dlamini on wing with Beck on centre, and Creole on wing defence, Naidi goal defence, and Pretorius on goalkeeper. So that's how the Sharks from the KZN will be lining up in this match against Mbala. And in that Mbala side, the 7 that will be taking on that responsibility is Erasmus and shooter, Setedi on goal attack, and up in the mid-court you've got Gabe and Pinisius with Zeppi and Dyers on wing defense, and defensively it'll be all eyes on Esther Hasten and Busamo. But they are the one team with the 12th squad, so a lot of depth for Tsepo Ngelencha, who is the head coach. So game 3 underway, and it is an under-18 clash. Impala taking on the Sharks as we get game 3 underway. So, Nikki, I mean, let's get right into it. You talked about the pace that we can expect from the Sharks, you know, given how the senior teams have played. I think there's a whole culture of, you know, the speed, agility that we can expect from the Sharks. But what is it that Impala can do to try and counter that?
Simi, I always think if you're playing against a very, very fast team, the worst thing you can do to them is slow them down, because then they don't know what to do. You know, some people, if they hold on to the ball a little bit longer, play with that 30 seconds, they don't know how to defend that, because they're looking for you to do the speed so that they can go and intercept those balls, push that ball speed. So if you protect your ball a lot more and you're safer, then they have to readjust their game, which is not normal for them. There's the speed of the KZN immediately when we start.
Yeah, I love that. The ball was blitzering down court, quick passes straight into the space, and good intent coming through from the Sharks.
And Simi, so from a defense perspective, what Northwest can do, what the Impala can do, is they can't go man on them because the speed of KZN is a little bit faster. So try a little bit of area defense, not very loose area defense, a little bit of area defense, so that when somebody comes into that space, close them off. Somebody comes into that space, close them off. Because if you allow them to, if you go man on man, they're always going to beat you on that slight slow pace, and it's what they're used to. So go as if you're going with that specific person, and then if they get the ball, then come back and then stop that space, stop that next pass from coming through.
Yeah, and I suppose, you know, they're probably going to be using the first 5 minutes of this match to try and get a feel of each other, try and establish what works best, what doesn't. But I agree with you, you know, if you're going to try and keep up with the speed, you may find yourself slightly in the back foot, and perhaps a different strategy is what Impala is going to have to execute coming up against the Sharks.
Yes, Simi, and I think at first, the first 5 minutes, play your game. Let's just see what's happening, and then after that, then we adjust. These girls are at under 18 level, so they're able to adjust. And there it already comes with the pressure from KZN, and it's a turnover. Good job. I think it's also a coach's nightmare when people can't get free for a centre pass. So you always think, are the people not getting free, or is the pressure applied too much? And you can't have everybody come out for a centre pass. Your leads must be different. You must know who's leading first and where your second phases come from and who's your options.
Yeah, and I mean, we spoke about it in the first game with Charmaine around the fact that that's where the creativity needs to come in. Give your center options. 2 leads at the most. You can't have all 4 of your players coming towards, because then it becomes a case of crowding.
I agree completely. And when you're starting off, just keep it simple, keep it basic, just play netball, nothing fancy. And then you can see, okay, unless you're trying out a few things, just see, okay, can they reach this high? If I'm fetching from front, then what's happening? What I'm liking about KZN is with their goal shooter, when she holds, because she's not even that tall, she tries and holds from the front. And that is the easiest pass for a feeder, because if she's holding from front, her stomach is open, then it's a straight hard pass, boom. And some people will say, goalkeeper, quickly get in front of her. But it's actually an extra skill that shooters have to be able to, as a defender, defend you so that you're not able to come through and get their front.
Yeah, she's certainly setting herself up for success. Mbali Hlangu, as well as Asanda Dladla in the shooting circle of the Sharks. The Sharks do enjoy a 3-goal lead. The early stages of this match. Yeah, that's a much better piece of play. Good offload into the shooter. And Khalalelo makes it count, taking Imbala to 2 goals. Oh my goodness!
What a pass!
Super pass! Hey!
Unlucky.
Yeah, I thought that it was an exceptional offload. Good vision into that circle, and the ball speed. My goodness!
Isn't that what you want, Simi? If the space is there and the defense's head is down, send it right in. Bullet pass it straight through.
Yep, they just need to back themselves up. They're playing a lot of ball out of that circle. I'm not sure if she's not confident in taking those shots, but they do need to just guard against playing too many balls into that circle. And this time around, Dladla makes it count.
Remember, Simi, with some of the teams like Sharks, they don't like shooting from far. So I think what they always try to is do the triangle just in order to get themselves closer to the pole. And when they do the triangle, they actually set up some sort of screen so that even if she is coming across, the defense goes across. You must look at the shooter standing under the pole. It's an easy pass. It's easier to shoot from closer than further.
Yeah, definitely agree with you as an option, using the triangle to get themselves closer. Yeah, that's the I think setup that you've been talking about, that Tumbalu's been doing well, but she does get called out there for a stepping error.
Coach's nightmare, but the first game, you tend to try and forgive them because you're saying, you know what, they're just getting their feet in, they're just learning to, settle in. So you'll sort of forgive them for the first 5 minutes. After that, you're like, no, you're under 18, you can't do footwork, stepping, live on Supersport. No, not going to happen. Shouldn't happen. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful hands, nice reach, and great timing.
Yeah, that was a superb take from Pretoria's goalkeeper of the Sharks.
Ooh. Playing very closely with a 3-second there.
Yeah, this ball is going back and forth a couple of times. No real team stamping their authority, looking to make it count. They just have to take it nice and easy into the circle. As we see that coming through from Melissa Rasmus, goal shoot of Impala. They do cover that margin. They were trailing by 3. and only one goal separates them at this stage.
Yes, I think when we're saying to players as a coach, from a coaching perspective, you're saying to everybody, relax. You're not saying calm down, stop running and stand. You're saying relax, meaning settle the ball. So what's happening is they're relaxing a little bit too much and everybody's standing still. That's why they're waiting for a ball and then they're fumbling it in their hands because they're not driving into the spaces. So relax means relax the pace, settle down, not stand still, So I think that's what's happening, and that's why it's going up and down.
Yeah, it's just being, I think, playing it safe and cautiously, and just not making hasty decisions. And I agree with you. Perhaps at times it does get lost in the message.
They must move. You must move. Just relax, meaning relax, calm down, but the ball must move. Okay, I'm loving the defense because they're not making it very easy for, so it's what they do, like knit one, sew one. So always somebody between an attacker. So that it confuses the space. Beautiful shooting. Oh,
Disallowed.
and it's a no goal.
Yeah,
because she stepped out of court.
She did. That's unfortunate. I thought she did so well there, but Mbalim Sangu gets it back for the Shark side, and she's alone under the goalpost.
The decision making from our center is absolutely phenomenal. From Beck, I think it's Alison Beck. Absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, the placements have really been impressive. Nikki, I agree fully with you there. I think she's got such a good eye for that circle. I mean, look at that super steal from Kriel.
Athleticism. We know she's a bit conditioned, eh? We don't have to worry about her conditioning. Nice core strength, athleticism.
There's Beck looking down court yet again. I mean, look at that bullet pass. I do think that they need to calm it down in that goal shooting third. There's a lot of movement, and perhaps if they just change the tempo up a bit, those placements into the circle could go a lot more easier for the Sharks.
Yes, absolutely, Simi. I think why are you giving a very high pass if her stomach is open and it's a straight pass? If it's going to be a bullet, it can't be a bullet from so far, but then it's so high. Because first it's coming at a high speed, and she's also, low down because she's holding her specific space. Oh, pass.
Yeah,
speed.
I'm impressed by that circle, that last entry into that circle. And look at that superb take and shot from Asanda Dladla. Goal attack of the Shark side. Yeah, it seems like, these high, long-range passes is... I don't want to say they streak in the team, but they're doing a lot of those, and I think spending a lot of time in the air as opposed to being on the ground, and they're stronger on the ground.
Yes, but I also think why they're doing them is because it's an open space to be able to feed there, meaning there's no pressure coming through, so why not try it as a straight into the shooter? So if there could be at least pressure on the pass or something to distract that pass, because if somebody's passing from the center third and passing it straight through, that means there's no pressure coming through. So where's the defense, and what is the defense necessarily doing? They will stop that, make them play more. You understand? And by doing that, create that pressure, because then it's too easy. It means I can clearly see exactly where the goal shooter is. Something is not working. There's no pressure coming through.
Yeah, and you actually called it nicely in the match and just said, if they're going to try and chase them, as we're seeing, they're going to be outrun. I mean, look at that. It's an easy entry into that circle. So defensively, I'm starting to see that opportunity for something different from Mbala. Perhaps filling up the spaces or starting behind and preventing them from breaking through in that goal shooting third. But the chasing game is not going to cut it. Oh, good hands there
for
from
it, yeah.
Beck.
Oh, and a held ball. Good pressure. Good pressure there. Let's see what they do with it. So Impala goes about their job very quietly. So even though we're speaking about them doing something different, if we think about it, it's only a 2-goal different. It might not feel like it, but hence I say they might not look like they're doing anything because they're very calm in their attack, but they can put a little bit more pressure in terms of the defense. They're slightly shorter than the other team. Put your hands up. You're in that right space. Put that hands up.
Yeah, so definitely I think Mbala working quietly in that first quarter. Only 2 goals separating as we get confirmation of that score. It is the Sharks that take the lead with a 2-goal difference as we wrap up the end of the first quarter.
The speed of a jaguar. The reflexes of a sunbird. The strength of a diamond. They train to inspire. They play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
We welcome you back to the Telkom Netball Championships. First quarter done and dusted with the Sharks leading by 2 goals at the end of the first 12 minutes. It really was a solid start from the KZN side, and Impala hanging in there. Not too flustered though, you know, good performance as well, although a little bit more timid compared to their counterparts, Nikki.
Yes, great speed coming from KZN, especially into their attacking third. But then well kept. I like the composure of the Northwest when they're going back to basics, when they go into their shooting circle. So it's an even contest of different styles of play. So it's exciting to see how this game is going to progress.
Yeah, well, I guess the second quarter will just get started shortly, and we'll get to see if Impala is able to maintain that composure we saw in that first quarter. I was particularly impressed with their shooting circle when they did get that ball through, and just how composed Rasmus and Khalachelo were. But second quarter gets going right here at Hoërskool Waterkloof. It is the 3rd game of the day, and all the action continues on your DSTV Now app, or as the matches are streaming live for the duration of the day, as well as we make it to the rest of the tournament.
Yes, Amir, and as we start in the second quarter, there's a turnover already from Impala's turned the ball over and then they couldn't convert, but they still have another chance. Let them defend and let's see how it goes. And attempted goal. Ooh. I think we'll forgive her for that one. She didn't lift her arms up, but yeah, she knows.
Yep, and she made it count in the end. That's the most important. First goal in the second quarter going in favor of the Sharks. No surprises there. They did have a strong start in that first quarter. We've already spotted a couple of changes, Nikki. I mean, would it have made sense for you, asking you to delve into your coaching hat, given just how close the first quarter was, or perhaps where do you think there was scope for a substitution or two going into the second quarter from both teams?
From both teams, to me, if I'm looking at it and from a school's coaching perspective, if you'll change if you have two 2 halves. But for now, you're working on 4 quarters. It's evenly strength. Why do you need to change? Remember, you still have your 3rd quarter and your 4th quarter. So for me, you'd still keep it more or less the same. They're very evenly placed. You just say what each person needs to do. However, why it might be different now, remember the teams are coming in with 11 or 12 players. You need to make sure, it's like a requirement that you make sure that everybody plays, if I stand corrected, 50% of the game. So there's still a long tournament to go. So you think in still beginning stages, if I've got 11 or 12, most of them can still fill in. Why not use the first 2 halves just to see who can play here, who can play there, just for everybody to feel each other out. I've got 12, play them now. I can't leave them out first game, especially if it's so close to each other. So if there are changes, it's just to keep the momentum going, but get everybody to have a feel on the ball. Then you'll see it after the second half, what needs to drastically change, because it's still even Stevens for now. Oh, that one hand. No, it's not going to fly for me.
Yep,
God
I saw
gave
that.
you 2 beautiful hands, catch it with 2 beautiful hands, and then, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Core strength.
It's safe netball, it's boring netball, but guess what? It does, I think, just set you up for success and precision.
Oh, that was a bit close, huh? For a replay. So I just need to comment there on, somebody has once asked me the rule that we say if something is not on court, then it's offside. So when a player catches the ball, they are allowed to balance with the ball inside the circle. So somebody says, but why isn't it? So the ball can never be offside because the ball is allowed to play everywhere. So just to maybe put it in layman's terms, a ball can never be offside. So you can use the ball to gain positioning, and in order for somebody to be able to go down on the ground, gain that positioning and come up, you have to know the core strength is right, the timing is also right, because you have to also do it in 3 seconds. Yeah, we'll just say that was a pass.
It was
Nice
a pass
pass.
indeed.
Yeah, okay, let's just say that.
But
Didn't miss.
that makes it count, and that's what matters. And just to weigh in on that, Nikki, you spot on, you know, and I think very few players know that they can use the ball to balance, they can never be offside. And to your point, it's not something that just happens by fluke. You do need your core strength to be able to balance on that ball. So a lot expected from these players, and to stay thinking on their toes and knowing how they can play within the rules at the end of the day.
And quickly at that, Simi, like they must do it very quickly. So you've got to give credit where credit is due, because you know so much is coming in. Basics, the only problem, there's nobody in the circle. So is it because the shooters can't get in the circle, or is the defense forcing them out? And that's the only time you'd say to defend from behind, because then you're forcing them out, and when they go out, they must never come in. They always say, sometimes I always say, if most of the defense, then they want to look at the shooter, oh, where do you want to go? And then they follow them. It's like a wedding. Now you're accompanying them to there. So they're doing it beautifully. She goes out, don't allow them to come in.
So here's an opportunity for Impala's Melissa Rasmus, and she makes it count. Still 2 goals separating these 2 sides.
Oh.
And here's an important turn for Impala. Line breaking called against the Sharks. If they get this one, Nikki, they have an opportunity to equalize.
Oh, yes. And, that was a close one. Simi, what you don't realize, netball is a very nice game because everybody has a center pass. We alternate. So that means if you turn that ball over, you have a possibility of catching up by 2. You turn it over, you convert. Your center pass, you convert. It's 2, you're back in the game, and it's square. So you just need to make sure that your attacking is there, your shooting is there. So you already have turned over 1 ball. Now you have an opportunity just to make sure that you secure yours, and it's already 2.
Yep, so this is an important center pass for Impala. And this is an opportunity we're talking about for them to equalize. It's all eyes on Melissa Rasmus. She does get the rebound. And it's a penalty shot, and there you have it. We are 12 goals apiece. We knew that Impala was tapping on the back of the Sharks and wanted to get ahead. So this is a great point for the Northwest side.
Oh, yes, Simi. So it shows you can still play your own style. You don't have to be the fastest. You just need to play netball your way.
Yep, they certainly are playing netball their way. Sharks still edging. Only 1 goal in it. Oh, the placement has to be more accurate. You can't afford to flunk that ball out of court, and they've been putting Leone under a lot of pressure. I do feel that she also needs to get out of the pockets of the court, because really she has been putting herself under a tremendous amount of pressure. So, yeah. That's a good interplay.
Oh, cheeky one.
Very cheeky.
Very cheeky. You know, as a defense, you can't stand those. You're like, oh my gosh, it gave it away that 1 second that I'm not there, and then they passed it, and that's very clever. Oh, good thinking. It was just a little bit high. If she had just given it a little bit flatter into her space, then the goal shooter could have ran into it. Turnover for turnover, so it means everybody's giving it all they can. So now this is the time you say settle. In terms of settle, not stand still, but just relax, think about it, and then, you know, then you can get the momentum going.
Yeah, they do need to exercise a lot of patience going to the circle.
Oh, a good recovery there at the edge of the circle.
So we're back to
13-13.
Yeah, exciting times.
Oh, well, good read. So, Simi, that was a good read, but that was also dangerous, because it's very easy to be called for contact there. And
sure, yeah, Naida challenging every single ball that's coming her way. I thought that was quite interesting, that first intercept, Nikki, because she came from behind and also blocked the shooter from, you know, moving towards that ball. But you mentioned that it was dangerous play, and I want to get more insights on that.
What I mean, not necessarily dangerous play. So she's reading that specific ball. So from an umpire's perspective, you're looking at different things. She's reading that ball. So first, from the coaching perspective, she read it well, but it wasn't in her intercept lines. We always tell defense, there's certain intercept lines that you're going. So the way she cut into the ball, she cut into it a little bit too flat. So what happened is that's why there was a collision from the wing attack. So the wing attack was coming into the space. If she had gone more at a 45-degree angle, she would have been able to get it cleanly, but she went a little bit flat. That's why she was into the wing attack. So you can say sort of, is it dangerous play? No, it wasn't intentional, so it's not necessarily knocking the person out, because the wing attack was facing backwards running in, you know? So that was a bit of a dodge one, because not dodge as such, but her intercept line was wrong. So she could have, that's a little bit. So she could have gotten it had she gotten in her right intercept line. So you cut more at an angle to get it cleanly, because you can see the person driving into the pocket. That's how you get it. So also the umpire then times who is more likely to get the ball at that time. You know, so it's a very close call, but then that's why the umpire is there, and that's why they always say positioning and vision is brilliant for an umpire, because you need to be able to see, and you must be able to see who's more likely to also get the ball and who's moving away from it.
Yeah, so I think elaborating on that earlier intercept that was taken by Naida, the goalkeeper of Impala. So Impala is actually up by 1 goal. They have turned the tables and took the lead. First time in this match. And really, I think we're talking about the efficiency, they control and court well. Just
miscommunication
right there.
Miscommunication, and I think it's a thing, Simi, with centers thinking they need to get every ball. There was a beautiful long drive. I think it was Leone from the wing attack, Leone into that middle channel, and that was her ball. But the center thought they were throwing into the space, and then she tipped the ball so that Leone couldn't get the ball. So as a center, if there's a long drive clearing in, you just need to help connect, clear that particular space, let somebody drive in. You'll drive in for that next ball. So we always say basics, a square comes from behind. So if you're coming from behind, you can't be getting that long ball coming through. There's a beautiful drive, beautiful intercept, well read.
Yeah, Pretoria did exceptionally well with that take. And Naida returns the favor, but unfortunately, it is a throw-in for the Sharks. And great plays off there from Asanda Tlatla. But It does also bring us to the end of the second quarter. We're at 15 goals apiece. I mean, at one point, Nikki, they were leading by 2 goals, Impala that is. So it really was a great fight from the Sharks.
Sharks were leading.
Coming in to this end of the second quarter. So we're exactly halfway. There's the confirmation of the score. It is 15 goals at piece, and you're exactly halfway. But do stay tuned with us at DSTV now as we bring you more action with the second half.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
We're welcoming you back to Super Sports Schools as we continue to bring you all the action from Hoërskool Waterkloof. It is a hot and sunny day, and all the action is certainly living up to the expectations, giving us a lot of exciting stuff and really some closely contested matches, Nikki. I mean, we saw how the Sharks hit the ground running and closing off the first quarter with a 2-goal lead, and then Impala returning the favor in that second quarter to equalize at halftime. But really 2 different teams with completely different game plans, and I think just sticking to their own strategies is what's given us all this excitement, this closely contested match so far.
Oh, Simi, this is what I love about the game of netball. It doesn't mean one specific style is the best style. You play netball your way, and it's been phenomenal. And the 2 quarters, two quarters have been a true reflection of how the game is. Sharks led the first quarter, then Impala led the second quarter, and this is what's beautiful. For me now, it's all about the coaching and what the coach's decision is going to be and why they're doing that decision. And also, are the players now going to be able to execute exactly what the coach needs them to do? So what you're looking for is now this is the time to stretch the lead, and this is the championship quarter. And what I like is that these people are under 18s. Most of them are under 18s. That means they're making their first teams. These are the people who are playing your varsity cups very soon. And who has the mileage to be able to see and identify what they need to do better and take it forward. And Simi, I'm just wondering what the Sharks coach is probably telling them. If I was the Sharks coach, I'd probably tell them they need more composure. So they've been doing the game the same way the whole time. They haven't adjusted, and that what they didn't adjust to is the Impala defense is now hanging a little bit looser, waiting for them to go into the pockets and anticipating their passes. Now they need to play their speed, so if it means take off from being from a player, be closer to a player, take off. Be closer to a player, take off. Make sure of what's happening inside, coming into your circle. And in the defensive side, I'll still keep it the same. And from a Northwest perspective, I think what you're doing is right. Keep the moving circle going, because height for height, you guys are shorter, but keep them guessing, but then wait that extra second in order to just cover it.
Yeah, indeed, Nikki. It is going to be a battle of the coaches in terms of the decision making going into this third quarter. We know that it is known as the championship quarter because that's when teams either pull away completely or fall apart. So who it is that will be putting their foot on the accelerator going into this third quarter? Do stay with us and stay interactive as well as we bring you all the action on the DSTV Now app. So third quarter underway, and already seeing a very charged up Naida.
Yasimi, she's very charged up and she's doing so well. For me, I just get her intercept lines more correct because she's reading the ball. She must just leave a little bit earlier and just come into the right lines to get that ball a little bit more cleanly. Then she'll be blown less for contact. But she's working it beautifully, and that's amazing to see a goalkeeper who just doesn't stick in the circle but goes for those flyers. So it means she's quick on her feet and then she goes. Gone are the days, you ask people, they think goalkeepers tend to be slow, and then because they're the players inside the circle, you actually need to have some of the quickest feet because you need to be able to get around the players, anticipate goals that are coming through. So Sharks puts the first goal of this quarter. Let's see what's happening from Impala.
Yeah, and Nikki, just to maybe talk about some of the changes that we're seeing as we watch on that 3-second call. It was good pressure from the Sharks, but a couple of changes coming through from the Sharks. To see that Dlamini has resumed a position on wing attack. She started wing attack in the first quarter and set out 12 minutes, and then Kari Kriel back on wing defense as well. But now Ngidi also, so it looks like the coach has resumed that lineup that he did start with the reintroduction of those three players. And then for Impala, it is Marumo that comes back on center. So most of the changes really coming in mid-court for both coaches, and we did say that the decision making is going to be absolutely crucial. What do you make out of those changes that have been introduced by both coaches?
I think, Simi, with the changes, I'll start with which one you mentioned first, the KZN. So he's thinking, go back to what I had in the beginning. It seemed more settled. It seemed like it was working. So it's 15-15. Let's start the game as if it's 0-0. It's the beginning of the quarter. Let's get that going. I think with in terms of Northwest, they've kept everything more or less the same. They probably just need a little bit more speed or variety, just feeding into that goal shooting circle that's moving. But they've kept predominantly what they had in the second half, which is exactly what has been working for them. So they'll be, like they say, rustig, a little bit settled, easy, just do the basics well, one move, one stand. Ooh, that one hand thing makes me nervous, eh?
Yeah, it definitely does as well. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good, snapshot of the changes and possibly what's going through the coach's minds at this point. I was just surprised by that mid-court change because I thought that Pamela did well. And Liana just, for me, felt as if she's playing too much in the pocket. But, I mean, the reality is that she is the key feeder into the shooting circle of Impala. So you wouldn't really want, to decapitate your number one feeder. That's what it's all about at the end of the day, those offloads. And looking at that offload from the Sharks, completely overcooked. And we've seen way too many of those into that circle, putting Umbalu, Mahlangu under tremendous pressure.
Yes, Simi, and it's forced. Why? Sometimes there's nice passes. There's, you want to do all these nice things, but there's always the right pass. There's the right pass and there's a good pass. You understand? So some of those things you don't need to force. You've got your two things. Play it earlier. It's still the beginning. It's still the first 3 minutes of the game. Play it. If it's on, then you do it. You don't need to do superstar moves all the time. This is when we need you to go back to basics. Play it. When those superstar moments are needed, then you put it in.
Yeah, I think a lot of these players are trying to get rid of that ball hastily, whereas they can drive right to the edge of that circle on the bupi. That is the prime position to offload from.
It's the hardest for the defenders to defend because there's no space for them to move around, and if the shooters are moving or they're holding them, you can't get it through. And that's what they show happens. They put it up into the circle, and Paula put it up into the circle, fed into the goal shooters, and that's it.
Oh, that's much better offload. That's exactly what you're talking about. Her stomach is open, the bullet pass, but Bailey has to back herself up. She's in a shooting range that is definitely within reach.
And for me, from sitting here, she just needed to lift more knees. So she didn't have her knees, and she put down her knees, her ankles, not lift her knees. Lift her ankles up just to have that follow through.
Yeah, bit of an ambitious pass.
Untidy, yeah.
Hey?
So a little bit untidy.
Yeah.
You just need to settle.
Yeah, it is all
the
over
nerves.
the place.
It's the nerves. Championship quarter, who's showing who's their champion. Just settle. I can hear the coach from here saying, whoa. from KZN Sharks, whoa. Meaning, whoa, relax, you've gotten the ball. It's a turnover, keep it safe, and you build basics.
Yeah, and there are teams that can play this third quarter and, you know, control things. As we see that great controlled offload into Mbali, and she also made it count. But talking about this third quarter as well and the pressure that comes with it, there are teams that are just phenomenal, you know, in this third quarter. And all they do is just basics, really. There's nothing fancy or spectacular. They just stick to basics.
And everybody does their job. Everybody knows what the team's job is, but in order for the team's job to happen, every individual knows what their job is. Just go about your business. Basically, netball is a game of passing, moving, playing, and shooting the ball. Beautiful.
Yeah, there is great thinking from Mumbai, playing herself close to the goalpost, but she does need to back herself up. 2-goal lead for the Sharks on the 18 side. See, there's quick releases again.
Too easy. So for me, Simi, what should happen is if she's doing that all the time because it's easy. Why? The goalkeeper's standing behind the goal shooter. She's standing behind the goal shooter while the goal shooter is under the post. If the goal shooter is holding you nicely, feed, can't hang on to it, it's still in court. Maybe not. So the goalkeeper standing behind the player, if you're standing behind the player, sometimes, yes, the shooter is holding you. That's when you say to your goal defense, drop. If the goal defense drops to the stomach, then you can go loosely for those balls that we used to call it dancing for, and, you know, getting herself closer. Because the goal defense will never get it because she's on the wrong side. So you say drop so that you cover the stomach, and then I can swing from the back, and then I'm able to go for those loose those give and goes between the wing attack and the goal shooter and the goal attack.
And the times that they've actually done that, Nikki, where Naida covered the stomach, we saw a lot of forced balls into the circle and putting Gumbaili under pressure. But you're 100% right. When the stomach is open, she just plays herself in. As we see a great contestation coming through from Janique Pretorius. They've been challenging that ball. And look at that superb work from Liane, wing attack of Mbala.
That's how you're going to make up your balls. That's how you're going to make up any balls lost. Work. It's a game. If each quarter is 12 minutes. So don't reserve your energy. Give everything you have in that 12 minutes. And that's how you're going to make up the scores. Do the turnovers. Work rate. That's how you turn the ball.
Yeah, I thought that was a bit of an interesting decision there from Asanda Nikki. She was in a zone 1, in a spot that's, you know, could be considered as a reasonably easy to take the shots from. But she popped the ball over to Umbaili, who was right under the goalpost. And in my earlier conversation with Shemaine, she said she absolutely loathes shooting right under the goalpost. Everyone makes the assumption that it's easy, but it's the worst position to take a shot from.
Apparently, because you practice the least there, and that's the one that's supposed to be a sure goal. Because you're a goal shooter, goal attack, you must just shoot. So most of them will just pass it, and you're thinking, but why? You're already starting to mark the score sheet that no, it's a goal. But it's a dangerous one. It means if you're not getting it in there, you actually just practice then. Because a goalkeeper can't get it in, so you just need to practice. It's difficult. Quick feet.
Yep, they've been struggling to get that ball through the hoop. It's their 5th attempt at goal, but unfortunately not meant to be, as we see that ball being picked up by Esther Hayson. So, I mean, Sharks are leading by 5 goals, but they can't afford to miss so many attempts at goal. It goes against the goal average and gives the defenders an opportunity to get the rebound, and that's exactly what happened in this last piece of play, with Impala being able to make it count.
And that's all you need. Make it count. It's the attempts matter, but then it's the conversions that matter more. Hey, you're not allowed that side, sweetheart.
Yeah.
I think she only realized after she caught the ball.
And I mean, she didn't even look shocked. It was just, I think the umpire is trying to figure out, like, you know, is she really offside?
But you see, that's clever. You know, when you play the umpire, you know, some people have got this face, that poker face that you don't even see it's wrong. And then as an umpire, you're thinking, but.
Yeah.
And then you're like, no, hold on. But you're not allowed there.
Yeah, so it was well spotted there by the umpire. And 2 consecutive goals for Impala and the 18 side. Here's an opportunity for goal number 3. But unfortunately, that force ball, Leona going into those pockets. She needs to stay away and play down the middle of the court. It's been working for them.
And another one forced. Excitement is starting to get to them, Simi. I think it's just settle, get the basics right. I think even some of the balls, it's the placement of it. So if I'm running and driving, you cannot pass me a ball high in where I am. You need to pass it into the space that I'm driving into, and it can't be like up there in the air if I'm the shortest person on the court. So the ball placement also needs to be precise.
Indeed, Nikki, that precision is absolutely imperative, as we see one more goal going towards the Sharks side. They really have had a solid third quarter. It's exactly what we were talking about, coming out more dominant in this championship quarter.
Beautiful pass, good decision making there. I think people don't realize feeding is more difficult than it actually is. You need to be able to see so many things. Where the defender's standing, you'll probably know better, Simi. You need to see feeding, where the defender is, where this person's space is, can they get it from there? It is calculated. For me, it's calculated. It's very mathematical. And maybe because I'm predominantly a defense or a shooter, some people can just get it in that right space. You're like, how? And that was brilliant.
Yeah, you have to be on high alert and aware of the space as well as your defenders, and that's why we're always advocating being in the middle of the court, because you've got better vision as opposed to being skewed to the one side and forcing yourself to have you know, just one option. So down the middle is probably prime position for any attacker, as we see a second attempt for Mbali Mhlangu, but unfortunately not meant to be. It is Impala back on the attack, and they do get saved by the whistle, the Shark side that is, as that denied Impala from adding one more point to their scoreboard. So there you have it, confirmation of the score at the end of the third quarter. It is the Sharks on the 18 side leading by 5 goals.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, you know, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed one player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Wabongi Mzomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
We welcome you back to Super Sports Schools as we bring you more action from Hoërskool Waterkloof. Only 5 goals separating these two sides, with the Sharks leading going into this final quarter. I mean, what is it that you could say, Nikki, you know, going into the last quarter for Impala, just given how they performed in this match so far? I mean, looking at that, there were a lot of balls, I think, you know, that perhaps fell short for Impala in terms of their placement, and perhaps forcing themselves into the pockets of that circle. And I think that's one area of improvement. But I mean, anything from your observation in terms of what it is they can do looking at those highlights?
It's defensive side for me, Simi, because once it gets into the shooting circle, they can convert it. So it defensively for me is the consistency in the defense. As I said, the more pressure you consistently put there, that's when you're going to have the turnovers. So there's one time that they're not all working according to the same strategy. Somebody's a bit zoned, somebody's one-on-one. If they can get that defense and turn those balls over, because we see Sharks will give those balls away very easily. So if they put the pressure, defense, when they counter-attack, they'll be able to get it. So just be consistent on their defense. I was just commending them on the shooting circle, and then they just lost the first ball, but I know they'll make up to that. It's commentator's curse, ne?
It is. We've seen that one too many times. I mean, look at that great take from Khalalelo.
And it's beautiful, sorry Simi, but it's beautiful when an attack can defend the ball, because it reminds you that you must remind other goal attacks that you're allowed all the way up to that third, and you're allowed to defend as a goal attack, you know, so it's beautiful to see.
Yeah, and just to perhaps weigh in on those changes that have come through in that final quarter, 2 from Impala. You spoke about you know, opportunity for a change in that defensive circle, and we see that does come in on goal defense, and then another change for the coach with Anisipho Mdalelo coming in mid-court. So it is closely aligned to what you were perhaps calling for going into this final quarter.
Defensive center, and obviously the goal defense there, just be more active and get with their speed. So I'd be very happy with those changes, just to add on to the defense to create the attack, because the wing attack for me is working beautifully. She has that work rate as if she's a center, but she's coming out for most of the center passes. She's getting most of those balls in, but they need to move. So even though your center is defensive, she needs to also move. Beautiful, simple netball. Play it. It doesn't matter even if you have to play it 16,000 times. As long as it gets to the circle, that's all you need.
Exactly, and I thought that Liane did very well there. And that's what we're talking about, her, you know, I think just taking over that responsibility of being the key feed into the circle.
Oh,
sneaky.
Very.
Yeah, but I love the relationship between Umdladla and Umbali in that circle. You know, they just feed off each other so nicely. Will play bounce pass here and there when they need to, and take those long shots.
Simi, too undisciplined. So what happened there, it was footwork from the center. You can't start slowly walking into the circle, then get a ball, and then you want to start again, because footwork starts from the second you put your foot, any part of your foot inside that circle.
Yeah, so what we haven't spoken about is this interchange in the circle of the Sharks, with Udladla now moving to shooter and Umbali actually taking on that goal attack position, because I think Umbali did a lot of those you know, short passes, playing herself in, and we're seeing that also come through now that she's moved into the goal attack position.
And also, Simi, I think I saw her limp earlier on. So I think they thought, you know what, they're working well in the circle. She's still a little bit limping, which is a bit dodge for me. So they thought, put her in the goal shooting circle. So, Simi, not to discredit anyone, but for me, it's still the first game of the day. I've got 11 people on my bench. It's 8 goals ahead. Player injury, player management, do we want to stop it, you know? So for me, can't we give us some time off just to see what's going to happen? But you know, if a kid says I'm okay, they say I'm okay. It's up to me as a coach to say, no, Nana, it's fine, get some fresh air, it's okay, you've done your job for the day, you know?
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, we spoke about the fact that both teams come with 11, 12 players in this match. So there should be an option, undoubtedly, for the head coach, Coach Ngosi. So also, I think that, they don't need to force the situation and perhaps give Umdlala a little bit of a rest, a little bit of a breather. It's going to be 5 days of, intense netball. So really, I think I echo your sentiments. Not really worth, excruciating that niggle or injury any further. Yeah, so a good attempt there from Impala.
Beautiful. So somebody might say she stepped outside. So she released the ball before she stepped outside. So you're not out up until you make contact with the ground. Even when the ball goes out, but because the ball was not in contact with anything that was outside, then it still remains in court. Oh, she's working hard. She's working hard. She's showing the defense that I'm also trying to defend. Let's move. She's not moving. She can't move, Simi. She's limping.
Yeah, and this is the problem, because the defenders are actually just getting an edge up on her, because she's obviously nursing that niggle. So, yeah, I can definitely see the impact of that. They are up by 8 goals. Really, I think no need to keep her on any longer. But nonetheless, we are almost halfway in this final quarter.
Yeah, Sami, and I think there's miscommunication. Now the Impala's just starting to lose it a little bit, because the shooter must decide if she's holding or she's standing. See, there it's going to happen. It's going to happen. All Impala needs to do now is don't tip the ball. Go with it cleanly with 2 hands. And how are you going to do that? Move your feet. So 1 step at a time. Go with it 2 feet, and you're going to get it, because she cannot move. She's going to play standing shooter, but she can't play standing shooter and jump, because she looks like she's got a niggle. So she's going to try and do a 1-2 fake and then move. All you need to do is just wait. When it's coming in, go straight in for the ball. It's going to come. 6 minutes, it's halfway through. They can make it up. 3 turnovers.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
3 turnovers.
But, Nikki, I don't even think she needs to move. I mean, there's that 1-2, but she's not really breaking away from Naida. And she gets off her feet, falling again, because she's putting a lot of pressure. She must just stand. I think they're so used to having that moving circle, but that injury is not really giving Utlala a lot of, mobility. So she could stand. She does have a height advantage up against Naida.
Yeah, that works. I think maybe it's a personal thing from me. I'm very big on player management, on injuries and all that. No, Simi, I think what Impalas need to tidy up on, let's decide, am I moving, am I standing still? If I'm moving, pass into my space. If I'm standing still, pass into my space. Yeah, that was a pass.
Yeah. Full-blown, blitzering pass into the circle.
Just couldn't hang on to it.
Because I thought that was exceptionally done. I mean, that ball would have broken through any defender. All the shooters had to do was just to hold on to it for dear life.
And I think she saw, because she raised her hand to say, look, sorry, that was beautiful. I think even shooters dream of passes like that so that they can convert. Oh. See, the keeper's now seeing her intercept lines, but Sami, that 2 hands. Her intercept line's getting a little bit better, but she must drive in with 2 hands. This 1 hand is not working for her, because then now she's out of play. Now, if they can create a screen into the circle.
Yeah, that was
interesting.
She's
got 2.
Yeah, because I don't understand why, Umbali didn't set up that screen. It was 2-on-1. That would have been a lovely,
quick,
straight into the circle.
I think we called for those defensive changes, but I think sometimes you also call for the defensive changes because you need them, but the girls need to apply on court. You need to show up on court and show why those changes were made. So the idea was right to have them there. It's the execution, obviously, in terms of the defense, because now it's, like I always say, Gauteng there. It's just going through. No robots.
And I mean, what's really worked well for the Sharks, because, going to this final quarter, they're up by 10 at this point, but we still believe that Impala could turn things around. Unfortunately, they are running against the clock, so clearly there's something the Sharks have done well. Even though we're talking extensively about Zadla's injury, they managed to work around that and get that 9-goal lead with just 3 minutes remaining in this match.
Easy in because there's no pressure. There's no pressure. So what I'm finding is, I think the coach said to them, put a step back. So let the center pass go and then step back to put pressure. But that means if you're going back to put pressure, we're not going back and just standing. We're going back and closing that specific space. So if I go back and stand, that next pass also needs to be defended. Top of the circle, I can't still stand. That's when I also need to put pressure. So sometimes you also need to understand your players, that do you need to go into detail and say, go back, drop back, but when it's at the edge of the circle, lift your hands up. So sometimes you also need to explain a lot to the players, because we forget that they're 18 and they need to adapt, but sometimes maybe give them detail, because they're letting the first center pass go, look, and then they're trying to drop for the second pass, but then they're all dropping, nobody's actually going for that intercept. So the goal defense was there, the drop is right, she's there in that right space, but she lets her do that one step. If she had actually applied herself and stepped forward for that intercept, she would have gotten it. So the idea is right, you just need to finish it off.
Yeah, and I felt that the center's also just coasting along, the point you made around falling back, but fall back with intent.
Yeah.
Because at the moment, you're 100% spot on. There is nothing different. Yeah, you're hanging, but you just need a lot more oomph.
Yeah, and conversely, so you're hanging, there'll be that person who comes across, that's when you go for that intercept. So they need to hold it just up until that last second. So you're holding it for 1, 2, that last second, still go, because you can see that person coming through, that is your intercept.
So perhaps an area that the head coach can look into for Impala side. I mean, they really have had pockets of brilliance, but just perhaps not consistent enough. And I think that third quarter is where the tables, not really turn out. I don't want to say that, because the Sharks did start this match off strong, but I think that's where the Sharks really broke away and changed things up into that 6th gear. And no wonder we're seeing the margin we're looking at in the dying stages of this match.
Yes, Samir, and I'm just trying to look at what was working for Impala. They had this exact same players, but they were moving more in their circle. And now they're opting to standing shooter, and I think it's Pretoria is actually much taller than Erasmus. So it was working better when they were moving, but now they're opting for a standing circle. So the front was working very well, but now you want to change it. So sometimes don't change what is working.
Yeah, absolutely no reason to change a working formula. And we certainly see that coming through from the Sharks under 18 side. They started this clash on a high and closing off with a really convincing victory. And I think they stuck to their guns, stuck to their game plan. And despite the injuries and some questionable decisions to retain some of the players, we still really had a fantastic display of netball coming through from the Sharks side. But not to take anything away from Impala as well. They were in this game, but it was the third quarter where things did fall apart for them. So there you have it, confirmation of the score at the end of this match. It is the Sharks on the 18 side that walks away with an 8-goal victory. So big congratulations to the KZN side, who came out convincing in this match on all fronts, if you look at how they fared. And there's a quick recap if you missed out on any of the action. It really was a toe-to-toe encounter all the way until halftime, but really what a superb third quarter performance we saw from the Sharks under 18 side. And I think from then on, it really was a tall order for Impala to try and stay in this game. So a couple of misplacements and some missed opportunities at goal. But that final quarter, with a little bit of a change in that shooting circle for the Sharks, continued to build on the momentum that they had started. So really, I think a great performance all round from the Sharks on the 18 side, and they definitely walked away the deserving winners. And now we're going to take it back to Andy Mahamba courtside for the post-match interviews.
Thank you very much to Simim Daga and Nikki Sono, our commentary team, taking us through this game. A game that was very tightly contested between these two sides, it must be said, but the Sharks grabbing the victory in the end as they faced the Impala from Northwest. I am joined by Mbali from the Sharks side to chat about the team's performance throughout this game. Mbali, thank you very much for joining us. You got the victory here in the game, but it was a hard-fought one in the end.
It was a pretty hard game. It's mostly because we just trying to get used to each other, and the atmosphere has played a big role as well, because we're from Durban, obviously. But other than that, I think we pulled through at the end.
Yeah, you speak about that atmosphere. Tell me about the difference playing at altitude as a side that's used to playing at sea level.
It's a bit hard. Obviously, first 3 games are going to be hard, and we knew that. So we just want to try to adapt to it and hopefully carry on doing well.
And that partnership between yourself and Asanda seems to be working quite well.
It is. We've played together before in the past, so I think we communicate well and we understand each other as players.
So there was the switch there. You moving to goal attack, Asanda moving to goal shooter. How's that ankle holding up? Because we saw you hobbling for most of the game.
Yeah, I did get injured, but I think I'm a goal attack naturally, so I think it works better with me just playing goal attack and Asanda using the baseline and working as a good shooter.
Well, it definitely worked well. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
That is Mbali from the Shark side. Speaking about that shooting circle and perhaps that injury, there is still a bit of a niggle, and she says she's just going to have to walk it off and perhaps, get that injury a bit more used to in terms of her being comfortable on court. I'm going to be joined now by Leonie from the Impala side. Speak about the challenges of your team as you faced off against the Sharks. It did seem very close in the beginning, but the Sharks able to maintain the consistency in the end.
Yes, so we just struggled a little bit to concentrate and to get to know the team. We haven't been this close. It's the first time. We changed a lot of times, so I think we did well. It was a bit tight, but the last round we just got a little bit tired and our confidence fell. But I think we did very good against the Sharks.
And what do you think are some of the positives that you can draw from this result? You did mention in the beginning very much in it, and you're saying things were working very well. So what are you hoping to capitalize on going forward?
Well, I hope that we can build our confidence still, and that our positives. We played very good. We got to relax, and we didn't play that fast, and we got to play our own game. So I think that's pretty good for us, and I hope we keep it up like that.
Certainly hope so. Hard luck on the result.
Yeah, I think it's good. We'll keep it up.
That is Leonie of the Impala saying it's good. There are some parts that do need some tweaking, but in the end, of course, falling short in terms of the result there to the Sharks. The action continues in terms of the DSTV app, where you can catch everything, all things at Telkom Netball Champs, and we're going to be having more games in store for you.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Hey man, what would this be without you? I mean, Nina, the over-the-top passionistas. Nani, abashayela phansi. Without lessons lava that we love to hate. Without the encyclopedia of idisk. Cover the flair, the rhythm, that brings the wow. Hey, don't forget that fire commentary.
Juna. The streaky breakaway, can he find a goal? Oh my word!
And to you, who brings the shade? Celebrate.
The sky is the limit.
Long live the DSTV Premiership. Long live.
Itiski is everything with you, and you are everything to Itiski.
Game time, boys.
Yay! What's with Itiski? So, Babi Sebonke, to live the best of the DSTV Premiership on Supersport, your world of champions on DSTV.
Okay. The action continues here on day one of the Telkom Netball Champions here at Hoërskool Waterkloof. And up front, it is Tshwane under 19A up against Dr. Kenneth Kaunda under 19. And this will be a thriller of a match between these two sides. As we see the lineup between the teams, the goal shooter for Tshwane is Visa Nka. Goal attack Ndovu Hitakile, wing attack Moken Shani, center Van Harden Velme, and defenders Van Veek Kylie, Kutumane Achang, and Bodenstein Zane on the goalkeeper position. And for Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, goal shooter is Colleen with Khumuzo, and the ladies in the midcourt is Van der Scheef, Van der Jasveld, and Van der Merke. It's all Van der Zee in the midcourt. It's going to be very strong. And the defenders is Benis Armstrong and Marika Nell. The ladies who will be responsible on tending those balls and giving the opportunities to their shooters. And you know, the coaches for the side is Sonay Moken for the Tshwane team. And for Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, the coach will be Tracy Ngwebu. So, and we see the very strong bench coming from both sides. We see Benita Borman, S. Hazen, and Tiffany also, and Kaylee and Rory was also for Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, and very strong also bench coming from Tshwane side. We see Kutia Miller, Deborah Sipokazi also on that bench. So those are two teams with strong depth in their bench, so it's going to be very exciting to see who will take this one. Very familiar faces from both sides, and you know, as I bring Charmaine Bart as my co-commentator again, she joins me. Charmaine, this is going to be a thriller one. It's going to be toe-to-toe, I'm telling you, up until that last quarter. But I believe the team that will win this game is the team that makes the least mistakes, that capitalizes on their opponent's mistakes, and the one that uses their own center passes.
I couldn't agree with you more, Nontle. I think the girls who come through on the attack especially, I think it's going to be such an important part of this game is the attackers for both teams. But we've seen these two provinces come up against each other many times, and it's always been interesting, head-to-head, toe-to-toe, up until that last quarter, as you said. So I'm really excited to see if the youngsters are going to carry through that tradition.
Very excited to see this two sides as we wait for the start of this quarter. And it is Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, the center, Sonica, who will take us underway. You know, I'm looking at these two teams, and I'm looking at that the goal defense of Tshwane. Kutumetse Ahang. I'm looking at the wing defense. Jamie's sister, Kylie Van Veek, very strong. I saw her playing on a center position. She was quite strong also for the Tweezer champions, for the championship. And then also you have Bodenstein there, Janae, goalkeeper. Very strong players, a solid defense coming from Tshwane. You know, also they have the likes of the goal attack, Ndlovu Hitakile. And that wing attack, very strong also, feeds well, and we should be looking forward to that because we're going to see her driving at the edge of the circle, you know, feeding the goal shooter who is Visa. Also very solid and also accurate. So it's a strong lineup all the way from the defender for defensive position up into the shooter for the Tshwane, and also Van Heerden in that center position. So, you know, I can't say where the fireworks are going to happen, but I think they're going to happen everywhere. As we look at the match-up between the two sides, we spoke about Bodenstein on that goalkeeper for Tshwane, but look at Colleen. I mean, the height quite the same. You know, they're both strong. Also looking at Khumuto goal attack, you also have Lakisha on wing attack, also matching up with Van Beek on that wing defense position. Also, you have the center Sonika, who will be going toe-to-toe with Van Heerden on that center position. So I think it's quite tight, both sides for the teams, but it's the team, like we mentioned, it's the team that makes the least mistakes that will win this game.
Definitely, and as I said, the attack is going to be so important and crucial for both sides. If the attack measures up, then it's going to be really difficult to turn ball.
And contact call the goal defense of Tshwane. Beautiful play there between goal attack and goal shooter of KK. And that's Colleen and Khumuto. I like that you saw the goal shooter pulling outside the circle, and you saw Khumuto sweeping and opening up the circle. So it's a beautiful interplay between the two shooters.
Yeah, long gone are the days where the shooter waits for the ball. It's a movement now. It's a partnership. You can't just count on the one to do all the movements. Both of them actually have to take part in that circle play.
Gone are those days as we see the same movement coming from the goal shooter of Tshwane, Vissa, trying to open up that shooting circle. Beautiful offload from wing attack of Tshwane, Mokensha. And, you know, these are the things that we want to see. We want to see creativity in the shooting circle. You see a shooter driving outside the circle. You see the goal attack, playing yourself closer and also pulling out the defender. So creative play, clever, intelligence on course is something that we're really interesting to see.
It testifies to the wing attacks of both teams. You know, they've got the front option as well as the back option, so they're not afraid to actually play both, but they've got the skill set to be able to put the ball in either way.
Footwork. Footwork called against Kylie Van Beek. Look at that pressure being applied by Tshwane. They're forcing Dr. Kenneth Kaunda to play in that midcourt, and that's a solid team effort.
It's so difficult to penetrate through a defense if everyone sticks to the same defense. If one of those players decided to play an area, it would have changed the game completely.
Beautiful shot there by goal attack of KK, and that's Khumuto, and that's a first goal of the match. Beautiful sweeping of the shooting circle. Now it's 3-0 in favor of Dr. Kenneth Kaunda. Still no response coming from Tshwane, but we see a beautiful offload into the goal shooter Fissa. And she gives the Tshwane the first goal.
That was a wonderful that the goal shooter Imke had. She just kept her space, and that makes it extremely difficult for a defender to come around.
Yo, what a take there from the goalkeeper, goal defense, and that shooting, the defensive circle of Tshwane. Oh, beautiful balance coming from the wing attack of Tshwane Moken. Is the score in this first quarter, and we have 9 minutes to go. Beautiful. That's a beautiful offload. I think she took her time, and she knew exactly, the shooter knew exactly where she wanted the ball.
Her positioning was also perfectly in front of her defender, and that is so important to have your tummy open to your attackers.
Well, another turnover for Tshwane. And I think they want to lead now. You know, they've been trailing, and now they've equalized 3-3. as they missed their opportunity. Good patience coming from the wing attack. Yes, that is what we want. You want the attackers, the feeders, to work themselves into the edge of the circle so that they can feed easily in that shooting circle.
You could also see the difference between the under 17, under 18 and under 19 teams. The under 19s aren't afraid to play back. They play back to their wing defense or their goal defense. It doesn't seem like a bad option to them.
4-all is the score in this first quarter. It's still toe-to-toe, like we did say. It's going to be a tough one between these two sides.
I think the goal defense could have had that intercept. If she just turned her run a bit more 45, then she could have gone in between those two players.
Yeah, an intercept is all about angle. It's all about positioning yourself properly, because you don't want to position yourself in a spot where you could be blown for contact. So 45 degrees always a safer and a much quicker option to actually getting that intercept.
Why would you want to take the long way around to get an intercept?
You would want to do that as we go to 5 goals. Tshwane leading for the first time in this quarter.
The goal shooter is keeping her tummy open to her attackers the whole time. She hasn't had a ball come to her where she was behind a defender.
I think she knows exactly how to position herself, and I mean, when you are absolutely in front of your defender, there's a safer pass, a short pass, you know, it's a straight pass, and you're actually forcing the defender to make a contact. So that's a clever play there coming from the shooter.
It's interesting, the goals from Dr. KK have decided to rather defend the second phase than the first centre pass ball.
What do you think that's it? Because I always think that if you have a game plan as to, let's say, it's an area defense or line defense, you want them to go get the ball and then you just wait for them. Or it could be that when you realize that my partner is faster than me, so for her to outplay me all the time and for me to be late, I'd rather just let her go. And what do you think is the reason for that strategy in this first quarter?
We know the second phase ball is the most important. So the ball that gets collected first after the centre pass, it's basically a done deal. What do you want to stop? You want to stop the ball from getting to the shooters. So which pass would be more important? The first ball or the second one? The second one. So when everyone dropped back, they did achieve their aim, which was for the ball to either go out of court or to be intercepted. And that's what they did.
That Moken Shani on that wing attack. Brilliant intercept as a wing attack. That's quite impressive.
Wing attacks don't intercept though, do they?
They don't. I mean, they don't normally. Because this thing that we have at the back of our mind, the narrative that the defenders are the only people that's supposed to defend. And I like that we're changing that. Everyone now understands that it's supposed to be a team effort. Everyone needs to defend. And I like it that wing attacks, centers, goal attacks are going for intercepts as well.
I couldn't agree more. It's a whole attack for a whole team and a whole defense for a whole team.
Another opportunity for Tshwane. Well, I think Tshwane is too strong. You know, their runs, their lines, their ball placement, their ball speed. Dr. KK is having it hard now. But you know what? They are also capable. But I just feel like they just need to tighten up, like, little things.
It's small things. It's a ball placement here. It's a foot movement there. So it's something that you can fix. It's a controllable.
Another opportunity for Dr. KK. No one is coming forward. She's driving to center. Brilliant. Oh, what a defense from Tshwane. Amazing team effort.
We said earlier, when a team gets a 3-second call, that's really a testimony to the pressure the other team has applied.
This calls for contact there. It was a beautiful play by Marika Nel, the goalkeeper of Dr. KK. Oh, this is devastating. Good work though from Tshwane. I think the amount of pressure that they're applying against Dr. KK is really working, because they're turning balls, they are working together as a unit, they are bunching, they're crowding that midcourt, and when the ball is in the midcourt, they all drop back into that shooting a third of Dr. KK and really flood it, and and they set up those diagonal passes.
And they're also shutting down the middle channel. And the middle channel, as we know, is the one we want to play in. So it makes it extremely difficult for the girls from Dr. KK to actually move into that space. So kudos to the Tshwane team for, shutting that down.
Good play there by the defenders. Agang and Bodenstein of Tshwane. Look at those arms. Oh, beautiful save from goal shooter. And that's Colleen of Dr. KK. Who, I didn't even see that coming. I thought
Me
it was
neither.
out.
I thought it was out too. Well done. That was an amazing take. And that's the rebounds we love to see. The big difference is Tshwane are getting the ball much quicker in their shooting circles, and it's taking KK way too long to get into their shooters.
Maybe then they should utilize the same strategy that Tshwane is using. Let them get the first pass around and then just block and try to delay that second pass into the shooting circle. Because really now we find that the feeders are landing at the edge of the circle. They're finding their goal shooter very quickly. I mean, as you can see now, no sense of urgency coming from Dr. KK. Everyone is just walking. They're leaving all the responsibility to the two defenders, who is really stepping up and giving the shooters more opportunities, but now the shooters really need to reward their defenders.
Can you rely on them the whole time? No, unfortunately not. We all know it's a team sport, and you can see small errors like that creeping through because of the pressure being applied by Tshwane.
Another missed opportunity for Tshwane. And we see still sitting on 12-6. Tshwane leading Dr. KK by 6 goals in this first quarter. And there's only 20 seconds to go. And the goalkeeper, oh my goodness, Bodenstein, what a take. Two-hand intercept right under the pole.
That was not the right pass to throw to the shooter though. She was between two defenders. It was very risky. However, kudos to the goalkeeper. That was a phenomenal take.
I think, we've come to the end of the quarter. And now just a few seconds to go. Oh! Perfect pass, perfect offload, perfect timing, ball speed and everything. What an amazing play from Tshwane. I think they came here guns blazing. They knew exactly that we wanted to win this, and they knew that Dr. KK is not an easy team to play against. So if they wanted to win this encounter, they really need to make it in the first quarter, and to come hard and be aggressive, as they are sitting now 14-6, leading by 8 goals in this first quarter. What a beautiful start, Tshwane under 19A.
It's quite interesting because we've seen usually it's the third quarter. That's the important quarter. But now we're seeing the first quarter for all of these games have been the most important. If they were clinical and accurate in the first quarter, it was really difficult for the other teams to actually catch up.
And I think it's a good thing that you start strong as a team, because you actually set a tone, and also you're putting pressure on the other team to be playing catch up. And if you have a sloppy start, you're really putting yourself at a disadvantage of playing catch up all the time. And we know what that does. Really, it does drain you, and you start being stressed and playing all these unnecessary passes. So it is a good start from Tshwane, but not taking away anything from Dr. KK. But I think for me, Dr. KK, they're struggling in that shooting circle, and also bringing that ball down. It's something that they will really need to work on going into the second quarter of this game.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire. They play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
First one. We welcome you back here in Waterkloof High School. And it's the second quarter of this encounter. It is still Tshwane under 19A that is leading Dr. KK by 8 goals. And we are looking forward to see a different energy coming from Dr. KK, because they really started very strong, Charmaine, in that first quarter. But I think it was towards the end of the first quarter we saw that Tshwane side started to gel and playing like a team, you know, and the line defense, area defense, putting pressure on Dr. KK and forcing Dr. KK to play those diagonal passes.
That was very clinical and clever play by Tshwane, and it's impressive to see the way that both teams have actually started this match, and they're also starting quite strong here in the second quarter, and that's a testimony to really good and effective coaching as well.
As we see the goal attack of Tshwane playing herself in, I think it's a clever move for Bernice Armstrong. She doesn't even mark Ndlovu Hitsakile on that goal attack. She quickly drops and then go and double block the goal shooter officer there, you know. And you see Ndlovu playing herself in, give and go. And I think the defenders of KK Kaunda have really identified the main shooter, and the main shooter is first on that goal shooter. Hence, they're trying to double block her and force Ndlovu Hitsakile to take those shots herself.
If she took a moment there, I saw she was quite rushed in a shot. Just take a breath. You've got this. You've done this many times before. Just take your time. And I think a lot of the shooters, they tend to rush into their motions. And that's something that can come again with some maturity and some, you know, experience.
Yeah, it's a great start from KK. They managed to score 2 goals already in this quarter. And they do again score a third one, that is Khomoto Mataping on that goal attack. And nothing yet from Tshwane as we see another turnover. Oh, beautiful drive from the goal attack. Khomoto Mataping of KK Kaunda. What a start from Dr. KK.
That was a phenomenal run. That was a brilliant line that she took. If I was the shooter, I would have waited a split second because she passed that ball just a bit too early, so that hand came in. But it was still absolutely beautiful to see.
Charmaine, I mean, this is a different, charged up Dr. KK. What do you think the coach said to them during the interval?
I don't know, but I need that kind of motivation in my life, because this is a different type of team that we're seeing right now. Same players, but they've just come out, and I think they've realized that this game is still very much theirs to take.
Totally agree with you, and I think they also realize that, you know what, we are capable of doing this, and we're making silly mistakes, and that's costing us. And if we allow Tshwane to go away, to run away with this game, we might not have a chance. A beautiful offload there to Fissa, the goal shooter of Tshwane, and Tshwane score their first goal in the second quarter, just before 3 minutes. Offside called against goal defense of Dr. KK and that Bernice Armstrong. Yo, look at that ball speed.
That was great use of the middle channel. Phenomenal ball speed, as you said. But that's what's difficult to defend. As a defender yourself, what was the worst, the overball or a speedy ball to defend?
And the overball was just fish and chips for me.
Exactly.
Oh, what a good attempt from goalkeeper of Dr. KK, and that's Marika, and that was brilliant, but unfortunately she couldn't secure the intercept. But a good attempt, and it will actually make the shooters and the feeders aware of not to play that long pass again.
Can you see how important it is to actually go with both hands? Because she went in with that one hand for that intercept. However, they did still get the turnover. So kudos to Marika for actually getting her hands on that one.
Oh, good tip there from goalkeeper Twane Bodenstein.
That was a phenomenal pass from the goalkeeper to Van Wyk there in the midcourt. Just straight pass, straight down the middle.
Contact called against goalkeeper, and Visser will secure this. Yes, and she does, and she takes Twane to 17 goals. They still leading Dr. KK by 6 goals in this quarter. Oh, those are the little things really that will work against Dr. KK towards the end of this game, because you know, they're forcing those long balls and they're not working. I mean, you have the likes of the goal defense, Kutumane, Akang, and Bodenstein in that shooting circle, and really a strong Van Wyk in that wing defense. There is no room for diagonal passes.
But these are controllables. They can go back and they can fix it. It's not something that they don't have the control over. I mean, you're the passer, so just fix it.
Oh, this is devastating really for KK Kaunda. But what I've realized is that no one is driving to the ball. They're all standing or hiding behind their partners. And that's why it's so easy for the Tshwane side to get all these turnovers.
They're all driving to the front and then dropping to the back. There's no drop and then drive, but everything is the same rhythm, same motion the whole time. And what's Tshwane doing? They're just defending the same movement over and over.
Over and over, Charmaine says. So KK Kaunda on attack right now as we see the goal attack. Fetching and offside from the center of Dr. KK. Yes, beautiful base drive there by Visser, and I think it was good patience coming from Van Heerden on that center position. She took her time, she didn't want to force it, and it really did pay off. A good play from the Tshwane side.
Oh, that was a phenomenal feed from the goal attack to the shooter. That just shows their trust in one another and the communication that they've already set up between them. Well, that was just amazing.
It was an easy feel. She didn't even think about it. She saw the space and she hoyed that ball.
And that's probably the worst for a defender as well. When the trust is so incredible between two players that you struggle to break it.
Yeah, you do struggle to. Oh. Another, I think it's 5 turnovers against Dr. KK inside the circle. Really, really devastating.
On basic errors.
Another opportunity for Dr. KK. Yes, I would like them to come forward for the ball. Yes, rather play it safe. You know, short passes, bounce passes instead of those long diagonal balls.
Nothing beats basics.
Another turnover for Tshwane. And once the center landed at the edge of the circle, it's so difficult for the defenders to get that ball. That is a brilliant pressure been applied by Bernice Armstrong and Marika Nel, because they forced Undlovu Hitzakile to take the shot, and she's not confident to taking those shots. So what I will do if I was the defenders of the KK, I would double block and put pressure on Visser, because she is a main shooter and she's the one that they're all looking to feed. So I'll leave Ndlovu alone. force her to take those passes, and she doesn't look confident. So utilize that into your advantage.
Yeah, definitely. I think don't drop off too early into the circle, but follow her until she's just outside, and then you can drop into the circle for that double block, because you also don't want her to run around freely.
Yeah, maybe I will ask the wing defense to pick her up. You know, ask the wing defense to pick up the goal attack, and then the goal defense, Bernice Armstrong can go and double block with Marika there in the shooting circle. So different strategies, tactics that can be worked inside. I mean, on court, just to make sure that Dr. KK really comes with that intercept.
Despite that one feed now, their feeds into the shooters are too good to be defended. And that's the one thing that can break a defensive duo, is great feeds into your shooters.
But what do you think this is that one thing that Dr. KK needs to do to make sure that the feeds are not so easy in the circle?
Press them forward, because they're all getting the ball at the same time every single time. It's just next to that post. And they're allowing their tummy to be open. So press forward, press forward. Don't allow her to have that space that she's clearly creating for herself again.
Press forward is what Shemaine is asking for. I'd like to see more pressure on the ball, on the passer, because currently Tshwane is just attacking freely. Much better play from Dr. KK. Oh, yes, she does. And that is Khumuto Matliping.
She's been doing most of the shooting for Dr. KK, and she's really stepped up. Really impressive shooting from her.
You know what just happened? Fissa drove outside the circle, and she got that ball. You know, if I was a goalkeeper, Bonenstein, if I was Marika Nel of Dr. KK, I'll keep her outside the court.
Don't let her come back in.
Yes. You don't want her in. Can she shoot outside the circle? No. So that means she's more dangerous inside the shooting circle.
I really wish we could shoot from outside, but that's just me.
Now, you can play fast 5 go. I mean, we do have a game that allows you to play and shoot outside the circle. And 26-12 is the score between these two sides.
Again, she did exactly the same movement. Did she pick her up? No.
Yeah, no, Tshwane working very well, very uncharacteristic from Fissa. I mean, missing right under that pole.
That was a much better feed. She was on edge.
And we're running out of time. It's almost over in this second quarter. And it is Tshwane who are leading Dr. KK, 26. 12. 26-12 in the second quarter. So it is still Tshwane who are still in charge in this encounter. They're really working well together. I mean, from the shooter up until the defenders and the midcourt also. I mean, the likes of the wing attack, Moken Shani and Van Yarden, Van Veek in that midcourt. I think they're working well together. They're forcing Dr. KK to crowd. And also that line area defense for Tshwane is working well for them, really pressing and forcing Dr. KK to play those diagonal long passes, and that's how they're getting most of the intercept. From the Dr. KK side, we saw the goal attack, Khumuto Matlaping, who has really been playing well, and I think she's a player who's been playing two positions. She's been fetching, she's been clearing inside the circle. We've seen her playing kind of a wing attack, goal attack position, and that speaks volume. It means that the center wing attack of Dr. KK really needs to step up, because she's doing a lot of work and still being expected to take those long shots. So we did see some beautiful pockets of play coming from the from the Dr. KK side. We also saw the combination of Bernice Armstrong and Marika Nell in that goalkeeper goal defense position, really complementing each other, working well together. They are turning on balls for their side, but it's just the balls don't get into the shooting circle or the shooters are not converting.
The only thing I'd like to see from Dr. KK in the third quarter is basic play. Don't try and play flashy, just play a normal 1-2-3 into your shooters and don't rely so heavily on your goal attack. She's already got a massive job as a goal attack. Your wing attack has to step up, your center has to drive those pockets strongly, and as soon as they're going to start doing that and a team defense, it's going to change the game around a bit.
I totally agree with you, and also I would like to see more leads coming from Van der Schaaf in that wing attack, and also Van der Merwe. And Sonica also, you know, that mid-court, we really want to see more leads because they are kind of playing cross and high balls, and that's not what we're looking for. And Tshwane is setting them up very well. But Colleen and Khomotso really did have moments of brilliance in that shooting circle. Just consistency and making sure that they're accurate is something that they will need to do going into this third quarter. And as we confirm the score, it is 26-12. And Tshwane really in charge. They are showing that Dr. KK that they're not here to play. You know, they're making their intentions very known in the first half of this game. We do see some couple of changes, but we'll do confirm them later on. And as we're looking at these two teams, I mean, we see that Tshwane is leading by 14 goals. What are those two things that you hope that the Dr. KK team can do to actually be able to turn this game around?
I think their defense needs to decide whether they want man-on-man or area, and they need to pick up the goal shooter and the goal attack positions. They have to decide whether they want to split it in the circle itself, or do they want to do a man-on-man in the circle or 2-on-1 on the shooter. But it has to be decided before they go out now. And I want the attack to step up. I need stronger leads from the wing attack and from the goal attack, and the center needs to drive into those pockets to create the diversions.
Totally agree with you there. And as we see the changes coming from Tshwane, we see Sipokazi moving into that wing attack position, and Miller will then move to wing defense.
And it looks like Van Wyk will be on center for Tshwane now. You said you saw her there previously on the center position at the Twiza Championships.
Yeah, she's a very strong center, and I think she's more of a defensive center, you know, with those long arms. And so that position is not new to her. She's more than capable of showing us what she can do.
Do you think it's very important for a player to be able to play more than one position?
I think it's important to play more than one position, because sometimes you leave your province as a goalkeeper, and then your coach might think, I think you have beautiful fast feet to match up with a very fast wing attack. You know, maybe you're that kind of a player that sticks, so they kind of need you in that wing defense position. So I always say to people, be open-minded. If you're a netball player, you're a netball player, not a goalkeeper. So never limit yourself. Allow yourself to play more than one position, because I think that will give you more opportunities to be selected in any team, because you give you're versatile. So a coach wants that, even though that we also as coaches looking for that player that speciality, you know, special goalkeeper, goal defense. But if you're goal defense that can also play center, that's a bonus for your team.
Definitely. I think adaptability is key. You have to be able to adapt to your opponent as well. I mean, I want to see if Van Wyk is going to adapt to her center she's playing against, and whether she will be able to step up after playing wing defense for 2 quarters.
Another opportunity for KK, as you can see them struggling to penetrate that shooting third. Look at the pressure being applied by, oh yes, beautiful vision there from wing attack of Dr. KK.
That was much better patient there by the wing attack. She didn't just force the ball into the shooter, she waited a second, and I think she chose the correct option.
Contact goal against Kylie van Veeg. Now, why would you want to force that ball when there's a goal attack right in front of you? A safer option, straight option, and shorter to the shooter. You know, those are the little things that are really going to work against KK.
I think you get so excited because you see the option and you think it's going to work. And then unfortunately, sometimes it just doesn't work out at all. It's that 1 in a million chance of that ball coming through both defenders' hands. Tshwane was shutting down that second phase ball completely. And that's why it's so difficult for them to get into that shooting circle.
Look at those patients. I mean, patient coming from Tshwane.
Oh, great tip there by the goal attack.
As we see, a couple of changes also coming from Dr. KK. As we see, Rory, we're moving into the goalkeeper position. And also we see Sonica playing on that center position. And we don't see the goal attack from Tshwane now. Ndlovu Hitzakile. There's a new inclusion in that goal attack position.
That was beautiful pop over to the goal shooter. I love interplay between a goal shooter and a goal attack. It's so effective, especially when it's done right and the communication is there. I was waiting and I was wondering if the umpire was going to see that call. The goal shooter pushed off the goalkeeper. And so many times we always just blame the poor goalkeepers for contact, but our shooters, we can make a lot of contact too.
Now, of course you can. And you guys, yo, Oscar, you need an Oscar, the way you can act. Yo! But you know what? I think the netball has evolved, and the coaches and the umpires now are starting to really give fair chance. I mean, between the two sides, I mean, between the two players, goalkeeper, goal shooter. Because if you're a goalkeeper, you're not even allowed to touch the goal shooter. But now we see that things are changing. Goal shooter also being penalized for forcing contact balls against the goalkeeper. You know, it's a good thing that we as South Africa netball are growing into the sport.
Definitely. And don't you think playing in the circle is one of the most difficult things to do? And it's always so vicious in there. We're always so angry at each other.
Were you always angry with your people?
Not me, with my teammates, with my opponents.
No, I'm saying with your opponents.
Yeah.
I was always smiling.
Oh,
I'm joking. I was
Apparently
never.
I wasn't a very nice player.
Yeah, it is. It's tense there. I mean, there's teams that when you played against, you're like, oh my goodness, it's going to be a tough one. Free State used to be one of those for me. They used to bring out the best in me. Antoine.
Yes.
Yeah, so you see, you're gonna get more tough competition against those two sides. I mean, they never come and think they're just gonna participate. They always wanted to win. You can even see them when they walk. They meant business, you know. So it was interesting, and I always enjoyed playing against those two teams. Yo, Vissa missing that ball. That's under that pole. Another opportunity for Dr. KK.
We've said it so many times, your first pass after a turnover, just play it short. Play it to the wing defense that's on circle edge.
Yeah, that's a safer pass. If it's a throw in from the back line, wing defense is always your safer option. Good patience coming from Twane.
And turnovers on this level are so few and far in between that when you do get them, you have to capitalize.
Yeah, as we see Vissa taking a side to 30 goals, and Twane is now leading Dr. KK by 15 goals. Look at that, swinging the ball over. Patience from Van Wyk, and good rebound from Vissa. I mean, she does have all the height.
That's something I wish I had a bit more of, just to be a tiny bit taller for the circle.
And it's just over 4 minutes to go in this third quarter. And Twane is still leading by 16 goals in this third quarter. And there is no response from Dr. KK as we see the goal shooter being penalized for replay. Look at that transition to the goalkeeper into the shooter. 5 passes, 5 accurate straight passes.
It's too quick to defend, and that's a benefit. If it's so fast but so accurate, how do you defend that? How do you stop that from happening? Something that I've noticed in the circles, a lot of the goal attacks when they run the circle edge, so when they sweep the front of the circle, they tend to physically sweep the line and not actually close to the goalkeeper and the goal shooter. And that is actually what you should be doing, is going to the mess and then playing away from it.
Yeah. And that is a very interesting something that you picked up there. I think you really need to go to someone and then go to the ball. And that is something that maybe Dr. K can also try to adapt and maybe apply against in this match, because as we see the Twane, when they're doing the area defense, line defense, if they're hanging, then you need to go to someone before you can go to the ball. And that's a good strategy, but a lot of these players are really not aware of that.
How do you break an area defense? You pick up a body and you play from a body. It's the same concept in the circle.
Yes, beautiful base drive there from goal attack. Khomoto.
She's been really impressive today. You know, she stepped up, and when she's had to take the shot, she's taken it and she's put it in.
Oh, that was a risky pass there to Vissa. But you know what? She took it, she fought for it. But I don't think that's a pass they would like to play again, as we see a turnover by Marika now of Dr. KK. Another deflection by Kutumane Ahang. Wing defense of Twane, what a take. Another intercept. Really is a really hard, tough day at the office for Dr. KK Kaunda. They're really struggling to penetrate that goal third and that shooting circle. The Twane defenders are all closing all doors. They're delaying them. They are denying Dr. KK space into getting into the shooting circle. As we see Van Wyk on the center position also. What an amazing steal from Van Wyk.
But they're all doing their job. No one is not doing the job they're supposed to do. And you can see the wing attack of KK trying to come forward and trying to, you know, penetrate that defense. But unfortunately, no one else is.
Beautiful offload from Van Wyk to Shani Marco. The new goal attack of Twane. Now, this is what you want to see from Dr. KK. You know, take patience and coming to the ball, utilize the mid-course. I like that. I like that. That's exactly what you want. You want to go to someone and then go to the ball. Good patience and good drive from goal attack.
The center and the wing attack are really wide outside of the shooting circle. And when you want to play from circle edge, you need them to be closer to you to actually play that ball.
A beautiful play coming from Tshwane, but unfortunately they were too late for another goal, but they still leading Dr. KK 34-17 in this third quarter. And I think it was a good team effort from Tshwane. They really fought well. They really worked well together. For me, it is that defense in the midcourt when they apply pressure and then force the Dr. KK side to play on the edges, you know, of the court. So good play coming from Tshwane, 35-17, a strong lead, and I don't think it's going to be easy for Dr. KK to actually try to close this goal margin. And you know what, as we have 12 more minutes to come in this encounter, please stay tuned with us as we bring you more action. And up front is we're going to the break and we'll come back and we're going to give you more action here at the Telkom Netball Championships.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
We're back at the Telkom Netball Tournament 2021. I mean, we had an exciting day as we started 8 o'clock this morning. We saw the Diamonds against Mopani. Mopani winning that 50-27. Citibank winning at 38-21 against Jokabi. Sharks 34-26 against Impala. And now at 11:45, this match is Tshwane up against Dr. Kenneth Kaunda. It is Tshwane under 19 still in the lead and taking charge in this encounter, but we still have 12 more minutes to go, and anything can happen in this fourth quarter, but that's if Dr. Kenneth Kaunda really tighten things up in that, you know, when they're driving that ball into that shooting circle. So it is still too early to call it, Charmaine, or am I dreaming? Is it already done?
No, it's never done. I mean, when the last whistle goes, we can say it's done. So the girls from KK still have time to actually come back, but already they start with a basic error again. And I think that's something they can go look back at after today's match and see that they lost the match or they were losing ball on basic errors.
Yeah, as we see the center, I think she got a caution. A turnover from Dr. KK. And there's a new wing defense from Dr. KK.
But again, they're still hiding behind their players. It's just their goal attack, Khomotso actually coming through to open up that space, and it shouldn't just be on her.
A good jump from goalkeeper of Tshwane. And Khumudzo Matlebing of Dr. KK, the lady who's really been strong and instrumental for the Dr. KK side. And we see the return of the goal attack. Hitsakile Ndlovu of Tshwane. I mean, she played the first two quarters, and then she was rested in the third quarter. She came back in this fourth quarter, and we see how strong she was in that first two quarters. But she was not doing most of the shooting. Fissa, the goal shooter, was the main shooter. I think both shooters, even the previous goal attack, was also playing more like a feeder, goal attack. So I mean, the defenders of KK, they really need to really pick it up. Maybe the wing defense can go to the goal attack, and then you have those two defenders double blocking Fissa, who's the main shooter for the Tshwane side.
Definitely, couldn't agree with you more. It's really difficult though, because some goal attacks are incredibly strong in those situations. So as soon as they start picking up the goal shooter, the goal attacks are able then to step up and then actually showcase those talents.
Just to confirm our changes in this fourth quarter, we see Kanyisile for the Tshwane side going into that wing defense position, and so Van Wyk Kylie then moves to center, and Hitsakile from the bench to that goal attack position, and Vilmi will now take on that center position from Shani. And for Dr. KK, Dr. KK has a new wing defense. We'll confirm the changes shortly.
That was a much better drive by the wing attack. She went to the ball, and that was a great pass. Dangerous, but it ended up working out perfectly.
Oh no, she needs to leave that ball. She really needs to leave that ball.
I think the pressure is so high in that circle. I mean, they've been pressurized. The ball takes a while to get to them. So by the time it does get there, they feel that intense pressure of this has to go in right now.
It's windy right now. The ladies really need to look after their ball. No long passes. Yes, it's the wind working again. So it's also important that if there's a wind, you know exactly that you don't want to take long passes, and also you don't want to take the shot against the wind. You know, you also want to position yourself in an angle where the wind supports. I don't know if that's such a
I
thing.
find it better, especially when it comes to shooting. Beautiful take. Just have to commend that from Marika. As a shooter, you shouldn't think too much about the wind. You should be able to just take the ball and shoot anyway. Because then if you're trying to start to calculate the wind speed, imagine how much you're going to think about then.
No, not the wind speed, but you need to realize that there's wind. So there needs to be strength and power on this ball that I'm going to release. So it's not going to be the same as when there's no wind. So those are the things really need to put into account. I mean, even if you have a lefty or you play against a left-handed shooter, that also does something. So as a defender or as a shooter, you need to know those things. And I was also told that within the 3 minutes or 5 minutes of the game, you really need to know who's taking the first center, who's going for the shots, who's taking the shots, who is feeding, all those things. You really need to identify them, because that's how you can counter and also you know, try to stop the other team and frustrate them.
I wonder how many players have actually picked up whether their opponent is left-handed or right-handed. And it sounds like something small, but it can be a key change, especially to a defender.
It is a key change. If you have a shooter that is left-handed, it can totally throw you off as a defender. And vice versa, you know.
I used to be able to shoot with both hands, and the one game I actually switched in the middle of my shooting action, and I remember the defender's face. It was just complete and utter shock.
As we see, another missed opportunity from Dr. KK. They're trying to force those long passes into the shooting circle.
It didn't work in the first quarter. I don't think it's going to work in the fourth. And that was to the mess that we spoke about earlier from the goal attack. She went to that mess and she played from it.
Hitsakile takes the Tshwane side to 38 goals. Oh, good interplay between the two shooters.
That was a great feed as well. Sure, just a brilliant pass, no doubt. She just turned and she threw that ball.
I think it's done and dusted, Charmaine, but I like the spirit from Dr. Kenneth Kaunda. They're not stopping. The momentum is still the same. They're really working well. You know, they're not dropping their shoulders, but the one thing that I would like to see is them applying pressure on that Tshwane side, especially when the Tshwane is attacking.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, it looks so easy for the side of Tshwane compared to Kenneth Kaunda. They're struggling to break through any system that Tshwane are putting up to them. And just unfortunately, they're not able to capitalize. And that's so important when it comes to the game of netball.
Just 4 minutes to go before the end of this encounter. The Tshwane side really has made their mark in this game against Dr. KK.
I'm quite surprised. I thought this match would have been a bit closer, especially towards your fourth quarter. However, we've still seen such amazing talent that has been showcased. It was really lovely to see. It was a beautiful take by the goalkeeper for Dr. KK. She went straight up with both hands.
Oh, what a take from wing attack of Dr. Kenneth Kaunda. Landing at the edge of the circle. Beautiful play there by Khumutso. Unfortunately, stepping error. I think she's overworked the goal attack. I think she's doing everything. Fetching, clearing, shooting, everything. She's really been instrumental for the Dr. Kenneth Kaunda side.
And as we said earlier, it's really not fair to expect all of that from one player. She's been phenomenal, but you do get tired as well.
Look at her trying to work on that baseline.
I would love to see
caution given to the wing defense.
Yeah, I would love to see some more communication between the goal shooter and the goal attack for KK, because the goal attack's doing all the movement, but the goal shooter does not take any ownership of the circle that she's actually queen of.
Just 2 minutes to go before the end of this game. Tshwane is still going strong on attack, as you see. Hitsakile. Caution given to the wing defense of Dr. KK.
So both wing defenses now sitting with a caution. What do you do as a coach there? Do you take her off or do you leave her on court because there's only a minute and 20 seconds left?
Oh! What a steal! It was first the wing attack of Tshwane and the goalkeeper of Dr. Kenneth Kaunda returned the favor. You know, it is good netball as we going to the end of this game. Only a minute left before the end of this encounter, and I like the charged up team in the competition and that fight. You know, even though Dr. Kenneth Kaunda is behind by a lot of goals, but they still want it. They're still in it. For me, that is courage. That is, you know, discipline, and also you want it. It speaks volume with the team that they're here not just to compete, but just to not to participate, but to compete, and also the energy they bring on court, and it is something that need to be rewarded. They're not having a good game in terms of score, but their energy, their drive, and their discipline is something that they really need to be you know, rewarded.
Listen, there are definitely things that Kenneth Kaunda can take from this match, exactly like that, and they can say, we did this well, but let's look at these work-ons for the next match.
I think I must say to you, I mean, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda didn't have a great start. They had a great start actually in the first, second, and third quarter. But I think now they're having a beautiful finish. You know, I always say to my girls, it is psychologically. You always, you know, kind of set the tone yourself in your head. You tell yourself, I'm tired, and then you play tired. If you tell yourself, oh no, it's done, then it will show in your game. But you know what, Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, you really, really tried your best. For me, it was all that positive energy, that fighting spirit, even towards the end of the match. Even though the score is like 22 goals, they're trailing by 22 goals, but they're still fighting, they're still in it. And for me, that is courage and dedication from Dr. Kenneth Kaunda. But all the glory must go to the team, Tshwane under 19, who really worked well, put their foot in the accelerator from that first quarter up until that last quarter. So Tshwane, for me, they were solid from the defenders, mid-court and to the shooting circle. They worked together as a unit, and I must give it to the shooter, Fissa. I mean, she was double blocked, but she managed to take those knocks under that pole, and also she gave us some, you know, different moves. I saw her driving away from the shooting circle, creating space for Undlovu Hitsakile, who was the goal attack, and I think that's creative play, and also they really complemented each other well in that goal shooter position.
Both teams definitely have some work-ons, but both teams can also go back and be proud of most of these moments that were out on that court. But kudos to Tshwane, they came out guns blazing, they were ready for this, and Kenneth Kaunda had good moments, but I think if they just fix their basic errors, they could be a totally different team.
There will be a totally different team. I totally agree with you there, Charmaine. We see the full-time score of this match. Tshwane taking this encounter against Dr. KK by 18 goals. Oh, well done, Tshwane. It was well deserved. And we will see you later on. We still have more action to come as we go down to Andy Mahamba for post-match interviews.
Thank you very much to our commentary team, Nontle Gwavu and Charmaine Bart, for that game. So it is the Tshwane side that will grab the victory on this particular occasion. I am joined by Hitsakile of the Tshwane team to chat through the team's performance. First of all, thank you very much for joining me. Let's talk about how you performed. What do you think went well for your side today?
I feel that personally for myself, I could have done a little bit better. I think the sun and the heat is just getting to everybody. But the fact that my team managed to pull through and keep pushing through the heat and fixing all of our mistakes and picking up where we drop, I'm really proud of my team for doing that. And yeah.
And ultimately, what do you think are some of those errors that you've picked up? You're saying you yourself on a personal level could have done better, and the team overall. So what are those areas that you've identified that you need to improve on?
It's just little things like stepping, like basic things that we can, it's very fixable. And I feel that it's still our first match, we've still got many more matches to come, and we've still got so much time to improve, and there's so much more room for improvement. I know what my team is capable of, and we're capable of so much more than what we did now, but I'm still so proud of what we managed to produce right now.
And a great result for your side. Now, at the end of that third quarter, your coach was speaking about the second phase ball and perhaps things not going that well in that regard. What did you have to do differently in that final quarter?
We just had to be patient and control the controllables. It's about not going as fast as the game is going, keeping your own pace and keeping cool and keeping calm and just taking one ball at a time. That's essentially all that had to happen. Yeah.
Did very well. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
That is Hitakile from the Tshwane team. Of course, able to get the result there, but also noting that there's still room for improvement as the side does continue in the Telkom Netball Champs. So I'm going to be joined by Sonika, who is from the Dr. KK side, to speak about her team's performance. Thank you very much for joining us, Sonika. How would you say things went for you as Dr. KK?
I think it went well for the first day. I think we can do much better, and I know my team would do much better no matter what. But I feel it's a good start. It was a great game for both sides, so I'm looking forward for the rest of this tournament.
You got a chance to come on in that center position. What was the instruction from the coach? What were you expected to do at that stage?
Just do my best because it's kind of first, but I did my best and I'm going to still continue doing my best.
And looking at how you as a side could have improved in the game, what are those areas that you can pick up on to apply in your coming games?
I think just the basic things, because there was a lot of stepping, obstruction. I think us as a team should just pay attention to those basic things that you learned and just do your best and enjoy the game, because if you enjoy the game, everything will follow it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I enjoy your day.
Oh, wow. What a big smile on the face of Sonika, saying it's all about enjoying the game. Unfortunately, not able to get the result here, but they will be bolstered by some of the improvements that they saw during the course of the game, and of course, take some positives into the next days of the competition. There's still day one, very early days for Dr. KK to bounce back and perhaps secure victory in their next encounter. So that's where we're going to stop it then in terms of post-match for this game. Do stay with us. There's still an opening ceremony and, of course, lots more action in the in the Telkom School Champs.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Verstappen's ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton's going to try again, this time on the inside, and comes to the touch. A case of what if, all in one moment. I am hungry for more action like this. Cheers you can hear for tens of miles around.
Thought I was going to have a heart attack, to be honest.
Fasten your seatbelts as the exhilarating second half of the Formula One season continues. On Supersport, only on DSTV Premium. Broadcast proudly brought to you by Discovery.
The speed of a jaguar. The reflexes of a sunbird. The strength of a diamond. They train to inspire. They play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Verstappen's ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton's going to try again, this time on the inside and comes to the touch. A case of what if, all in one moment. I am hungry for more action like this. The cheers you can hear for tens of miles around.
Thought I was going to have a heart attack, to be honest.
Fasten your seatbelts as the exhilarating second half of the Formula One season continues. On Supersport, only on DSTV Premium. Broadcast proudly brought to you by Discovery.
We are back at Hoërskool Waterkloof Netball Court, and it is round 5 of the Telkom Netball Championships. As we are about to witness a clash between the Diamonds under 17 and Gamma under 17. So this is going to be one interesting game between the two sides. And as we look at the starting lineup for the Diamonds, we see the goal shooter
Adrinae Jonk, Minka Delaray, Nuluvo Tabosh, Marley Creek, Nikisha Metcalf, Mizan Claessens on goal defense, and then goalkeeper is Renee Rao.
Yeah, we also look at that bench for the Diamonds. I mean, quite strong players there, so they do have depth in their team. And we'll be looking to see what they can bring on court today on day 1 of this Telkom Netball Championship.
Earlier today, the Diamonds played against Mupani, and they fell quite short in the beginning of the match. So Mupani started incredibly strong, and then the Diamonds just struggled to carry throughout the game. And I'm quite interested to see what Gamma is going to do against them.
Yeah, we're all looking forward to see what these two sides can bring today. Yeah, on this first day of the Telkom Netball Championships. I mean, this is very exciting to see that we see the future of Netball South Africa being groomed at a very young, early age, and that's something that we really looking forward to as the netball in South Africa is going to be hosting the 2023 World Cup. Quite interesting. And from the side of Gamma, the goal shooter is Prince Lou. Together with Brits, they're the goal shooter, goal attack position. The ladies will be responsible to feeding that shooting circle. Van Dijk, Clarice, Shanae on center, and Tlahane on that wing attack position. And also wing defense is Mohoru Munolo, and the ladies who will be responsible on turning balls in that goal defense, goalkeeper position is Joubert with Tisani. So that is Gama, the under 17 from Gauteng. And you know what, Charmaine, I mean, a lot of people are watching at home. You know, it's quite interesting that even though it's the people not allowed to come and be spectators, they are watching at home. I mean, from the comfort of their home, probably lying in bed, just watching their daughters and their cousins and their sisters and their friends. And we do miss them, and that's why we really encourage everyone just to go for that jab, you know, just to make sure that we have you with us so that you can come, you can be on the side of the court so that you can watch your daughters and friends and everyone, support them physically. But we can't do that unless we are all safe and we are all vaccinated, and that can only happen if we all make sure that we work together and really protect each other and go and get vaccinated.
100%. I think it would be so amazing to have had some spectators here. But, you know, we have Super Sports Schools, this amazing initiative that makes it available to all of us on a streaming device, which is something that we've never had before. And we're so extremely grateful that these girls' talents can actually be showcasted out onto the platform that they have available.
It's amazing. I mean, we're always talking about this development and also exposing these kids at a very young age. And we never had these opportunities. And I think it's a good thing for Super Sports Schools, for Telkom, Netball South Africa, and all the other sponsors who really made these events happen possible in this 2021, especially after a very terrible, challenging year, 2020.
And you can't actually say that these girls have had a rest. They look phenomenal. They look excited to be on court. The girls are actually amazingly, you know, prepared for this. And I'm quite surprised, because if you've been off for so long, do you really think it should be this easy to slot back into it?
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising how strong they are, and they look solid. And I'm so happy that we're back. I mean, netball is coming back bit by bit. Especially this year, I think we've been busy. From the beginning of the year, we've been very, very busy. We've had Varsity Cup in Stellenbosch, and we also had TNL and first leg, I think it was 3 weeks ago. We had Twiza, we had Males International Netball. And that was quite interesting to see other countries coming to South Africa, really competing against our champions. I'm not trying to boast, but you know,
no, they deserve to be boasted about. They
They
played great netball. And you know what? It's just a platform that has been created by Telkom as well as Netball South Africa, and we are forever grateful that these things are being implemented, they're being put into place so that our young ones, our juniors, can actually have that platform before they go into the big leagues at the senior level.
Absolutely agree with you there. As we see teams getting ready, charged up to go on court. And we see Gama, the team from Gauteng, really getting ready as they're warming up. And quite a few names that I really like to see. I mean, I've seen them before. It's going to be very interesting to see what they do today. I mean, Obonolo on that wing defense, and also Prinsley and that goal shooter. Quite strong, and she's solid. So we've seen them in the past play for schools. So this is going to be kind of a different level. I mean, it's under 17, and there's all these cameras around them.
What would you have done at 17, seeing all these cameras, you know? But I think it's good because now the girls can actually get used to that being around them and not getting that big fright when they get to TNL, when they get to varsity netball. It's supposed to be something that's adding to the sport, not taking away or adding stress to the girls.
Yeah, we're still building up in this game between Gama and the Diamonds. And you know what, Charmaine, let's talk like briefly, just to try to explain to people at home, how did these players get to be in the teams and where did it all start? And if there's a girl who's currently watching this and said, you know, if I want to be there, what channels or, you know, where am I supposed to go to actually be able to come and make it here?
So you would start in your school team, and then your teacher or your coach would identify the players that would then go to the first round of provincial trials. And then from that trials, you move on every round until the final round, where you would then be selected into the provincial team for a tournament like this. So usually it starts at school. You know, you have to be chosen for your provincial team's trials, and then thereafter you will follow the route of every trial level, and then at the end be chosen into the provincial team.
Yeah, that's quite interesting because it really starts at school. So that's why we always say to these kids, please play some sports at school. You know, be active, play anything, play everything,
do anything,
do everything, so that you give yourself an opportunity to, you know, to be included or to be selected to go and represent your school at these trials. And because it all begins there, you can't now just be taken from like be scouted from school directly straight to the SA team. So it gradually, you really need to, it's a stepping stone. So you really need to follow those channels to actually make yourself to be able to make it here in this national championships.
And these championships are places for coaches of universities and colleges to actually see players and to scout players. So this is another phenomenal area where we can build and grow on for players to be recognized. And this is, again, something we didn't have previous years.
Totally agree with you. But I saw that some scouts here also looking for players. I mean, I believe there's a Kosana game towards the end of the year in December. So there are selectors here who are looking for a squad of players, and that they will train and also have trials and select that top 12 or 15. So the girls are being exposed. And those who don't make it, it's a stepping stone. You know, you can always come back. It's not the end of the world. You always fight and make sure, if you want it, you always make sure that you'll do anything in your power to make sure that you prepare yourself so that you can get to that level where you can be selected into the national team.
Definitely. I mean, you can't go on one choice of one team. You have to keep pushing, you have to keep knocking, you have to show that you are the person that they actually should have selected. And that's why the girls are wearing the numbers. So the numbers refer to a certain age group, as well as the color of the number that they are wearing. So that is the age group they can play in and also can be identified in for a team after the tournament.
Yeah, and for this in this championship, only the under 17, 18 can be selected.
Yes.
Because if you see the girls in pink number, that means she's too young to be selected in the team. So please don't crucify us and why is she not in the team? She was so great. Yes, we need to make sure that we give an opportunity to the kids that are, you know, 18 or 19 or 17 closer to under 19 to actually an opportunity to go and experience the international level, because the ones that, who are 16, they still have a long way to go. You know, they still have more, like 3 years experience, I mean, opportunity. So yeah, that's the other thing that the selectors will be looking for here.
You can always grow more. I mean, even if you're at the senior level, there's something someone can teach you. You never know enough. And I think that's what makes our sport so amazing, is you won't always know everything about it. There's always something new, a new trick you can learn from a player or a new trick you can learn from an umpire. And that just makes our sport stand out to me.
Absolutely. You always learn. You're never too old to learn.
Sometimes my brain feels old, but you know what? We make it work.
This is where it all started for me, in Hammersdale, a village just outside Durban. Grew up in a very traditional family. A few times in a while we have to go, and do up the garden in the morning. I wouldn't think much of sports. Happened to play netball by chance. I went to go and watch my neighborhood friends at training, sitting on the side, just watching and supporting. There were 13 of them on the netball courts. They needed one player to fill in. I can remember one of them saying to the coach, ask her to fill in. From there, I had to borrow the shoes. The shoes were even bigger than my feet. I think I can remember that I wasn't even worried about the size of the shoes, but more of what I was going to do on courts. Pulled through that day. From there, it rolled on to being called to a national side.
Bongium Zomi gets it into the shooter's hands.
Having to play overseas, I think all that journey actually created all of that. Now that I look forward into the future, I want to see more girls playing the sports. We need to find a way where we give them exposure. There's exciting stuff coming along. I think it's going to create a whole lot more vibe, and I have to be part of that, because believe me, one day the shoes will fit and the lights will find you.
Arguably one of the most deadly players on court right now.
We welcome you back here at Waterkloof Hoërskool in Pretoria. It is still day one of the Telkom Netball Championships, and we're about to witness a clash between the Diamonds up against Gamma, the team from Gauteng. And this is under 17s. It's going to be very interesting to see who's going to come victorious between these two teams, because Gamma is quite a strong team, solid, and I think some of those players have played together in the past, and we've seen what an advantage that plays in a team, when you've played together for a while, and against a team that's been playing together maybe for the first time. I mean, we've seen when we saw Joe Gabi against the Citibanks earlier. So Citibanks, strong, solid combinations, everything. They're playing their lines, they're playing the square, straight. And Citibank, you could see they were actually struggling to gel. And communication was not there. There were moments of brilliance, and but it was quite not consistent. And that's why I feel like playing together as a team, it plays a huge role in a team.
100%. And a lot of these provincial teams take a lot of the same players from previous years. That's why you're able to see the growth from one year to another in a lot of these teams. And for some of these teams, it's the first time they've been to a tournament like this.
And it's a lineup for the two teams. The umpires really need to check the nails, make sure there's no jury, your hair is tied up nicely. So all those basic things need to happen, so it's safety before anything else, because if one girl has long nails, you can really hurt each other.
Oh, I've been scratched many times by short nails, mind you. They can sometimes hurt more than the longer nails. But it's good to see that the protocols are being followed. The girls are being sanitized regularly as well. And we're just so grateful that we can still have this opportunity amidst everything that is going on.
Yeah, we are grateful to have this opportunity as we see the two teams take court. And is the Diamond team playing in the red bibs, and Gamma will be playing in the yellow bibs.
Don't you love to see the girls smiling and still chatting, even though, they're opponents and they're going to play a massive clash against each other now?
I love that. I mean, it shows good sportsmanship as well, respect for each other. You love what you're doing.
Yeah.
If you love what you're doing, you always be smiling, unless you're not happy to be here. Then you can see it from far. And the girls, I mean, their smile says it all. They're happy to be here. They're happy to play against their opponent. And you should be grateful, because if it wasn't for your opponent, you would not be here, having fun, experiencing, the combinations and everything. So you really need to appreciate your opponents at all times, even if they give you a hard time.
It's difficult then, but yes, you have to appreciate and you commend when someone does something well. that's the most beautiful to me. It's when two players actually tell each other, well done, you know, even though they're playing against one another.
You know what, my coach stopped that very quickly for me. And then she said, you're busy concentrating on what she's doing. So concentrate on what you are doing. So no more pats on the back. You can do that after the game. And I was like, oh, did she just say that?
Because we're so used to being very complimentary of each other. Like, well done, friend, you did good. But, okay, coach, she was tough, I assume.
As we're about to go underway in this encounter, it is the center of the Diamonds, Marley, who takes us underway in the first center. I immediately love the way Diamonds are playing. Oh, but she took too long there. You know, they were taking care of the ball, taking their time, but she took too long there, and the opportunity now Gamma will be attacking, and so Diamonds immediately intercept that.
I'm glad to see that for the Diamonds. We saw them earlier today and they were just a bit rattled. You know, they looked like it was their first game basically. But it's good to see them settling and, you know, taking that ball. And the benefits of having a tall shooter.
The benefits of having a tall shooter, everything. I mean, it's easy to feed them. And it's, I mean, when there's rebound, they're the first people who 80% of the chances they will get that rebound. So it's always good to have a tall shooter. But you don't want a standing shooter. You want a shooter that can give you different things. Rolls, base drive, dodges, you know. You just don't want a pole that's just standing there.
I was about to say that we actually so blessed with so many mobile goal shooters, and that's something that has changed over the years, especially in South Africa. We've got shooters that are agile, they're mobile, they can move around, and we're playing more of a moving circle than we've ever done before.
As we go to the second shot for the Diamonds, they're currently leading in this first quarter. Good give and go there between the wing attack and goal shooter. And the goal shooter of Gamma, Prince Lou, equalizes.
That was amazing pressure there by Gamma.
Yeah, brilliant feed there to the goal shooter of Gamma, Prince Lou. And a good finish.
When last have you seen such a tall center?
We've seen Van Beek, remember?
She was also a tall center, yes.
Yeah. So I think that's where everyone is going now, is leaning towards those tall centers, because you just don't want a center that attacks only. You want someone who can actually press and put pressure on the opponent. Because we've seen in the past, when there's two centers, they don't defend each other.
Yeah, they run next to one another. It's a defensive advantage now. Just having those arms up, that wasn't there before.
Yep, I totally agree with you. 3-all is where we're sitting. No, it's 4-3 in favor of the Diamonds. It's quite a slow start between the two sides. I mean, I understand. I think they're both playing the second game of the day. So they're kind of tired. The legs are still a little bit sore. And also, it's not even that hot now anymore. There's a little bit of wind. So that would be, I mean, it's an advantage to them. But I think they're still sussing each other out.
I prefer a slower, controlled start rather than the mess of just running and going at it from the start. So I think both teams, as you said, are feeling each other out. You know, they're trying to see what the one is doing well, what the other one is not. And it's going to play to their advantage.
Yeah, good save there from a goal attack. Brits, the goal attack of Gamma. And unfortunately, Gamma loses the ball. Oh, beautiful offload.
She took that ball so well out of the air.
You know, I watched Gamma earlier, and that was amazing. And I saw the defenders, and I think they were playing well together. So I'm looking forward to see what they can bring in this game again. I mean, that combination of Ongarabedze and Utisani and Bonolo, wing defense, goal defense, and goalkeeper, really solid.
I'm glad to see that the girls from the Diamonds have, you know, upped their communication, because they were quite silent in the previous match. So it's good to see that they're actually talking to one another, telling each other where they would want their partners.
Yeah, it's good patience, good drive, good give and go. I think they're taking too long to pass.
That was a brilliant screen there set up. You could hear them shouting to one another, saying, pass, pass, pass. I think it's very difficult for a wing attack and a center to see all the options all the time.
Yeah, you know what you need to do when you get the ball. You have to quickly turn your shoulders towards the shooting pole, and so that you can see who's open, because the first option is always the one in front, and if there's no one driving in, you always have the square option. So maybe that's why she took too long to see that, because she didn't quite completely turn her shoulders and towards the shooting pole. Oh, beautiful play.
Quick, fast hands there.
And like you always say, that's so difficult to defend. I mean, quick ball is difficult to defend. A well-placed ball is also very difficult to defend. A good pickup from the goal attack of Gamma, Brits. And she gives it to Prinsloo, who sinks in the 7th goal.
I've noticed that the wing defense for Gamma, she's always on the line, she's always available for the back pass, and that is such a good move to have for any attacker. You can just quickly play it back, reset the play, and then go forward again.
We see Diamonds struggling to penetrate. And the wind is blowing so hard there. So, I mean, here in Waterkloof in Pretoria. So the girls are going to have to play short passes, safe ones.
And strong passes, definitely. We can't have any balls hanging in the air, because the wind will definitely take it.
Prinsloo driving outside the circle, opening space for Brits.
It's not the first time she's actually driven out the circle, and I wonder why the goalkeeper has not picked that up yet. We're already in the 8th minute, and you know, in a move like that, if a shooter is repeatedly doing it over and over, you have to either, as you said earlier as well, keep her out of the circle, or have someone pick her up and stop her from coming back in.
Absolutely. Someone needs to pick it up. As Prinsloo sinks another one, and they're currently leading the Diamonds by 4 goals. A good offload to the goal attack of the Diamonds. Delaray. And she missed it, and what a beautiful rebound there from goalkeeper Ongarabedze. It's too easy. Look at that transition. Look at that ball speed.
It's quick and it's efficient.
So what do you do? What would you say to the coach, or if you were coaching now the Diamonds, what would you do as a coach?
Because they're playing so fast, someone has to pick up from behind. Just stop them from going to the front. So instead of running along, just stop their movement. or force them to the side of the court. Because as we've said multiple times, the middle channel is the most important channel. Push them to the sides until the ball will eventually go out court because of pressure.
Push them to the side is what Shemaine says the Diamond should do. Oh, what a brilliant intercept from Brett, the goal attack of Gama. Yes, and Prinsloo doesn't disappoint in that shooting circle.
And again, the wing defense for Gamma just being there as the backup.
She's been there. She's the one who's actually taking all the pressure with the wing attack from the center. She's attacking all the way to that transverse line, you know, allowing the wing attack center to position themselves and find themselves at that edge of the circle.
Exactly where they want to be.
Just under a minute and a half to go in this first quarter. And look how beautiful the goal shooter of the Diamonds, Adrien Young, is positioning herself there, cutting the keeper. They always do the screen.
It's the second time already, or the third time that they've done that screen. You just need to be able to finish it off. We can blame it on the wind, Nontle.
No, we can't.
No, we can't.
Gama is sinking the balls. So the Diamonds really also need to sink the balls.
No,
the defenders are turning balls. The midcourt is driving those balls out all the way to the shooting circle. So the Diamonds really need to make sure that they sink all those goals. Just 45 seconds to go in this first quarter. And Gama is still leading by 8 goals in this first quarter. So it's a really strong start from them. Another turnover. I mean, Charmaine, this has been happening for the third or fourth time that the ball, the diamond ball, they lose that ball in that shooting circle or in that shooting third.
They're forcing the ball into their players. No one's coming to the front. Again, everyone's hiding behind their partners. And you're not going to get a safe pass if you force it overwards.
Yeah, they are really positioning or hiding behind their players. As we see the confirmation of the first quarter in this game, it is Gama who are leading the Diamonds by 8 goals. A solid start. I think they worked together from the first quarter. I mean, the first minute of the first quarter, they made it known that they're here to win. The communication, I think, for me, the goal attack, goal shooter of Gama, Brits and Prinsloo, the interchange in that circle, the other one driving out, the other one driving in, you know, and also the wing ahead, Gamo Hill, also the feeds. They're really playing well in that on the Gama side. And also looking at the defenders, Tisane or Onkarabedza, also that keeper, really solid. You know, everyone is playing well together. But you know what, we still have 3 more quarters to go in this encounter. Please stay with us here at Waterkloof Hoërskool for the Telkom Netball Championship as we go for an 8 break.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Well, we welcome you back here at Waterkloof Hoërskool. It is the Telkom Netball Championships. And as we are witnessing a clash between the Diamonds and Gamma, and it is Gamma from Gauteng who are leading in the first quarter by 8 goals. Well, we are about to go underway in the second quarter. And it is the center, Shanae Kok, who will take us to the second quarter. As we see Gamma swinging that ball over to the center. Look at that triangle play in that good goal shooter, in that shooting position. Beautiful play there between the wing attack, center, goal attack and goal shooter.
I would have just wanted the goal shooter to wait a bit longer. She's rushing a lot of her movements at the moment. So just take a breath, wait that second longer before running out the circle too early.
Good base drive from goal attack of Diamonds. Beautiful play. Goal shooter was completely unmarked, and this is the difference. But luckily she does have a second chance, and then she sinks it.
Again, the shooter's out of the circle. And yet they keep looking for her. So she's the option. So she runs out of the circle, but they still look for her in the shooting circle. So she has to get back in there quickly. And as the goalkeeper, you have to pick that up. You have to know that she's going to run out almost every single time. So why not pick her up before she gets back in?
Yeah, that's exactly what you need to do. You need to pick it up before she comes inside the circle. Good interchange, good interplay between the wing attack and goal attack of Gamma. Yeah, there was Brits and Shanae. I mean, it just takes them 2 or 3 passes for the ball to get into that goal shooting circle of Gamma. So it's too easy. There's no pressure being applied on the passers and all the shooters, you know. So that's why it's so easy to actually offload that ball to Prinsloo in that goal shooter position.
There's nothing worse than having a defender that annoys you. So maybe the defense should start annoying the shooters of Gamma just so that they can maybe work out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, you can start by just, you know, what she's doing now is just moving around the goal shooter, which I think is a good thing. You know, move your feet around her. Just you're forcing the goal shooter to reposition. And that's exactly what you want to do, because she was off balance and now they're passing a lot of balls to actually get her to Prinsloo, and that's what you want to do. But the thing is that Diamonds only do that for like 3 passes and
then
they
hang
stop.
back,
So they
yeah.
really need to nail it.
That was much better defense though from both the Diamonds goal defense and goalkeeper. They were more aware of the ball as well.
Yeah, that was beautiful play by the Diamonds. You know, for me, you see those 2 goal attack goal shooter from Gamma, Adrien and Delaray. They need to split the defenders. If you are in the same space, you make it very easy for the defenders to get the intercept. So split them, you know, make it hard for them to actually get an intercept. So make them work.
That was a brilliant take by the goal attack there, Brits from Gamma. She passed that ball as she was still in the air. Phenomenal skills.
No, Brits is a machine. I mean, she's everywhere, and she's not even relying on Prinsloo to make the shots. She is taking responsibility in that goal attack position as well. So that's what I like about her. She's defending, she's attacking, she's clearing, she's doing everything.
And that's what I want to see from the goal attack for Diamonds as well. You know, instead of going to stand in that same space as your shooter, move around, clear and open her space as well.
Another missed opportunity for the Diamonds. Just right under that pole. They're losing most of these balls in that circle. Another turnover for the Diamonds. No one driving forward. The good pressure coming from Gamma. We need more leads from the Diamonds team.
And it's interesting, when they do lead, a lot of the players actually lead into the same space. So there's a lack of communication.
Like I said I mean, there are no leads coming from the Diamonds, and that's why they're losing these balls, because no one is driving forward. I mean, they were just been called now for a 3-second rule because no one is driving to the ball. They're all hiding behind their partners.
And driving into the space does not mean necessarily that you get the ball. You might be clearing a space for someone else.
As Gamma continues to sink those balls in. And now we're currently sitting on 21 goals to 9. A really tough day at the office for the Diamonds. A beautiful play there.
I would have loved to seen her take that shot from there.
Why? Because you have a tall shooter who can take it comfortably under the pole.
Because you've got a lead, you are able to, you can test those skills right now.
I'd rather play it safe.
See, this is why I was the far-range shooter.
Let's see if Diamonds can sink this one. They still have another opportunity to throw in for them. We see the coach shouting there. It's a penalty. Oh, she doesn't sink it. Pressure is mounting for the Diamonds, and the only thing they need to do is just to relax and you know, do the same thing that you normally do at practice. Oh! Now that's an intercept for Ongarebete of Gamma.
That was a brilliant take there from her. I didn't think she was going to get it, to be honest. I thought the goal attack was clear, wide open.
She came from nowhere. Look at that split. Prinsloo and Brits are having a ball in that shooting circle. But you know what, Charmaine, I really want to talk about this, because this ball, when Gamma is attacking, that ball is so easy for them to actually feed at the edge of the circle, or even just before the edge of the circle, because they have Prinsloo who's tall there. So I would prefer for the wing defense to drop and make sure they put pressure on the ball. You know, just drop away from the wing attack, the passer. Just make sure that there's no straight passes, just to force that long overball into Prinsloo and to give the defenders an opportunity to go for those. You want that ball to hang for a long time.
But what's the current difference is the wing attack and the goal attack of Gamma are defending, whereas the wing attack and the goal attack of the Diamonds aren't. And we've said it multiple times, you know, it's a full team defense. And if one player or one chain in that, or one link in that chain gives up, then it's going to be easy for them to flow through into their shooters.
Another missed opportunity as the goal defense of Gamma, Tisani Moajane, grabs that rebound. Yo, it's like I'm watching a tennis match, you know, this one takes it, this one takes it, and a good steal coming from the center of the Diamonds. Marley.
And again, it's just a long pass. Just play it short. At the moment, the Diamonds look frazzled. They look like they want to get rid of the ball as soon as they possibly can. They've got the skills, but we saw this earlier today as well. They would have these brilliant passages of play, and then all of a sudden, they would doubt themselves.
Yeah, I would like to see Minga, Delaray, and Noluvuyo really coming out to attack. You know, just give the defenders options and not just stand and wait behind your partners. Who's coming forward? They're all hiding.
And another unfortunate miss. I wonder if it's because they're getting the ball under pressure the whole time.
I mean, that's the game of netball. You will get the ball under pressure all the time.
That's what you do as a shooter. That's also true. I think they just have to regroup, recuperate.
You know what? You're making a valid point, because my coach once said, of course, we want the girls to go and practice shooting maybe 250 goals a day. But at some stage, you're going to have to have someone against them with their arms up, or someone pushing them before they can get that ball, because it's not the same. You might think that, yo, no, I'm an accurate shooter, but once you have that pressure being applied on you before you get that ball, or someone stretching in front of you, it's a total different game. So that's something that the girls at home, when you're saying that you're practicing shooting, ask mom or dad to actually defend you, put pressure, so you get used to the bump and fighting under that pole.
But not just that, a lot of the shooters think practicing shots is standing under the post and shooting from one space 100 times over and over. It's really not. It's incorporating your movement, adding a shuttle or two, because you're going to be tired by the time you get to a shot. So I think it's very important for these players to actually start from an early age and, try and incorporate those types of practices, especially as a shooter, to realize how important fitness is as well.
Just under 2 minutes, just under a minute to go in this second quarter. And Gama are leading by 19 goals. And, it's just turned into a one-way traffic. Beautiful offload there to Prinsloo from Brett.
The trust between these two is on another level. I mean, she literally turned. She didn't even look for more than a second, and that ball went.
Maybe a double block will work, in Prinsloo. Maybe a goal defense, just hang and just create that illusion that you're not there, you're not watching. And once they start offloading that ball to Prinsloo, and maybe the goal defense can go and try to intercept that ball behind Prinsloo. So just to bring different variation in that circle will actually help the Diamonds in this encounter. Yeah, as we come to the end of the second quarter between the Diamonds and Gama, it is Gama who's leading this game by 21 goals.
I would love this to see the Diamonds come out in the second half of this game to start their third quarter strong, get close to the post, put the balls in, and, just have more fun on the court. I think they look very stressed out with one another. I think they also feel, I feel they should maybe just go back to basics. Play the 1-2-3, play the square front, like we said earlier as well. Maybe going back to those real basics could be beneficial for them.
Well, we still have 2 more quarters to go, but please join us after the break as we bring you more action.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
It's colossal. Is it brilliant? Here it is. But he's a competitor. Here we go.
They all step up. But only one team has what it takes to be champion of the world. The ICC T20 World Cup. Only on SuperSport, your world of champions. Stay connected to DSTV for all the big hits and nail-biting action. Broadcast brought to you by Ram Hand-to-Hand Couriers.
We welcome you back at the Telkom Netball Championships here at Hoërskool, Waterkloof. And if you would like to get in touch with us, please do go to hashtag Netball Championships or hashtag TNC is here. Or you can catch us on Facebook and Instagram. And on Twitter it is at Netball SA. And all the action is there and will be here for the next 4 days here at Hoërskool Waterkloof. A lot of action is happening here. The under 17, 18 and 19s will be battling it up for the champions. That will be crowned on Thursday. So these championships normally happen under the school. They normally happen at Dr. Ache Janssen from the under 13 up to 17 or 18. And now Telkom has introduced under 19s, and now the under 17 and 18s are now playing together. And I think it's a good opportunity for our youngsters to, to get their exposure. And there's a lot of talent here, I must say, Charmaine.
I've enjoyed seeing these girls on court. They've been absolutely amazing. I mean, you've seen shooters and wing attacks and wing defenses and goal defenses you've never thought of seeing. And because of this platform, this Super Sports Schools platform that we have available to us, we're able to see these girls showcasing their talents on TV as well as online. And this is something we didn't have when we were younger.
Now, if you want to catch us live, go to DSTV Now app under Super Sports Schools. I've seen a lot of action there. Netball is back. Netball is busy. Every week is netball as we go into the Telkom Netball League Leg 2 in Sun City next week. As you see, a brilliant start there by Gamma.
I see Diamonds have gone back to their first lineup that they had with Adrien Jonk back on goal shooter. She was out on goal attack for the second quarter.
And we can see that from the Diamond side, the challenge for them is in the circle. Those balls are not sinking. I think that's an 8th ball that's been missed there by the Diamonds, right inside the circle, if you are combining the ones from the second quarter. So they do get the opportunities. The defenders are giving the opportunities. The mid-quarters, they're supplying, they're taking the ball all the way to the shooters, but they're not sinking. And there's no way you can win the game without shooting the goals.
Oh, couldn't agree more. I mean, it's very frustrating, or I can only imagine as an attacking and defensive side, when the ball gets to the shooters and it doesn't want to go in. That was better positioning by the goal shooter and a good rebound.
Yeah, that was a good rebound. She gave herself a second chance, and they managed to move into that from 9 to 10 goals. And they're still trailing by 21 goals. And I think that second quarter was very hard for the Diamonds.
Yeah, Gamma came out and they were relentless. They just went for every single ball. They went for all the intercepts. They were strong. Their defense was phenomenal. So it's difficult to break a structure like that.
As we see the goal shooter from Gamma keeping that score ticking.
You just see a sea of yellow because there's a Gamma defender in front of every Diamond player.
Yeah, but I saw the goal attack from the Diamonds. She ran all the way and went and positioned herself right behind the defenders. So she wanted a high ball against 2 giant keeper and goal defense two agile and aggressive defenders. Why would you want to do that? Play your short, sharp balls. Just build it up until that shooting circle.
And don't force it on the last second.
Well, I thought the wing attack went offside.
I saw it as well, but as we know, it's not easy to spot every single thing as an umpire.
Another turnover there by the defenders. Foot on the line. Oh, that is devastating.
That is,
that is
a
devastating.
basic rule and a basic error. But do you know how many players don't actually know that rule? That the line is part of the court. So you're not allowed to step on it when you are off court. However, when you're on court, you can.
Yeah, I mean, off court, yeah. I mean, you're not allowed to touch the line. I think the girls get nervous, especially when they get a turnover. They're in a rush to release the ball. So I think they don't even look. And that's why they keep on losing this ball. Another turnover by Gama.
The runs of the attack for Diamonds is very flat. They're running lateral lines. No one is going towards the ball. And I think that's to their detriment.
Oh, I almost saw a split there from the goal attack. She was committed. She knew she didn't want to lose that ball.
I'm just surprised she got up.
Have you ever made a split before?
I have never tried.
You never tried? I tried on
fallen.
Saturday and I almost broke my...
I've fallen after doing a lunge, and then, you kind of fall into a split-like state. But no, I've never tried to attempt an actual
Double block
split.
on the goal shooter, but still there's no one driving for those balls. I mean, the wing attack and goal attack were also just hanging on the side and not giving a proper lead.
The number one rule for when there's a double block on your goal shooter is for the goal attack to get into that circle as quick as possible.
Another shot there by the goal shooter of Gama. Oh, what a beautiful dodge. Straight to the goal attack and straight to Prinsloo. It's been the same script for the entire three quarters. No response still from the Diamonds. You know what I would say if I was the coach of the Diamonds, close the wing attack. We've seen in the past that they also utilize the wing defense. But how about we all, commit us to ourselves, to each other, that we're all going to go for that first center. We're going to close up our partners down just to put pressure on them, because I feel like that first ball is too easy. Let's say they don't get successful in their first pass. Close the goal attack, please. Keep her outside the circle, because I feel like she is the main feeder into Princeton in the shooter. Close the goal attack and wing attack, and let the center be the only one who's, who feeds from far.
We've said the second phase ball is so important because that's the one that can go to your shooter. So shut that down as soon as possible so that it is difficult to get into Prinsloo.
Oh, she's holding her head. She cannot believe it. And she's starting to drop the confidence as well. You know what she needs to do? Play yourself closer to the pole. You know that you've been struggling to sink those balls. So don't put yourself under pressure. Make sure you work yourself closer to the pole. Give yourself an opportunity to get a comfortable shot.
My coaches used to say, when you can see you miss 2 or 3 from far, just get closer, get your confidence back up, and go from there.
Yeah, they really need to build their confidence. Good rebound from Prinsloo. Goal shooter of Gama. And they're now sitting 37 goals to 10, leading by 27 goals. Comfortable 27 goals cushion.
Our Diamonds only getting 1 goal in this quarter so far, and Gamma sitting on 8 already for the quarter, and we still have about 4.5 minutes left. That was a much
offload.
better feed. Definitely. But again, trying to force the far shot, just take a step closer. You're tall enough to shoot over your defender.
But Charmaine, I want to ask you, as a shooter, I mean, we're watching the goal shooter now of Diamonds missing again. And she was within her comfortable zone. What do you think? You think it's a technique? You think maybe she's not pushing the ball? You think it's the push off from the legs? What do you think it is? Because I feel like the ball is going to the right direction, but I'm missing the power. It's like there's no power, or the ball doesn't go up, needs to be elevated, so that it goes in. What do you think it is? I mean, you're a shooter, the technicalities you know very well.
It's everything and nothing. It's overthinking. It's knowing exactly what you have to do to fix it, but then overthinking what you have to do to fix it. So, simplified, when you shoot against the front rim, so it was too short, you have to lift out of your ankles. If you shoot over, you didn't spin the ball enough, there was no spin on the ball, it was just flat. Those are 2 quick fixes. However, now you've missed a couple, so you start to overthink, and that's where the problem comes in.
Another opportunity for Diamonds. See them building this ball up nicely, taking their time. There's no one driving forward, and that's why she forced it against 2 defenders. Oh no, there was no chance. There was absolutely no chance for her to fit that ball against a tall defender.
If you want to pass those type of balls, just make sure the ball comes down flat. So the release can be high, but it has to come down flat.
Last opportunity again for the Diamonds. Look at how quickly that ball gets into Prince Luke, the goal shooter of Gama, and she sinks it. 30 goals, the difference between the 2 sides, and we're just under 2 minutes to go before the end of the 3rd quarter. It is a huge margin. It's going to be very hard for Diamonds to bridge the gap. I think they left it too late. They allowed Gama to run with it. They didn't, tighten or stick to their game plan.
Yeah, I think the 2nd quarter was a real shift for the Diamonds, and Gama just turned into a different gear, and the Diamonds kind of stayed where they started.
A beautiful feed there to the goal shooter, and then she sinks this one. That's a comfortable zone. Give her the ball where she wants it, and hopefully she'll sink all of them.
She went on her toes to get that rebound. That's how tall she is. I could never.
Just under a minute to go before the end of this encounter. Another turnover there by the goalkeeper of Gama, Ongarabete. Oh, what a superb dodge. Baseline.
And she took it so
offload.
beautifully out there in the air.
Now, it is a one-way traffic, Charmaine, in this encounter between Gama and Diamonds. The goal attack, goal shooter for me from Gama, really a duo to watch. It's going to be very difficult for the defenders. It's going to be very interesting to see which defensive unit can crack this solid attack shooting circle of Gama. Well, as we come to the end of the quarter, it is Gama who is leading the Diamonds by 32 goals. And a brilliant, solid work from the shooter up until the defenders. Everyone, all hands on deck. Everyone really working well from the Gama. And also, the Diamonds were pockets of brilliance there, but consistency, I think that's where it's missing. So we'll see how they finish off in this encounter. And stay tuned with us here at Telkom Netball Championships as we go for the break.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
We are back and the action continues here at the Waterkloof, the Telkom Netball Championships. It is Gamma who is leading the Diamonds 43-11. It is really a tough day at the office for Gamma. Good combination there between the goal attack and goal shooter of Gamma. Princely and Brett's really solid. They understand each other well. Gamo Hell on that wing attack was also solid. So it was a one-way traffic, especially in that second quarter. I think that's where things turned around for Gamma, really putting their foot in the accelerator. There was still no response from the Diamond. Still no answer. Even in that third quarter, the Gamma were really solid, but you know what, we still have more 12 minutes to go in this encounter. We will still need to see what the Diamonds can see and do in this encounter.
I have faith that Diamonds will come out in this quarter, and you know they're going to show us what we've been looking for this whole match.
Oh, comfortably landed off court.
She made it look like it should have been there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, she was comfortable. She didn't even think that she was outside.
That was the drive that we've been looking for this whole match. The wing attack came, but she didn't stop her drive.
Yeah, but what she did now was to give a give and go, and she was supposed to turn and give a straight pass. She didn't even turn her shoulders like we always preach. Turn your shoulders towards the pole, towards your shooting pole. And but she did well. The drives are still sharp, so I'm hoping that we'll see more of those in this last quarter.
That was the better option. Play it back, play it safe. Don't try and force that over ball, because I saw she looked at it.
The last quarter, Gamma still in charge. And offside called against center of the Diamonds. And they immediately lose position. Also contact.
But they get it back. That was a great hustle from the goal attack. Adrien, she was working hard because she wanted to get that ball back.
Contact called against the goal attack.
That we don't see often.
Yeah, but she did, I think, put her elbow on the shoulder.
No, it was a clear contact.
The goal defense. So she was hustling. She's trying hard, but we need to watch that we don't go for the body. Oh, an amazing drive there by the goal attack. Brett, for me, is the player to watch in this tournament.
She hasn't shot often, though. She's not an actual shooting goal attack. She's a moving goal attack. She brings that ball right to you as the shooter, which is a benefit in itself.
Yeah, I mean, you sometimes need that. You need someone who can pull away that the defenders away from the main shooter. And yes, she didn't take a lot of shots, but she did take some shots. When she took them, they really synced. So it means that she can, but if she doesn't have to, she won't. I think the center has been
cautioned. Caution given to the center of Diamonds.
It's quite interesting. You don't usually see a contact by a center or a wing attack on their attacking circle edge. And that's the second one that she's made, and that's why the umpires cautioned her.
Good rebound. And they sink it. I think also the disadvantage for the Diamond side is height in that shooting circle, because even when the Gamma shooters miss, they always get their own rebound because of height and also positioning well under that pole.
The timing and the drives from the attacking players is very accurate, especially when they're assisting the defenders playing down court.
.11:44 is the score in this match. And another missed shot by Gamma.
But she makes it count. And the scoreboard just keeps ticking over for the team from Gauteng.
Yeah, look at how free that goal attack is. You know, she is so clever, Brit. She was sweeping, and one of the goal defenders, one of the defenders actually went with her, and that's how we saw the goal shooter sneaking on that baseline.
And she's been playing for 4 quarters.
Good pass, safe. Let's see if she can sink it. Just need to push it. Yeah, those balls need power for me, Charmaine. They need just a little bit of power.
As I said, when you shoot against the front rim of the post, then you have to use your ankles. You have to actually lift that ball. That means you didn't use enough power.
Oh, good play between the shooters. Goal attack, goal shooter. They know each other very well. It's like they don't even look at each other or even shout. It's like Brits know that Princely is going to be there, so let me just give her the ball. And what I like about them, they don't even wait. They don't wait. They give it. It's open. The defenders are away. And they don't wait for the defender to get there for them to release the ball. 47-11, it is the score in this 4th quarter. And we only have just under 6 minutes to go before the end of the quarter. Yeah, the Diamonds play well, taking their time, building that ball to the shooter. Yes, brilliant offload there. Much better play from the Diamonds. They must just stick to that. Stick to your game plan. And that was a turnover. And now it's their center pass.
That was patient play. We've been waiting for them to be patient and fetching the ball. You know, they were moving together. They were actually clearing space for one another.
Now you can see the center really frustrated at herself. Why did I choose that option? And the goal shooter was right in front of her. You know, she should have just taken the safer option.
It's that trust to know that they will become available.
Penalty against the goal defense. Rebound. They have another opportunity. Yes, yes, it's looking good. Much better for the Diamonds. Wing defense again, coming for the center. Oh, what a brilliant intercept by the goal defense of Gamma. And the wing defense just allowed the ball to go off court.
Oh, that was just unfortunate. She worked so hard to get that intercept, the goal defense. Free as a bird in the circle, the goal shooter for Gamma. You know, they look very comfortable in the circle.
Yeah, they're comfortable. They know each other well. I don't want those balls. Yes, that's exactly what I don't want, those balls in the circle. I mean, if anything happens, it's inside the circle. What can you do? It is devastating, but you know what? It's the second game. They'll go back and look at these matches, and I'm hoping by the end of the tournament, they would have improved and worked on the little things that they're working against them right now. So you know what? You still have 4 days, Diamonds, and we know that you're going to come back as a stronger team tomorrow.
And you know what? Everything that is going wrong for them at the moment is controllable. It's something they can go back and they can actually fix. It's looking at their passes, it's their drives, they have to be strong and straight. Everything that is going wrong or it's not working out at the moment is something they can go back and fix.
50 goal mark. Gamma is now leading by 37 goals. It's a good, comfortable lead by Gamma, and I don't think Diamonds will do it. It's too late for them. And it is a solid work there. I mean, you can see the interplay between the two shooters. Beautiful play and good shots coming all around from the Gamma shooting circle. And you know, when your shooters are sinking those balls, as a defender in the center or the mid-court, you become more energized. You want to attack more, you want to defend more, you want to give them more opportunities.
You actually give them room to be able to play better than they are currently playing.
Another pick up there by the goalkeeper.
And again, it's the play back into the circle that you said that shouldn't be played. You know, there's a difference between playing back and playing back into the circle.
I don't want playing back in the circle at all. I think it's too risky if anything goes wrong. Like now. Did she just kick the ball?
She kicked the ball. Luckily, everyone's laughing. Even the coach is smiling.
The hustle is real. I understand, girl. I get you. I got you. I know what you were trying to do, trying to save that ball. And she knew that if she had caught it for the second time, she was going to get blown for handling, for replay. So she had to use her feet.
But what call do you give then? Is it replay again?
It is replay, but you know, the hustle is real. Good defense from Gamma, as the Diamonds are really struggling to penetrate the goal shooting circle. Look at that replay. And also she realizes that, you know, it was a big mistake.
I think we've all had one of those moments that you did something and right afterwards you were like, why did I just do that?
Yes, and Gamma keeps ticking that scoreboard, 53. And now they're leading by 40 goals. I think, you know, this is a side to actually watch. This Gamma side. I mean, earlier we also saw Twane A, but this is the under 17. So on the Twane A, that's a team to watch. Under 17, Gamma under 17 is the team to watch. So, I mean, all these age groups, very strong.
And it just makes you excited for the future to see all of this talent. And we're able to see it live. How lucky are we, Nontle?
We are very lucky to see this talent in South Africa. As we come to the end, just a few seconds before we come to the end of the encounter, I think Diamonds still have just a few seconds just to squeeze one more. Let's see if she can take it. Now she's trying to go for a rebound. Let's see if they can turn this one, the Diamonds. Yes, good pressure there by the Diamonds, but they run out of time. It is the Gamma side from Gauteng who walks away with a comfortable victory. It is 53-54. What a game from Gamma. Really came here guns blazing and put their foot on the accelerator from the first quarter up into the last quarter. So it was a one-way traffic. So Gama, well done. A player that really stood out for us was that goal attack from Gama. Prince Lou and Brett on that goal attack. That combination was really amazing. And also, we must give it to Ongarabete, the goalkeeper, and Tisane Mohajane. Bonolo wing defense, Shane Kok on wing attack, in center, Kamohel on wing attack. So it was a team effort. And also, they made some couple of changes. When we saw those changes, the goal shooter really stepping out and working well. And you didn't even see there was a new player. They just fitted in nicely and, carried on with the momentum. From the Diamond side, they had moments of brilliance, but you know what? I think Gama was outstanding from the word go. We also saw the center who was really hustling, tried to control the ball by her feet, and it was amazing to see. So beautiful play from both sides, but now it is the Gama who walked away with a comfortable victory between the two sides. And as we join Andy Mahamba on the floor for the post-match interviews.
An end of another pulsating encounter in this competition, the Telkom Netball Champs. And I am joined by the players that have made the difference for their side, perhaps more so on the side of the Gamma from Gauteng. I am joined by Christy to chat through the team's performance throughout this game and exactly what you think it is that got your team over the finish line. So how would you sum up the team's performance?
So this morning we actually lost against Lambda. And we had a team chat and we just said that we need to support each other and we talk positive and just build each other up on the courts, and I think that's what brought us through today.
And it was quite a turnaround from the earlier game that you had when you came out here against this Diamonds outfit, and it did seem like a bit more ball movement down court. What did the coach tell you differently in this game?
So the coach told us that we have to use our speed because our team is not, don't have the length, but we have the speed. So our coach just told us that we have to use the speed.
And looking at how you were setting up in that shooting circle, of course, balls being played at the back to your wing attack and center. Was it always the plan to have the triangle set up and play yourselves closer to the post to shoot?
Yes, it was always the plan to play the triangle. It is better for us to play the triangle to get closer to the goal post.
Did work. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much.
That is Christy van der Walt from the Gamma side. Of course, they pick up their first victory after having lost that opening encounter a bit earlier on. Another side that lost their opening encounter, of course, the Diamonds, and unfortunately not able to get the result on this occasion. As I'm going to be joined now by a player from the Diamonds to speak about their performance. Marley joins me now. Marley, thank you very much for your time. Now, quite a lot of emotions on the Diamonds side in this game. How would you sum it up overall?
Ek dink ons het nog nie regtig saam geoefen nie, so als ons nog nie, ons verstaan nog nie lekker mekaar nie, maar soos dat ons speel verbeter ons, elke game word ons almal bietjie beter en ek dink partykeer verloor ons net bietjie ons koppe en dan is ons emosioneel, maar ons kom nou deur en ons werk out deur en dan word ons net beter.
Now this is the second game in a row where I'm hearing the same thing, because earlier on I spoke to one of your team members and same feedback in terms of taking time to get into the game and in some places losing concentration. How do you bounce back?
Ek dink ons probeer mekaar maar opbou, ons motiveer mekaar, kyk na die goeies, kyk nie na die slegtes nie. Ons is kort, ons is nie altyd baie vinnig nie almal in ons span is baie vinnig nie. So ek dink ons bou op ons goeie sterkpunte wat ons het wat hulle dalk weer nie het nie. So ja.
And what are those strong points that you've identified from your side?
Ons kan vinnig gooi, ons lag. I don't really know. Ja, ons sukkel nog om mekaar te verstaan. Ons het hier regtig al saam gespeel nie, so ons werk daaraan. Dalk môre of oormôre sal ons weet wat is die aan mekaar se goeie punte.
Well, thankfully you've got a couple of days to figure that out. I'll check in with you a bit later on in the week and perhaps you'll have a few more points for me, yeah?
Ja, dankie.
That is Marley from the side of the Diamonds. Still trying to find their feet. It is day one, even though they have played at 2 games so far. So it's no victory yet for the side. They'll be looking to bounce back, get a bit more confidence as the competition does progress. I'm sure you'll be seeing that the wind is picking up as well. So it's going to be interesting to see in the latter stages of the day exactly how the teams adjust to this. Is it going to be maybe playing a bit more shorter passes to ensure that the wind doesn't interfere with the ball, or will it be pretty much of the same? But do stay with us. More action coming up.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Who's ready for another chunk of Champions League?
I was made to be a champion.
In the Bruyne! Breakthrough!
All the hard work and the dedication.
Oh, what a goal! Absolutely stunning. That is utterly astounding!
Who's put Liverpool in front?
Spurs are level! One last chance! Went for it! Oh! Cometh the hour! Cometh the now! Kings of Europe again! What a start for City! Go! Everything he touches at the moment is golden!
UEFA Champions League winners 2021.
This is what we live for. Choose unbeatable football. Choose the UEFA Champions League on SuperSport on DSTV.
As we bring day one to a close, it really has been an exciting day. 5 matches done and dusted, and 1 KZN clash coming up in that under-19 Division 2, where we're going to be witnessing Waterkloof taking on the Zululand under-19 side. So do stay with us as we bring the first day of the competition to an end, but the excitement still continues with all the action that is coming up at the Telkom Netball Championships. And just to confirm that final clash of the day, it is the 2 sides from the KZN in that under-19 division, Zululand, that will be battling it up with Waterkloof. And as always, I'm not alone in commentary. I am joined by the lovely, vivacious Nikki Wesono. Nikki, it really has been a great day. Some exceptional netball that we've been treated to. And the last game really, I think, about to get underway. What could we expect from these two neighboring teams as they're going to be battling it out in the final clash?
Hey Simi, thanks for that interesting introduction. Simi, it's been a crack of a day. It's been absolutely amazing. I'm looking forward also to this game. It's hometown, so everybody knows everybody's style of play. But normally on the first day, that's how we start off. Have the same provinces play against each other so that they, either knock each other out or not, so that, people don't get technically clever when games are going along. But it should be a very interesting game.
Indeed, and really I think we've had some exciting performances coming through in the duration of the day, and we also had the opportunity of actually enjoying the opening ceremony, I think, to officially welcome all the teams that are participating at this year's Telkom Netball Champs. There's about 60 teams that will be battling it out in 3 different age groups, and the 17, under 18, as well as the under 19. And the under 19 actually, makes up the bulk of the teams in this year's competition. So really, I think if you're looking at the future of netball and the pipeline that is available to transition to that senior level, it is in a healthy state.
Absolutely, Simi. I think it's so amazing to see people that after high school, they're still continuing with their netball. So that's the depth that we need to still be coming through. So it's nice that some of the universities and there's talent scouts available that are able to scout them, but it shows people that after school, there is lots of netball. Even that year after school, there's netball. I think it's also absolutely amazing that it's happening just after COVID when everybody wasn't playing, and now everybody's coming out in their numbers, and some people are showing other people flames on court. So we know who's been working during COVID, hey?
Certainly, and it has been all heated up here at Hoërskool, Waterkloof, with some of the clashes that we have seen. So 5 games done and dusted, and 1 final clash coming up your way. Compliments of the DSTV Now app, which is bringing all the action, and it is being streamed live. So this should be a great way for us to close off the first day of the Telkom Netball Championships. I mean, has there been any standout team for you, Nikki? I know you've been roaming around, also checking out all the action in the other courts. But really, I mean, is the one team that has been particularly impressive that may have caught your eye today?
I was able to witness some of the under 17 games. So I must say the recent one that played against Gama was playing very, very well. And earlier on, they played off against Lambda. And they're both Gauteng teams. So that's going to be very interesting because they just played now. And then the last games that they played, they've been winning on average of 50 goals. So, and they're probably number 1 and number 2 in their pool.
Yeah, so just how the two teams are going to be lining up. We saw the 7 from Hoërskool, and now looking on at Zululand's under 19. Should be an interesting matchup in that circle with Undombe Shongwe on goal shoot alongside Bongekile Sibiya. And I always look forward on to that mid-court of Zululand, and we know that both teams should probably match it out quite nicely in that mid-court with a lot of speed and agility. But that's going to be, I think, quite exciting looking on at how the Zululand under-19 team will be lining up.
I agree, Simi, and I think it will be boiled down to who does their basics well. So who does the timing of their runs, when the leads go, who protects the ball, but basically who does the basics well. Especially in this game, because in everything there's too much speed, then you understand the pass completion doesn't happen so well. So it's going to be very, very interesting.
An interesting match coming up our way. Just a few seconds before we get started in the final game of the day. And I think that'll give us a time as well to recap and look forward to what the rest of the week has to offer.
There's still lots of netball to me, still lots of netball, which always excites me. I think I always say, that there's evidence that God is really, really alive because we've just got netball coming out of our ears. We can never have too much netball.
Yeah, and it certainly has been bumper to bumper, but for the moment, we try and catch some of this action, or at least try and keep up with it. Looking on it, a lot of energy and vuth in this final under-19 clash.
Oh, beautiful hold. I think, you know, sometimes you can either fake the ball or just do that hold so that the defense just gets out of the picture and you send the ball in. Beautiful skill.
Yeah, that was exceptionally played in to that shooting circle. Quick releases and straight through the hoop. And that's exactly what we are expecting to see in this clash. So that ball being turned, here's an opportunity to get, well, to perhaps capitalize on the back of the opposition centre pass.
And I like what they're doing, Simi. You know, there's nothing wrong with playing the ball back. It just means it's another way of resetting. But as soon as you reset, you need to clear. Oh, beautifully taken, beautiful feed.
I think that's quite a skill as well, Nikki. A lot of players, you know, release the ball and want to follow their own pass, which doesn't necessarily always bode well, you know, for the team. You kind of have to release, open up for the two leads to come through. You don't have to be involved in every single piece of play, but that's why I'm saying, you know, it comes with experience. It is a skill and just that ability to be able to hold and reserve your energy, you know, for that second, third phase coming down court.
Oh, absolutely, Simi. And there goes another goal in. And just to add to what you're saying, it's also thinking we're playing as a team. So it's not about me getting the other ball. I can see, okay, what is the next pass that's going to happen? So I'm passing to reset so I can clear the space so that we can have a beautiful drive in and the next pace coming through. Pass, I mean, not pace. Maybe this is so fast that I'm mixing my words here.
It's exactly what we anticipated. So just to confirm that score, it is 2 goals. Make that 3 goals for Ndlovu. And no answer coming through as yet from Zululand. Not the start that would have been looking forward to. Don't want to be trailing.
Yeah. Me. That feeding, the defense was a little bit divided and she put the ball straight in. Didn't wait, didn't see, and it's that second that the defense's heads are down and they're a little bit divided and she puts it straight in. I think that's absolutely amazing. Doesn't work this time around because goalkeeper says, nope, not going to do that to me again. Not this time.
And I mean, that's great. You know, the players' learning ability, you know, also seeing what hasn't worked against them necessarily, but being able to adapt.
Oh, absolutely. And this early already. So you know what didn't work. So they always say they can't do the same thing to you twice, 3 times. Change. Do something.
Yeah. Got to keep reinventing yourself on court and creating opportunity for yourselves. As we see Zululand score their first goal in this match. It's 3.5 minutes later, but rather have a late start. And as long as they've gotten through all those jitters, and hopefully we're going to see them contesting strong at this point.
Absolutely. What I'm loving about this, it's very fast-paced. It's athleticism, so it's that last minute of discipline. So there's a lot of excitement into it, you know, and the moment as it happens. It's also like a little bit of flashy netball, but to show you don't need height, if you've got the speed, you can still play your game, and you can play it very well. Just watching from both sides, also just a little bit of the discipline that needs to happen in terms of the contacts and the holding. But I think it happens when you guys are playing physically on top of each other, because netball, remember, is a non-contact sport, so we say, but you normally on top of each other and more or less contacting.
Yeah, now I have to say that I've actually been quite impressed by, you know, how the players have been keeping it clean and contesting fairly at the school's tournament. I really think, you know, the discipline is that it has been instilled by the coaches. We haven't really seen anything, you know, extraordinary or shockingly deliberate or intentional. So it really does bode well for these youngsters in terms of the discipline they are demonstrating.
Oh yeah, so kids at this age are still sort of almost scared of their coaches and their teachers. So they always listen to what they say and they don't try their own funny things. Oh, there we go. She tries to save it, but for me, Simi, if she tries to save it like that, everybody can't be ball watching. There needs to be somebody who's going to pick up that loose ball.
Yeah, definitely need to be on the mark, on your toes, and anticipating anything on court. That's what it's all about. Unfortunately, a 3-second call against Nosipho Dlamini, the goal shooter of Umgungundlovu.
And Simi, what happened there with the 3-second call, it's stuff like we're speaking about also within the TNL, where the latest thing, some of the girls are getting exposed to the seniors, but everybody has this beautiful thing of wanting to step forward. You're very short, you've already made your move, now you're stepping forward, you're breaking your 3 feet, the defense is on top of you, now you're trying to figure out a way of shooting. Whether you're a shooter or not, everybody has 3 seconds to the ball. So if you're stepping forward, breaking your 3 feet, there is no way that the goalkeeper is going to move away and allow you to shoot that goal. So sometimes why step? She's there, don't step, relax, breathe and shoot.
I mean, do you think perhaps there's, is it flashy netball? Is it anxiety? What normally drives players to do those things? Because the golden rule is if you want to release, whether you want to shoot or pass, actually, you need to be balanced and both feet on the ground. And that's how you make the accurate passes or shots. But we do see a lot of players stepping in and breaking their own 3 feet. It's just been an interesting observation, but I'd love to get your thoughts around that.
So, Simi, it can be twofold. So for me, it's a bit of flashiness and playing obviously with seniors, but you don't understand why you're stepping. I think somebody once mentioned it, it's a step and pass, and you must look at the direction in which you're stepping. So I can see the defense is on my right-hand side, and somebody's free on my left. I can step in order to close the defense away and pass that ball. But if I'm stepping straight into the defense without a purpose of the step, I'm breaking the 3 feet and I'm not actually using the step and pass for something else. I need to know exactly where I'm going in order for me to generate my next move, in order for me to run. So I'm stepping, passing so that I can clear the space into another's direction. So it's not step, stand, and then pass the ball. Like, where are you going? Because you know you're not allowed to put that other foot down.
Yeah.
So it's excitement, flashy netball without understanding why we're doing that step and pass. You know? So just getting excited with learning to play with seniors. And it also happens when you're in full speed, you're going. But I think it's also back to the basics and understanding why you're doing a specific thing.
Yeah, I absolutely love that, the why part of it, because I think that also allows the players to challenge and question themselves on court. But I mean, look at that.
That was a beautiful
pass
step
to the
and pass.
circle. Completely unchallenged, though.
Exactly. So for her, she got the ball, but she did an extra step just to add that power into that, to finish off that pass, and that was brilliant. That's how you use it then.
Yeah, totally enjoyed that piece of play. Bullet pass into that circle. That's a good attempt from Wendy Mgwengwe, wing defense of Umgungundlovu.
Simi, I'm sure you're loving all this feeding. You know, when you were still on wing attack, center, I'm sure you're like, yo, just like me. You did it just like me. I think it's amazing to watch, and to watch them while they're this young.
Yeah, totally. I think, we get excited as well, seeing just some of the talent from these youngsters, especially if it's a position that you're quite familiar with. I think you're always looking out, on how are they offloading, how are they driving, are they giving options, because you kind of lean towards that.
Oh yeah, Simi. And I think with so much netball being played, that's athleticism. I have to interrupt myself again. And like we said earlier, that core strength that comes into that conditioning that comes into that, into getting your balance, all that, and it's beautiful to watch. And Simi, I just wanted to say, with stuff like this, we're looking at tournaments. Yes, we've had the all ages that side, and now we have the Telkom. It's also, everybody's able to see that there's lots of pathways now in netball. So if it's skills like this, people are able to work at their skill much more, because the Telkoms are giving everybody an opportunity. People at home can see it with DSTV, like live streaming some of the games, and then everybody goes back and no, I want to be like that one. I want to, be able to play like this person, and then everybody does the work. So meaning the talent becomes more, and then as a country, we become better at netball because there's so many more people coming through, and seeing people from their hometowns.
Yeah, relatable. Makes it relatable and tangible seeing some of these teams. And you're 100% right that, people from their own hometowns. I mean, all the provinces are actually represented here. Some provinces have come with 2 teams and some districts a lot more teams. But really, I think it's been an exciting, competition to kickstart and just expanding that pool of talent that we've got in the junior level. I mean, that's an exceptional steal there from Simpiwe and Ndombela, center.
Edge of the circle.
Zululand. Yeah.
That's footwork, that's using your hands, knowing that you're allowed to defend up until the end of the circle. If they're bouncing, we don't ball watch, you go for it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think she did a lot there, Ubongekile Sibia, because there was a split involved. She tried to regain her balance and then also trying to aim for that goalpost. But unfortunately, she did hold on to that ball longer than the allowed time.
And well spotted by the umpire. I think most of the time, most of us say the goal shooters, goal attacks actually get away with a lot more because they feel like they think they have 5 seconds, but it's actually 3, sis. From the time you catch the ball, it's 3 seconds.
Just a gentle reminder.
Yeah, just in case you forgot, everybody, it's 3 seconds.
Stepping error called against Numbilo Dlamini, goal shooter. That's a second stepping error from Mgungundlovu right in the goal shooting third. They're going to have to look out for that. It is only 3 goals, so that's separating these 2 sides, so not too much in it.
Oh,
yeah,
beautiful.
Super take.
So that was beautiful fighting back. That means you keep working. Even if you're a goal attack, you see, why are you stepping, Tal?
Yeah, I think that the 2 shooters of Zululand do really have to back themselves. Ndombela Shongwe as well as Bongekile Sibia. They are hastily taking shots. They're holding on to the ball too long. So I think a couple of errors creeping in. They just have to take it in their stride. But for now, we have reached the dying stages of the first quarter. So not too much time on the clock, as we witness another stepping error from Mgungundlovu. Okay, there was a cheeky hand in there from Utandolwe to Kwela. She was never going to get away with that.
Not live on Super Sport. No. Even the umpires are watching. Not live on Super Sport.
That's great support coming through from Utandolwe, and beautifully moving down the midcourt. Oh, this is unbelievable. Napilo Dlamini sunk that ball in, but it's disallowed. She held on too long.
3 seconds is 3 seconds for everybody.
Yeah, it applies both ways. So no such luck for anybody.
And they just need to settle, Simi. If they can just settle. They just need to settle. Both sides, when they're attacking, just need to settle, and then the game is going. But you can see the styles are exactly the same.
Yeah, styles are definitely the same from 2 sides, but there goes the whistle, signaling the end of that first quarter. It really was an exciting first 12 minutes, but Mgungundlovu coming out tops with just a 3-goal lead in that first quarter. But there is a lot more action coming up your way. So do stay with us right here at the Telkom Netball Champs, as we will bring you more action right after this break.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
A great first quarter performance from both teams coming from the KZN province, but Gungudlovu just edging slightly ahead there in that first 12 minutes with a 2-goal lead. Now, Nikki, we spoke a little bit during the break about any possible changes from both coaches, none forthcoming as yet. You know, what do you make of that? Was there perhaps any room for substitution? It's still early days, but always interesting to get different perspectives, especially in this second quarter.
Yes, I mean, I'd honestly still keep it the same, but have a change of plan. So for the Zululand team, what I'd like to see, they also have height different to Umgungudlovu. So for me, if they're defending, the defense falls back, but if they could actually put pressure on the pass, because the feeds that are coming straight through to the goal shoot and the goal attack are like bullet passes. But that's because, look, clear path of way. So instead of now going back and stopping the space, put pressure on that passes so that the goalkeepers and goal defense can do the flyers and do the intercepts. Put pressure on the pass. I always say them, in order for there to be an intercept and our goal defenses and goalkeepers need to look like heroes, we need somebody who's like a zero. The zero is that person who puts the pressure on that pass. So yes, you're the zero, but you help put that pressure in order to create a hero. They've got the height. The height difference is they've got the better height difference. Yeah, and I mean, talking about a zero, you know, wing defenders, we know they're renowned for doing all the dirty work, chasing. But I mean, how exceptional was that take there from Wendy Mgwengwe? And it's exactly what you're talking to. You know, somebody's got to do this, the running around, the pressure, the second phase defense, because that's where the intercepts come from, the defenders. Oh yes, Sims, and we underrate that. And that's the basics of netball: first phase, second phase. But you see, if we're ball watching, yes, I'm blocking your space. But if I'm tall, if somebody's taller than you, they can feed it over. Ooh.
I think both you and I,
we're like,
and all our viewers are disappointed with that, because that
would
was
have been so
super
nice.
safe, you know. But umpire just not
It's
impressed.
that foot. It's
Yeah,
that foot.
it
It's
is
a
that
little bit
foot.
of a rotation. So
Yeah. So it was
pressure on
turned
the
around.
pass, Simi. Pressure on the pass. Where's the pressure? Okay, that was a good intercept. Well read.
Yeah, definitely a great take from Nosipho Twala, but unfortunately it is Ukunene that steps off court. So there's that replay of what was potentially a super save, but look at that footwork, and that's what she got called out for. But it was a good attempt nonetheless.
Very good, Simi. If you're trying for me, it's brilliant enough. You're trying for me, it's brilliant enough. Beautiful screen. So to me, some people don't see that you can do a screen inside the circle. So if you're, for instance, the goal defense is at the top of the circle and the goal attack is directly behind her. If the goal shooter is holding the goalkeeper behind, the person just pops the ball over because there's actually a screen created. So most of the time we speak about screens and people only think a screen can happen with that long pass when there's somebody out of play. But it's as long as you allow a passage of play where you can pop the ball over, that I'm in the front, but I'm not the one getting the ball. It's my person behind me. It's as if we're defending each other, but then that's inside. Looks like there's a substitution there.
Yeah, looks like a bit of an injury, as time has been called by Nosipho Twala, the goalkeeper of Zululand. So a quick change being made by the coaches, and it looks like Ntombenhle Shongwe then moves from the shooting position to goalkeeper, and will confirm some of the other substitutions that have been made by the head coach.
Yes, I hope it's nothing serious, Simi, because she already had two beautiful intercepts on that side. So let's just see how they settle.
They kind of let it slip in the second quarter, the Zululand side. I mean, it was only a 2-goal difference, you know, at the end of that first quarter. Now 6 goals separate them.
And I see the goal attack and the goal shooters having a nice discussion there. I think now they're trying to speak about who's going to be sweeping, who's going to be standing, because they're finding themselves in the same position and their feeders aren't finding them the first time around. So it's what I saw the goal attack say: I stand, you sweep, or if you come out, I come back, and then I stand still. So it's always very nice to see them communicating and not waiting for the coaches to communicate to them.
And that's great, Nikki, you know, to see, because the the decisions, the coaches at the end of the day have to be, I think, taken in by the players on court. And looking at that last piece of play there, I mean, it was that moving circle, but the accuracy as well coming through from Zululand. So hopefully the changes that have been made will yield the desired outcome.
Yes, Simi. Oh, beautiful outside hand, nice balance. So that outside hand works if it's clean. So you can catch the ball with two hands, or if you use your outside hand, because you're not contacting the person. So the umpires would let it go because you're not physically contacting the person. You're still in your natural body stance, but you're using your outside hand. That was beautiful. All they needed to do was return the favor of the hard work and just convert that goal. So you see both of them standing still and going into the same spaces. So I think that's what they wanted to discuss. What are we going to do coming into this? Because obviously the goal shooters had swapped. They need to have a clear plan because both of them are now moving and then both of them are standing still. But normally it is to happen if an injury just happened and they hadn't decided on what they're doing.
Yeah, and I think, this decision by the head coach is looking good for Zululand. They have managed to squeeze that margin a little bit. It's not exactly where they would have liked it to be, but nonetheless, they really, I think, are giving this combination a chance. And that's what counts at the end of the day. And I think that Shongwe's height in that circle is also putting a lot of pressure in Ndlovu's shooting circle.
So sometimes use your height, Simi, just like on the other side. When the with the goalkeeper, I think it's Ushongwe. With the goalkeeper on the other side, using her height, you are much taller. You should be getting the rebounds. You should be able to use your outside hand. And I love it when people can show that, they are naturally taller, but they're able to use what they were naturally given.
Yep, so it is all about that, capitalizing on your talent.
Beautiful.
I mean, look at that super take from the goal defense of Zululand, Usnathemba Shezi. It was an important steal from Zululand's under-19 side. If they make this count, they will break the double-digit mark. Fortunately, well, maybe not so unfortunate because they will get the throw-in.
Simi, I'd like to see them using the court more because when they're on one side, they just stick to one side. Just sometimes open your court a bit wider and then bring it in. That way, especially in the shooting circle, you're able to separate your defense. So if all three of you guys are here and you're playing in and out and trying to shorten the space, then you're not using your full court. Please look now, everybody's moved to that side, how congested everything is up until you open up your courts.
Yeah, I fully agree with that, especially with the throw-in, or whenever there's an opportunity to reset. You can't be offloading from the one, so I'd rather play it in the middle. And, I mean, that's a lovely pop over there.
Beautiful
baseline drive.
Yeah.
And they do close it in and reaching that 10-goal mark. So only 3 goals separating these two sides.
I think at the beginning of the halftime, they forgot to, at the quarter time, they forgot that they were playing. So somebody must have said, girls, we're playing. So now they've come to play. And they're in the game. They're back in the game.
They are certainly back in the game. And we've got a match in our hands as Zululand closes what was once a 6-goal difference. But only 2 goals separating these two teams.
Pressure, hands. You need those hands. You need hands to create that pressure. Yes, there we go.
Yeah, this is exceptional stuff. But look at that from Nompilo Dlamini. It's really always exciting when you see a shooter transition so quickly into defensive mode. And really that is credit to the goal shooter of Ndlovu.
So the umpire has to always call hold time for the ball. Because remember, you're playing with according to time. So in order for people not to get injured, she has to blow her whistle, indicate the time signal, hold time for the ball, and then restart the play once the ball from the other court has cleared. Just so that nobody loses time, nobody loses momentum, nobody gets injured. That step.
Yeah, another 3-second call. She has to release that ball much sooner. I mean, they can't afford to be called for 3 seconds. especially when they're right inside the circle, Nikki.
Because you want to step, Simi. Where are you stepping to? You are close to the pole. Where are you going?
What do I love that?
No,
where are you stepping
maybe
to? I mean,
I'm thinking from a coach.
yeah.
What is the coach probably thinking? Like, my angel, you're right on the pole. Where are you stepping to? It's harder under the pole than it is, you know, near the pole.
Yeah, so there's a ball going back and forth between the... Well, it's not really breaking through that shooting third of Mkungundlovu, so you got to give credit to Zululand who've turned this ball in that mid-third, but that goalkeeper yet again coming in with the outside arm, Uslingobo, but this time around she has been... Well, there was actually a prior penalty called against Uwendi Mgwengwe just outside that circle.
Yes, Simi. So I think all the defense, everybody's working hard. Everybody's working hard.
So here's a penalty shot for Zululand. They make it count. We're back to a 2-goal game.
Yeah.
Yeah, things
I love
getting
very
heated
close
up.
games. Yes, I love it, Simi. I think that's where you get to see everybody. Oh, sorry. I was seeing that goal defense come through for that intercept. It's unfortunate that there was a communication.
Yeah, I think she may have landed on her back. Perhaps her feet got caught up in Nondombentle Shongwe's, I think, body, but she looks like she's back on her feet.
Look, she says, I dust myself up. I'm going. I'm still going. I hope she didn't get badly injured, because that...
Yeah, it was quite a huge thump, hey? So it's great to see her up on her feet, and hopefully she can finish the rest of the match. They have been relying heavily on their defensive unit.
I love the work rates of the goalkeeper. You know, I always say if you tip a ball, most of the time somebody tips a ball, we're like, yeah, well done. You tip, you chase. You tip, you chase. Because if you're tipping, yes, it's nice, it's a deflection, but the other team still has the ball. Oh, beautiful timing.
Yeah,
Beautiful
that was
timing.
exceptional, hey, by Utandolwe to the center of Mkungundlovu in that second phase defense.
Like...
Yeah,
play
it's a
till
good
the
fight.
end. Play till the end. Play till the end.
The shoot has been impressive for me. I think Unompilo Dlamini, I mean, you spoke about the, what you call it, the, you know, when you're setting up the screen. But I think a lot of the time she's defending her own space, you know. And I love to see how she's been involved in the defensive side of things, because I think that's what's giving Mkungundlovu an edge at this point in the match.
She doesn't stop playing. She realizes that she's not tied to the shooting circle only.
Yep, that's a good steal there by Nomvelo Gunene, wing defense.
And a good deflection from the goalkeeper, using her outside hand and her feet, getting off the body slightly. Oh,
yeah, that's disheartening there. Contact call just outside that circle against Usimpiwe Ndombela. Oh, that was magnificent move. Great piece of play, but unfortunately, Nombilo Dlamini just not able to make it count. I mean, that was picture perfect.
The feeding, like the holding, knowing when to hold. She's realized the defense goes the first time. But what is also happening is that the shooter's moving into the space. So it's as if she's doing a fake, but she's not. She just holds 1 second. Shooter moves and moves in. Wah! In it. Brilliant.
Yeah, it felt like that. Hey. Absolutely
I feel like I'm
brilliant.
on the court, man. Huh?
So a lot of short passes in that shooting third of Zululand. It goes with that moving circle. So good short placements as they make their way right under that goal post, taking their side to 14 goals. Only 2
and it's
goals
back to 2.
separating
They
these
just
two
need
teams.
to turn one, Sims. We've said turn one and you can get 2 goals when you convert. Oh, had they been hands to me, then there would have been more pressure. So it's more ball watching. Yes, they're going back. Hey!
Yeah.
Feeding, guys.
Yeah, but I think, you know, Nombilo Dlamini is such an intelligent player. She's creating the opportunity. She's making it possible for the attackers to find her. And I love the mobility that she brings to the shooting circle as well. Really, I think she's such a smart shooter.
Oh, absolutely, Simi. And how Zululand can counter that, guys, pressure on the pass. Pressure on the pass. Yes, it's brilliant, but you're making it look even more brilliant. Pressure on that pass because she can see straight through and see exactly where everything is going, where she wants to place the ball. Look, everybody's camping. Now that Now there's the pressure. But where's everybody camping? Where's the pressure? There we go.
Yeah, that's a much better team effort there from Zululand. They've got an opportunity to sink one more goal, but unfortunately throwing it completely off court.
That was the turn.
Yeah, but they needed to
was the
slow
turn.
down.
Oh,
For
yeah.
me, that's the point that, they needed to slow down. They didn't have enough time on the clock, but such a close opportunity for them to sink one more goal, but not meant to be. Regardless, they do maintain that 2-goal difference that we saw in that first quarter. But just to confirm that score at halftime, it is Umgungundlovu that is sitting with 17 goal versus 15 of Zululand.
The speed of a jaguar. The reflexes of a sunbird. The strength of a diamond. They train to inspire. They play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Verstappen's ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton's going to try again, this time on the inside, a continent touch. A case of what if, all in one moment. I am hungry for more action like this. The cheers you can hear for tens of miles around.
Thought I was going to have a heart attack, to be honest.
Fasten your seatbelts as the exhilarating second half of the Formula One season continues. On Supersport, only on DSTV Premium. Broadcast proudly brought to you by Discovery.
We welcome you back to the Telkom Netball Championships, the last game of the day underway with just 2 quarters remaining. And Nikki, just to have a quick recap in terms of what went down in that first half. Really, I think a dominant start from Umgungundlovu, but Zululand coming out tops, I think, in terms of the changes that were introduced by the head coach Unokubonga Dlamini as they maintained that 2-goal difference going into the last bits of that second quarter.
Yes, Sami, I agree with you. So with the changes that made, especially within the shooting circle and the goalkeeper, with the one player getting injured and the goalkeeper coming through, that moving circle was starting to work a little bit for them because now they had variety. So if you were standing still, the Mgungundlovu, we had the very tall keeper who could read all the balls, and she had beautiful arms that she was using to make the movements. So if you keep it moving, but then with discipline, then you guys are able to go ahead. So like the beautiful play that's coming through there is that the feeding that's coming through from Mgungundlovu has been absolutely phenomenal. So if they just put pressure up there, then it makes it harder for them to be able to feed through.
Yeah, and I think, Zululand also did exceptionally well in terms of their placement with that moving circle that was introduced, short passes into that circle. And I think there was just a great balance, in terms of how they fed off each other, given the changes that were made. But Mgungundlovu was still looking strong as we're about to get into the third quarter. So not much separating these two sides. And there's the confirmation of that score again. 17 goals for Mgungundlovu versus 15 for Zululand. So it is pretty much anybody's game and could still go either way as we're about to make our way into that third quarter. And Nikki, I mean, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see any changes coming from both coaches. It's too close, it's crunch time, but we're always looking on and anticipating what the coaches could do going in this into this third quarter. I mean, anything that you would do differently, specifically for Zululand, you know, to try and close that margin, because they've sniffed, you know, an edge, but haven't really quite gotten there yet. Just not able to get ahead of Mkungudlovu in this match so far.
So for me, Simi, what I'll do is add another defense. So the center must become defensive. It's either I change my center or my wing defense, just for them to turn more ball to create more opportunities for their goal shooters. So their goal shooters are settling very nicely in there. So like I said, add that pressure on those passes, turn more ball to create opportunity for you guys to shoot. So I know defenses are like, if we turn, we're turning, now what? But turn more balls so that your shooters have more opportunities to shoot.
Well, they do get the first center pass in this third quarter, so hopefully they draw first blood in this quarter and perhaps get that 1-pointer. It is much needed for Zululand. An off-balance shot taken there at the best of attempts, you know, at goal.
It's a step, Simi. Where are you going stepping without balance and you're trying to shoot? So if you saw that you're a bit too far, play it out. Patience, 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 play it out. It's still the first minute. It's your center pass. Protect your ball. Oh,
that's good work there. You know, as you were calling it, Nikki, talking about patience, we just saw a super take there from Ndombenhle Shongwe. But the placement for me into that shooting circle, just a little bit too hasty for Zululand. They have to keep things calm. And you said it's the very first minute in this third quarter. There's absolutely no reason for them to rush through it. And it is their own center pass.
Yes, Simi, it's basics. Protect your center pass. It's your goal. You've got 3 seconds. People don't realize how long 3 seconds is. Obviously not like the goal shooters 3 seconds we were talking about earlier. But, there's a replay call. And they didn't need that. So just the discipline. So everybody just take a breath. Relax. Let's go back to basics. Someone must move, someone must pass, someone must catch.
Yeah, it is all about basics in this game of netball. That's what wins matches at the end of the day. Keeping it short, safe, and straight through that shooting hoop. It is Sanelisiwe Soni, the goal attack of Mkungudlovu. And it is their center pass. They've got an opportunity to make it a 4-goal game. Yeah. I see you. I know you want to say something about that last offload. I think both defenders were looking down on their feet, and what a sneaky and beautiful baseline drive from Usanelisiwe Soni.
Yes, Simi, and that was beautiful. That's what we're waiting for from Zululand. And they cannot convert. Let's just wait for them to convert. I just had to interrupt my thought there. There we go. Simi, that also looked to me like when she was coming in from that baseline drive, her feet were a little bit over the line. But you know, when you move, like swerve them a little bit just for them to go in. Very sneaky indeed. Look at that composure.
Yeah, Nampilo Dlamini really is a standout player for me in this match, Nikki. I mean, she's a dominant shooter. She really, I think, you know, has a lot of confidence, is oozing that confidence at least, and really doing some exceptional stuff in the shooting circle for Mkungudlovu. And that's been the difference for me as far as the 2 circles are concerned.
I agree, Simi, and you said it earlier, she's giving her feeders options. She's giving her feeders a lot of options. So sometimes she stands, sometimes she moves, sometimes she holds. She like watches where everybody is. They look at her holding strong.
That's unfortunate there. You know, we're talking about how well she also defends her space, but I think she may have just come off the body a little bit in that little instance.
Yes, I think sometimes when you take off like that, you tend to do an elbow, a little bit of an elbow, just to make sure that your space is there. So it's a little tricky. They need to convert, Simi.
Yeah, Zululand not backing themselves in that shooting circle, and Mkungudlovu will look to punish them. They've been more accurate and I think definitely stronger as far as the shooting circles, because I mean, look at that superb dodge. But she has to make it count. Udlamini, she's more than capable of, as you see her bowing down, almost, to express a gratitude that she finally made it count.
Yes, I mean, it's like, whew, the composure, unlucky there. That was a chance ball. It's like, I always say, it's like you are betting the lotto, She was taking chances there, Betting a polo. But it worked to her.
And it did. It did, indeed. Yep, I love that pop over across the circle. Yeah, they can't afford to do that. I mean, Zululand has had too many balls in that circle, a few opportunities to make it count and close this gap. They really have to back themselves. At this stage, it's not looking, world class. They're giving it everything they can, but just not able to finish strong.
It's the variety of the goal attack and the goal shooter. They must also respect the team to say, you know what, if certain things are not working, that pass and give it to me straight here is not working. So what you'd want them to do is, if it's a throw in, I pass, let me clear the space, trust me, a defender's gonna intercept from the team. So she's saying, I want to give you more opportunity. Unlucky, undisciplined there on the 3 feet.
I mean, you were talking earlier on about the effort, that Undombende, the goalkeeper, has been making. But, that's the benefit of effort when you constantly chase. I mean, look at that. It was a near take from Musnatemba Shezi, and it's a partnership between the two defenders.
Oh, yeah, Sami. When one is there, one is there. If one is tight, one is running loose for any balls that might be floating around, whether they're down or they're in the air. And they're doing what we're saying. All you can do as a defense is try your best, create more opportunities for your shooters to shoot, and your shooters just need to reward you. If it's not working, they need to change.
Yeah, that's great pressure there coming from Wendy Mgwengwe, the wing defender of Umgungundlovu, forcing that out-of-court ball. I don't think that the wing attack of Zululand really gave herself options. She went one direction and got stuck and just stopped. Perhaps a roll-off could have worked, or change of direction or something.
Or keep going, Simi. Yeah. Keep going, because it's like you did a dead break in the middle of the freeway. So the pass is already coming. Keep going, because it's more likely to be a 50-50 ball, because the center's seeing you going full speed and you just... in the middle, you get a ticket, mama, and that ticket is costing you a game, and now it's going to the other side.
Yep, and that ticket being a hefty punishment coming through the opposition, as we're seeing Umgungundlovu just taking all those shots in their stride, and now they do lead by 8 goals. Really, I think this third quarter has been phenomenal in terms of what we've seen coming through from Umgungundlovu.
There's the breadth. Oh.
Yeah, their shots are just falling short, Nikki. I'm not sure what's happening. I mean, they started off quite well, Zululand, and if you look at the likes of Usinike Longo, so she started off on wing attack and moved to goal shooter, when we saw Ndombentle move from goal shooter to goal keep. But I loved and I was enjoying that moving circle. But it can't all be about movement and no finishes, and I think that's where Zululand is coming short in this third quarter.
Yes, I agree with you. The finishing needs to be there. And if it means for them, they need to get themselves closer to the post. Let it be. Get yourself closer to your post up until you're comfortable. And please keep your feet grounded.
Yeah, it is all about staying grounded. You are stronger on the ground. And exactly as you called it, I think you jinxed them, Nikki, because they're talking about being grounded. And really, they put themselves under pressure. And that's what happens. That ball thrown away.
Yeah, Sami, it's a step and pass. It's a step and pass. You need to know where the ball is going. Then you step and then you pass. Oh, that was good.
Yep, that's more like it. And super finish from Zululand. We've been calling for it. So it really was, I think, just a demonstration of the fact that they can do it when they stick to their game plan and their strengths.
Yes, Sami. They just need to relax, breathe, take a breath. Shooting's not easy, but you can do it. So take a breath and then shoot. Nice and easy.
A lot of the centre passes for Zululand going to their wing attack. So it would be interesting to see if Tandolwetu can perhaps fall back.
Simi, that was beautiful playing and good reading of the ball from the goal attack. So she saw the passage of playing and driving across, beautiful intercept line to intercept that. It's just a matter of just timing, just going up straighter, and she went about skew.
Yeah, so it is all about timing. I mean, look at that exceptional offload from Musimpiwe and Dombela. And I beg your pardon, from Utandolwetu Kwela, the center of Mgungundlovu rather. I mean, they've got such a good understanding, and I have been impressed by her offloads into that circle.
And her decision making, Simi, has been impeccable. So she'll always pass to somebody who's closest to the post. And she's just at this level also has that skill of let me hold the ball, let me fake the ball, and then make the second pass.
It's discipline as well, Nikki. Yeah, so that ball turned back in favor of Mgungundlovu. So what was once a 2-goal game is starting to look like a huge and quite a significant margin between these two teams. And really, it is all about how Mgungundlovu has showed up in this third quarter. They started strong, but kind of wanting to seal things off in this third quarter.
Championship quarter, Simi, like we always say, it's a championship quarter. And the team with the most exposure and just doing their basics well, going about their business properly and just doing what they need to do will go ahead. Because Zululand is looking a little bit complacent now. I'd actually like just a variety in terms of the attack, because the defense, look at that, working hard. If there's a tip, somebody's looking after it. Just in terms of the attack, just a little bit of variety, because it's a bit too predictable.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the defenders are doing a superb job for Zululand turning their ball, but it is all up to the two shooters up front, as we see Usnikelo make it count. So that takes them to 20 goals. They are still trailing by 10, Zululand.
Yes, Simi, and the last quarter it was an even Steven, so they need to show the championship, and then they need to also... Yay. That looked like walking around the world in 80 days.
Yeah, that was a mega.
That's what it looked like from here.
Step. It was gigantic, and I don't think we were expecting that. We've seen a couple of those steps, but yeah, that was a huge one. And what did it do for them? Absolutely nothing. So it's discipline. They do have to go back to basics. You've been echoing that for the duration of this match.
Where are you going with your step? Where are you going?
So not much time left on the clock. Possibly an opportunity for Zululand to sink in one more goal. And how badly do they want it? But unfortunately, they do run against the clock. So that does bring us to the end of the third quarter. A really impressive third quarter performance from Mgungundlovu, who really started to break away in this championship quarter. So just to confirm that score, it is Mgungundlovu that closes off quarter 3 with a 9-goal lead. But do stay with us. One more quarter remaining as we bring day 1 of the Telkom Netball Champs to a close.
The speed of a jaguar. The reflexes of a sunbird. The strength of a diamond. They train to inspire. They play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to own the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Only one quarter remaining as we bring day one of the Telkom Netball Champs to a close. It really has been a phenomenal performance from both teams, but Waterkloof were really stepping things up in that third quarter, Nikki, you know, sealing that 11-goal lead going into the final 12 minutes of this match.
Yes, Simi, that was an incredible quarter, and they went out guns blazing, and with those bullet passes, they were just there.
Yeah, it was a bullet pass. I think their placement is really what separated the two sides. Going to the final quarter, it will be interesting to see if Zululand has made, you know, well, not a personal change, but I think in terms of their offloads into the shooting circle, because I feel that's where they let themselves down, forcing a lot of hasty passes into that circle.
Yes, Simi, and also the goal shooter and goal attack, not both getting out of the circle, not converting most of their goals. So they just need to relax now. Go back to the basics of netball. One in the circle, one out. If it's a moving circle, doesn't mean both of you move. Oh, unlucky. Good movement. The movement is there, so you know it's coming through. Just maintain it.
I just feel as if she planted her feet perhaps too soon without, you know, first getting full control of that ball, because once your feet are grounded, you know, you can't really do much.
Oh, defense, beautiful. Clean intercept, but now she goes offside. Unlucky, darling.
And I think she thought the umpires wouldn't spot that. Not a chance.
I'd like to see more pressure on that pass. Yes, there we go.
Yeah, I thought Wendy Mgwengwe did well there, but she did hold on to that ball for too long. She saw no options up front, tried to play back, but it was a little too late.
Brilliant call there by the umpire, Simi. She had full control of the ball, and then the other player tried to take it out, but umpire had repositioned herself to be able to get that.
Yeah, the umpires all close to the action, court side. So really, I think we're getting the best officiation, certainly at a school's level. And the players getting a real taste of what it is to get, you know, world-class netball and a chance to showcase their talent.
Yes, I think now we might have some changes within the Zululand, but it's just to see what is going to happen. Oh, you see, it's not going to happen if we're going to make basic errors like stepping and dragging our feet.
Oh, there's that quick feet coming through from Unombilo Dlamini. I love how she dodges and continues to reinvent herself and being so creative in that shooting circle.
Sims, she makes it look so easy. It's like 1, 2, I'm there.
Yeah.
You know, she makes it look so beautiful and easy.
Yeah, it definitely
Variety.
feels like that.
Oh, unlucky to not convert, but the variety she has. She's got a baseline drive. She's just got a dodge, you know, one lead, and then she's able to also cut in front.
And what they do well, Nikki, is that, you know, sometimes they leave her on her own in that circle, as we see a superb finish there in that shooting circle of Zululand. But again, just that ability to feed off each other, know when to drive in, to clear. And really, I think it's marvelous to see it play out from these youngsters.
It is, Simi. It is. It always excites me with netball. I can sit and watch and watch and watch for hours. And just to see them reinvent themselves, readjust. And, you know, then when it comes to varsity level, when it comes to Telkom, there's so much of a much bigger pool. And already, oh, miscommunication, unlucky. I like it when players do that, Simi. It's a miscommunication, and you can tell, okay, they know it wasn't done on purpose. Then it's like, oh, unlucky, you know?
Yeah, I think just acknowledging that. So, Waterkloof back on the attack.
They're standing too still for me. Zululand is standing too still for me. Ball watching, so we can't watch the ball go over our heads. You need to at least put your hands up.
I mean, how superb was that? Offload was just a pop over, you know, while Ushongwe had dropped ahead. I thought it was a good offload from Waterkloof.
Sim, that's a move around the goalkeeper, that quick feet. It's beautiful to watch. So any short aspiring goal shooters, it's possible. Use your feet, move around, have variety. Look at what is happening here. I'm truly enjoying it.
Yep, you and me both, and I'm sure all our viewers at home that are catching all the action on Super Sports School's DSTV Now app. That is where all the action is taking place, streaming live the majority of these games. And obviously those semi-finals and finals later in the week will also be available on Super Sports Variety 4. So still a long way, lots of games coming up on the DSTV Now app. But to your point, you know, we're certainly having fun watching all the talent from the different age groups. But I think the under-19s is so exciting for me, just given the number of teams that are participating and what we've been treated to so far.
Oh yes, Sami. The more, the better. Then it means we're giving a bigger pool of people a chance to play. And I'm loving that all the federations are bringing so many different teams. Most of them are having an A and a B. Some of them are having an A and a B and an additional team. But it's beautiful.
Yep, so there's that creativity you were talking about from Unompilo Dlamini. I mean, look how high up she's literally left Usanelisi Wesoni on her own, the shooting circle, but not the greatest of offloads. There were two defenders in that circle. She was not the best of options.
I agree, Sami. Not the best of options. Patience would have helped there, where they just work it around, and they convert just to make sure that you say, thank you, defenders. We've got this.
Yep, they certainly do, but unfortunately that centre pass again going astray. And Waterkloof will look to capitalize on that. I don't know if they're tired, but you know, the placement aren't as crisp and sharp as they have been, certainly in the first 3 quarters.
They've come, it looks like they look very complacent. It's like half-hearted instead of that work rate consistently, which is what we're looking for. So defensively they're doing it, but attacking wise it's like, let's complete it, let everybody work all the time, you know, and give ourselves an opportunity to get better. It's that I'm working, but then I'm not finishing off. And then every now and then I've got that speed and then I'm keeping quiet. It's not consistent. So if we're consistently defending, consistently attacking, it's going to happen. Consistency.
100% with you, Nikki. It is about consistency, and you've got to finish strong as well and back yourself up. Fortunately, that last attempt falling short for Waterkloof.
Loose ball, it's too untidy. Somebody must get that particular loose ball, but the legs are tired now, huh? 4 quarters is long. 12 minutes is long, the legs are tired, but you need to keep going. You keep going up until you can't go anymore. And even if you can't go anymore, you just keep telling yourself, one more minute. You'll die, but you're still alive.
And you die once.
You die once,
and you keep,
but you're still alive.
So they've got to give it everything they've got, and I agree with you. We've just got less than 4 minutes remaining in this match. But Zululand, I think, looking stronger in this final quarter. But, I mean, you're 100% right. It has to be a full 4 quarters of consistency. You know, we can't roam and rave about 1 quarter or 3 quarters. You've got to start strong. You've got to finish stronger.
And even consistent within the quarter. I can't defend for 2 seconds and then I stop. And then I defend for 3 seconds and then I stop. If everybody's defending, we're doing area, we all need to do area all the time consistently. Consistently stick to the game plan.
And I mean, what has been the, you know, the dominant, I think, defensive strategy for you in this match? Because I know that ball's been turned a couple of times in both circles, actually. But what do you think has worked for both teams in terms of creating opportunity for their own teams?
I think creating the intercepts, so making it look like the person is free. So as soon as a person is standing still, the defense is a little bit off, but she is creating that it makes it look like the shooter is open and then she's coming in for the ball. So I think when they put a little bit of pressure, even when they stop the spaces, so they're creating it while they're building it up so that your goal defense and your goalkeepers can go for those intercepts, because they make it look like the attack is free. And what does attackers do when they're free? They actually stand still. So when you stand still, that's your chance for the intercept. So that's been working well, both sides. And So as soon as an attack is standing still, the defense is then coming through for that. So that's working well. In the attacking side, for me, what's been working well, especially for Hoërskool, is the patience that's coming in from the feeders. Yes, the shooters are giving them variety, but they can see that the defenders are going the first time because they're going for those intercepts that they're creating. They know, okay, you're looking for that intercept to come there. They hold the ball for a second, and then it's a shoot, straight bullet pass through.
And I mean, just to add to that, Nikki, because I'm fully aligned, I think, to that nice summary of what actually went down between the two teams. But I think just to add, Uthando Lwethu Kwela, the center of Hoërskool for me, has just been one of those star players alongside a shooter, obviously Unombilo Dlamini. But I think her decision making, her patience, the fake balls that we've been seeing, trying to draw the defenders away. I mean, that's what you want. That's the exciting netball. That's the stuff we want to see here.
Oh yes, Sami, I couldn't agree with you more. And she's just doing the basics well, and she's reading the defenders. Most defenders have one style of play until they decide to readjust. If they're setting up the intercept, they're going first time around, hold it,
So exactly what we were talking to at the end of the third quarter. I mean, 10 goals separating these two sides, but Zululand back on the attack. They've managed to get 1 point more in this quarter, and not much time left on the clock, but really I think they've had a much better fourth quarter performance compared to their counterparts. But it's not yet done. There's still 30 seconds of play remaining in this match.
Yes, Samir, I just wanted to say with the call, we call it with a goal attack being called for contact. I think we call it an offensive contact because most attackers get offended that they're actually blown for anything. So I see it like that, like offensive contact, because they're like, me.
Yeah.
Did I get like you offended them?
Yeah.
It's just a little play on words that.
I mean, a moment of total disbelief and shock, but it does happen. It definitely does happen when you're on the attack and then you still cause a contact. So this could be the last piece of play from Hoërskool, and unfortunately they called for a 3-second call right in their own shooting circle. It was an opportunity wasted, unfortunately, by Zululand, but nonetheless they'll be proud of how they closed off that final quarter. So there you have it, confirmation of the score. It is Hoërskool that comes out victorious with a 38-28 result. So it is high fives in the camp of Hoërskool. It really was a performance well done and well executed right from the word go. But I think that third quarter is what solidified things for Hoërskool.
Well, a great way to end the day with the KZN derby here at the Telkom Netball Champs. It is, of course, bragging rights that are going to go to Hoërskool at the end of this game as the victors when they took on Zululand. I am joined by one of the players from the side to speak about the performances that we've seen from the side here today. Thank you very much for your time. Let's chat about what you think got you guys the result here today. It was very close in the opening 2 quarters. Where do you think you made the difference?
Kwigame yokuqala akufani sidlalile kona kwangafana, then egemini yesibili khona la silekhe khona kodwa sabuya as a team sabambisana and saphusha ngempela and sagcina winile.
Coach Angela, to make sure that you guys are able to perform and get the result kulona umdlalo.
Angizange ngiphinde.
Uyawathini coach wenu kulona umdlalo to make sure that nidlala better?
uthe as-relaxe sidlala basic into esiyazi ibhola singarashi so that sizokwazi ukuthi siwine vele igame bekwethu ngokubona kwethu so sakwazi ukuwina njengoba tesiwinile sayebo.
Also getting very good service from your center and wing attack. Bayakwazi ukuthi bakufide ibhola mani mover. Is this something that you regularly practice, or how did you find the going in that shooting circle?
Ngiyapractice zonke insuku njengoba coach esho ngihlala ngipractice nabo ingakho so dlala kanje la eseklini siyazana vele.
Thank you very much.
Siyabonga.
That is Nompilo Dlamini, of course, speaking about the result that they just got and the input from that shooting circle and ball speed down court that the team was able to translate into a good result here. As I'm going to be joined shortly by Simpiwe Dlamini from the side that is on the winning end here today, of course, the Zululand team. And we're going to be speaking about exactly where things perhaps went wrong for your side, Simpiwe. We did see your coach very animated on the sidelines, giving you instructions, but ultimately it did not yield the result.
I think what went wrong was the combination. We didn't have enough time to train together. The shooting circle was doing very good, and then on the defending circle, we didn't have any combination. So I think that's what went wrong.
And looking ahead, then it's still the first day. How do you fix that in terms of the defensive circle and all-around fluidity down court for all 7 players?
We're going to push more defense. We're going to talk and have more combination. That is what we'll be working on tonight. Yeah.
And how important was it? Because we're seeing both sides from KZN and, of course, bragging rights in this game. How important was it for your side to step out very strongly and send a message perhaps back home in KZN?
It was very hard. It was a very hard game, even though we did push. But then it didn't work out at the end because what happened is that we looked at the other team, which is from KZN, and then we thought that they're from us, so we don't have any problems. We're just gonna play and play, and that's what we did. Because if we focus on our game plan, and then if I was to control the center threat, that could have been better.
I heard your coach saying at halftime, you're still very much in it. You can win this game, and you just need to trust yourselves, because at that stage, it didn't seem like the trust was there. Would you agree with those sentiments?
Yeah, I would agree. I think what we didn't look at I'm still talking about the defending side. We didn't have much combination. If we did talk, if I talk for myself, I did go there for the goal defense position, and then I didn't have combination with the goalkeeper because I'm used into playing the center position. So I didn't know what was happening there. Yes, I've played goal defense before, but then I was still confused. But then it was our first game. It's our first time playing here, and then tomorrow we're going to come again. We're going to put more focus and then defense, and then we'll win.
Certainly hope you bounce back stronger. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
That is a Simpiwe, of course, from the side of Zululand on the losing side today, but they're hoping to bounce back a bit stronger. They tried everything. She moved from center to goal defense, back to center, but nothing seemed to work for them, and they couldn't get the result here today in that KZN derby. So that's how we're going to end things off for the opening day of this championship. Of course, it is the Telkom Netball Champs, the inaugural edition that does seek to showcase talent at the under 17, under 18, and under 19 level. We'll be back here tomorrow at Hoërskool Waterkloof for the second day of this competition. For now, though, it's goodbye. We'll see you tomorrow.
The speed of a jaguar, the reflexes of a sunbird, the strength of a diamond. They train to inspire, they play to represent. It's their game. It's time to step up to the center circle. It's time to earn the court at the Telkom Netball League. Monate wa Netball, for the love of the game. Broadcast brought to you by Telkom, proud sponsor of Netball.
Hey man, what would this be without you? I mean, Nina, the over-the-top passionistas. Nani, abashayela phansi. Without lessons lava that we love to hate. Without the encyclopedia of idiski. Cover the flair, the rhythm, that brings the wow. Hey, don't forget that fire commentary.
The streaky breakaway, can he find a goal? Oh my word!
And to you, who brings the shade? Celebrate.
The sky is the limit.
Long live the DSTV Premiership. Long live.
Itiski is everything with you, and you are everything to Itiski.
Game time, boys.
Yay, what's with Itiski? So, Babi Sebonke, to live the best of the DSTV Premiership on Supersport, your world of champions on DSTV.